Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Sorry about the delay. I'm still trying to get some recordings up, but I'm going to let you guys look at the last conversation on live with Darnell Russell. Um, I am always the one, I always, when something is not right, I try to point it out, debunk the lies, and it was a bunch of lies to this interview that Darnell Russell did. And like I told you guys, it was out of retaliation and revenge. He was upset. He has nothing on Robert. He never seen Robert or witnessed Robert with anything. Like it was just hearsay, and then a lot of stuff he made up. So I'm just gonna let y'all look at this real quick, and then I'm gonna come back with some recordings that I have. Three conversations, and I'm going by the year. He said that he stopped dealing with Robert 6 months, like a long time ago. He said he dealt with Robert for 6 months, then he went from 6 months to 8 months, and so like the recordings that I have. It's not that I'm recording to try to do something to hurt somebody, but like right now, like I was telling people with what I'm going through, the surgeries and all the operations and stuff like that, and my um hearing. So I record things and then I go back and listen to it. Like if I'm at the doctor or something like that and I get a call and I'm in a waiting area. So I record it so I can go back and listen to it and hear what I say. So, I guess sometimes things happen for a reason. All the conversations wasn't recorded between Darnell and I. So I guess some of the main ones that I had somebody to pull them back up because I always listen, go back and listen, like what we talked about. The last conversation we had was heated. It was over an hour and something, you guys. I was driving at the time when he called me. I was on the phone with somebody else, and so I clicked over to ask him the whys, and it was just a heated, like we were loud. It had got us so heated that my head started hurting, and it just got like real heated. So I just had to like pull over and woosah and calm down so I can ask the questions and stuff like that. But we're gonna go over that. We're gonna go over the conversation that he had, and then we're just gonna break down the years because the stuff that he was saying doesn't make any sense. Um, so I like to point out the lies from the truth. The conversations we had was long, so I was trying to just break down the key points so you guys won't have to listen to a long, heated cursing conversation. Um, I wanted to start from the last conversation we had. In the conversation before that, I wanted to like the conversation asking the why when he went bird. So then I'm gonna go to a conversation before that when he called me and was telling me about the lawsuit and how come it wasn't no conversation like that. And then I'm gonna go to a conversation that he had when we were talking about certain things, Will Edie and different people like that. But I just want you to hear the last part of that where um I think I told him, I said, well, maybe, I said, I know I was going through, a lot and he got all his stuff going on. Maybe, he'll, try to get your money to you that you owe, he owe you. And that was like in 2022. So I'm going to go by the years, let you know the year, that conversation. And the conversation was that Robert doesn't owe me anything. He's going through what he was going through. He's fighting 30 years and yada yada yada. So from there to on up to like 2 weeks before he turned himself in, because the conversation, which I'm glad I went back to listen to the conversation, you guys, because when I talk to people now, it's just like I hear them and I don't hear them. So I got a chance to listen to the conversation because like sometimes I be listening to the conversation, but I don't be listening because I have, I'm multitask. So I think the conversation before the conversation when we had a heated argument, I think that was when he said I had a plan. When he was talking about the lawsuit, he said I had a plan. And so I was like, oh, okay. I said, well, don't, keep it to yourself. You already know how people are, not knowing that he will do something like this. And I asked him the question, like, why now? And what good is this going to do you? Is it going to solve anything for you? Are you it's going to help you get out of jail, and things like that. But I just want y'all to hear the conversation. Then we're going to break down the stuff that he said, because he with the girl, with the wife and stuff like that, um it's strange. So I just let y'all listen to this video first. Why? Because I was upstairs trying to shorten our conversation a little bit, not hiding anything, but the conversations were long. I don't want this to be too long, but because I want to break down the stuff, with Darnell. And like I told him, he was wrong, I mean, it was, so like when I pulled over, that's when I was able to get my other phone, because I was like, just record so you can hear, so you can understand what he was saying, because I kept saying I couldn't hear him and stuff like that. We was just yelling and screaming and cursing, he cursing and stuff like that. So when I pulled over so I can try to take a woosah, because I had just come from the hospital, and my head was just throbbing, like my eyes was red, like I was screaming so loud my throat was sore. He was screaming um to the point where he when he said fuck Robert, no, he said fuck, something like that. I forgot what he said, but he like choked, like started choking. And I'm like, calm down, like, calm down, because I'm trying to hear, I want to hear his explanation. Like, it didn't make any sense. Like, even with the girl, like all of a sudden, why, how you ended up with this girl. And the conversation, I guess he forget the conversation that he had with me, but like before he came out and he was talking about the girl, he said that she was walking down the freeway or something like that. His mother was in the back seat of the car and she got in, and then all of a sudden this is somebody, they're supposed to be the fifth girl that was with the not Heather Williams, but Tiffany Hawkins now. I'm like, okay, how out of all people, and this is Chicago is big, out of all these people, how you ended up with this person? And when I asked him for facts, you guys, because he was talking about, I know it's a fact. And I said, I like facts. I want to know. I want the fact. And he said it's a fact because she got the text messages between her and Rob. I was like, I like facts. So let me see the facts. Let me see the facts, because I go by facts. And he said he didn't have to give me nothing. Okay? Because he didn't have it. He didn't have the facts. If you're going to convince me, you got to give me the facts. So I'm gonna let y'all this is our last conversation, which he said he was done with Robert. He told these people that he did the interview, I was done with him. I stopped effing with him a long time ago when I found this effing thing out and stuff like that. So like I just have to break it down to y'all because I gotta go back upstairs. That's why I'm gonna let this play first, because I was gonna let that play after I let y'all listen to the recording, because I am not even dressed, okay? Because I was upstairs trying to do the recording and stuff, and put them all, merge them together. I was gonna try to upload them so y'all can see the dates, but I'll do that later on this week, and I just upload it on a video so y'all can see the conversation. I don't record things for people just to be devious, be like, yeah, this person said this and yeah, this person said that. And so like I was telling my better half, I said, I guess this was God, because the truth needs to be put out there. And I said, God have you to hold on to things for a reason, because of like conversations. I was like, I forgot all about those text messages. But I think one conversation we had, I ended up deleting. But I'm going to talk to a friend of mine, a judge friend of mine, to get one of her friends to see if that they can find that deleted conversation that we had, that he told me about what the kind of stuff he was saying on here, but everything was all backwards. He made up stuff. Like when he was talking about Robert told him that he slept with Aaliyah and her mom and stuff like that. I didn't see the beginning of that, but I'll go back and I'll listen. I'll go back and listen to that. I'll tell you his motive in a little bit, but you'll figure it out once you hear everything. Because for one, whatever the motive is, I figured out the motive, and I'm gonna put it like this. I don't like for people to backstab a person, and because a person, you going down and you going to jail, you're going to get mad at Robert, and you're gonna put him, like, try to mess him up, after you say you wasn't even worried about the money. So all of a sudden now you worried about the money and stuff, so while I'm listening to it now, I'm like, oh hell, because I, at that time, I just wasn't in a thinking mode. I was just in a pissed off cussing mode, and I was already hurting and going through something, coming from the hospital. So I'm like, wait a minute, because when I asked him about the girl, I'm like, wait a minute, because he told me the girl was married. He said the girl married. So I was like, damn, she married, but you fucking around with her, and stuff like that. But at the time I was upset and arguing, I didn't get a chance to question it, but I did question him a little bit. And so when I mentioned it to him, I said, oh, but it's on the thing you said. So this is before the interview came out, but the little clips people was giving me. So that's when I called him, when people were sending me those little clips. And so the second one, I was like, oh hell no, you told me don't stop judging before I see it. I'm like, this is some bullshit. So he called me when I was on the phone, so I clicked over. I told him, I said, I gotta hang up, y'all, because I'm this is Don calling me. uh, so I'm gonna let y'all listen to this. And Don, this is you. The date is on here, showing where you was talking about Robert, showing how much you cared about Robert, and things like that. So all of a sudden, 2 weeks before you go in, which I told y'all, I had a feeling that woman was in his ear. You sitting up here, I just had a feeling. I was like, that woman all up in his damn ear and shit, because she was sitting in the car talking and stuff while we was in like arguing and stuff. That's why I said when she came on here, like, if you had something to say to me, you could have said something to me when we was on the phone, cussing each other out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and see this while I try to work on that right there. If I have to just speed stuff along so y'all can hear certain things, I'll do it with this 2002. I think one was June. I'll look and see, but I'll tell you. I'll tell you um, about that. And then the marriage thing, when he said that they was together for a year and they've been married for 6 months. And I'm like, wait a minute, you said you figured all this out. I'm like, 2 weeks, like 2 weeks before you go in. So all of a sudden now you figured out 2 weeks. And so, but you said like this girl, he just met her. Like if he been met her or whatever, this make-believe person, which I feel like it's a make-believe person, he would have told me then, because he'd be telling me stuff. But then, like, before like the recording came out, and after he talked to me about the lawsuit, then that's when he called me, started talking to me about the woman, and he was like, yeah, we were talking and messing around, and and stuff like that. I'm like, wait a minute, you married and all that? He didn't say a long time ago, like he, stuff like that. So that's why I was like, okay, the dates don't add up, and the stuff that you saying doesn't make any sense. And so I just to say this, I think that Don did this mess, and I'm trying not to curse, and I'm gonna try to be as calm as I can be. Um, was talking to the feds and killed, didn't pay him. It's always been about the money. Let everybody say what they want to say. I want to see people comments, Mr. Jacobs. I don't at this point, I don't let these people wear me. It's about this man that's fighting for his life, and like I said, people don't know what go on behind the closed doors. You know, a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and I hear things, but like I said, a lot of stuff is not for here. But with this situation here, yes, it needs to be put out. Yes, it needs to be exposed. And then, Darnell talking about his conscience, and we'll talk about that conscience too. So just allow me to finish doing this, and I'm gonna let this play, and let y'all just listen to Darnell on here, speaking about Rob. And I want the person that he did I want the people that he did the interview with to watch this as well, because the months, the years doesn't add up. Robert went to jail back in 20. You said you'll let him talk. Yeah, right. You said you promised. Yeah, right. Um, but Robert went in 2019, I believe. The date, if I'm wrong, put it in there. I don't have my notes. It's so many dates in my head. But he said he left him a long time ago, right? He says this, he stopped fooling with him before he went to jail, before Robert went to jail. So I want these people to understand that the stuff that Darnell is doing is because of the lawsuit that's coming up. Um, when he got on there, I looked at it a little bit, and I'm like, you making a pure freaking fool out of yourself, Darnell, because the shit that you saying on here does not make any sense, and it's not gonna help you get out of this lawsuit to go on there. And Faith Rogers' mother was in the chat to go in there and just started calling these women B's and H's and stuff like that. And then you say clearing your conscience. So I'm gonna help you refreshing your memory, and I'm gonna help you finish clearing your conscience, since you're trying to clear your conscience. Darnell, you know me. I am not the type of person that's gonna sit up here, because people, when I went on somebody else's channel, they was like, oh, everybody said that you ain't for Robert, you for Don. I was for any and everybody that was fighting for Robert Sylvester Kelly. Okay. And you can go and ask, what's his name? Choke No Joke. I got in his DM. I said, I will ride with you long as you for real. I have to go back and look at our conversation. I said, as long as you real, long as you're not fake. I said, because it's too many, Robert has been bitten by too many snakes. I said, it's too many people that has hurt Robert. So that's the reason why Choke No Joke says she really, really loved her R. Kelly. Okay. So I don't care what people say about me. They can paint this picture, and if that's the reason why people felt like they didn't want to, hang over here, putting in their head, that she fighting harder for Dunn than she fighting for Robert. I was fighting for both of them, and at the time, and I still, like today, just like I just don't want to see people go to prison like for bullshit. No way. you know, but he pissed me off and I don't like that. And I already told him, like, I don't get down like that. I don't like backstabbers. I don't give a fuck. Like I told him, I don't give a damn how mad, you know, how mad I am with somebody. I'm not going to get up here and do anything to hurt anybody, retaliate against nobody, sneak shit, you know, hurt anyone. People on here has done some fucked up shit to me. And, you know, all the way down, and I ain't gonna mention no name, but when this person sit up here and talked about that they jumped out the sinking ship and stuff like that, I could have came on here and told Dana J what this person said about them and stuff like that, how they talked about them. Then they running over back over there where they is. They just all over the place. I could have been a messy person, but I'm not. But this right here is all about clearing Robert's name. Okay. And this is the reason why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this for show or likes or views or anything like that. But the what the recording is gonna show y'all that he is upset about all of a sudden money, all of a sudden that didn't make any sense about clearing the name. He mentioned Jennifer Bunjean, and I might stop and pause through that so I can talk, because at that time I was just pissed off. My head was just all over the place. I'm just like, it was just crazy. But let me go ahead and play this real quick for y'all while I go get this recording and put on my clothes. 'Let me see what date this is on, you guys. Eight months ago. It was 8 months ago. Welcome everybody. I'm sorry. I got a whole lot of stuff going on. He popped up on me real quick there. We're waiting on one papoose. This is one papoose. We're waiting on one papoose. Let me get her in real quick because she was on her lunch break, so she said she'll come back. How you doing? Can you? July the 20th. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Right.
I was gonna try to introduce. I'm gonna introduce everybody. Thank you for tuning in to Texas Black Diamond ENT with your girl Texas Black Diamond, aka TBD. And today we have Darnell Russell, Don Russell, and welcome, welcome, welcome. I want everyone to be respectful today. We're gonna respect. We're gonna ask a few questions, and we're gonna let you have the floor, Don. And we really appreciate you coming on here to talk to us. You know, curiosity kills the cat. You know, we're curious, and we want to hear from you. For people that new to this channel, Darnell is a friend, and I want to ask him once again. I'm gonna repeat this. I'm gonna ask Don once again. Who are you to Russell? Because we see that articles in the news is putting in that you was his manager, and we know that you're not. So, can you explain to us who you are? A word to Robert Sylvester Kelly.
Consultant advisor friend. That's what I've always stated.
Mm-hmm. And as I know, you've been stating that for since day one, since I've known you and asked you about him. And I want to ask you, how are you holding up? I'm going to explain to some of the viewers that doesn't know the situation here. And I just wanted to know, first of all, how are you holding up in your family? How are you guys doing?
Good. I'm all right. Another day off.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We because Okay. So, for people that doesn't know, I'm gonna, attempt to. Well, I guess I'll put on my glasses. um, Don was convicted of. Uh, they said a bomb threat at first, so then they moved it to a gun threat in New York, and to this day, we still trying to figure out how he was found guilty because there wasn't any evidence, and also the bias. How do you feel about the jurors? I was trying to pull up on Twitter what the jurors were saying, and some of like 30 out of 80 was actually saying that they can't be unbiased because you are affiliated with R. Kelly, and anybody's affiliated with R. Kelly is a scum. So therefore, I'm like, this will not be a fair trial. So I'm like 30 out of 80. So the minds of the other 50 probably thinking it to themselves. So how do you feel about that? Did you feel like it was a fair trial for you?
No. I mean, fair in the sense of me and my legal, we prepared a defense that we felt was solid. Um, we went up against a prosecution who has a system a second to none, 99% conviction rate. And we it's like Chicago Bulls playing the New York Knicks. I mean, there's no love there. You know what I mean? And that's exactly how it felt at the end. Throughout the process, we felt that we had presented, well, that my attorney had did some very good questioning to expose that there was really, as you stated, nothing there. Um, he asked several questions to their star witness, who basically explained, that he had talked to literally somebody else. He went as far as saying he talked to the guy. The guy was from New York. He had never, from my understanding, he never heard my voice. I never saw the videos that we taped on your show or any of that. I'm assuming the prosecution did that, to keep him, swaying his, testimony, just, to sound, to leave out certain things. But he got on the stand. He said exactly what we wanted him to say, which was, it wasn't me, essentially.
Yeah.
He said that the guy that he had spoke to earlier was Brian Nix, and I just think he had a misunderstanding about that. Brian Nix, anybody from Chicago that's familiar with the R. Kelly saga, they know that Brian Nix was actually Rob's attorney. He represented him in certain capacities. And the instrument that was presented, which was a cease and desist order, Brian Nix actually did draft that, and that was what was actually sent to Lifetime, to A&E, and to the theater. That was obviously ignored, which is a violation of his trademark and copyright infringement and things of that nature. And that's essentially, my ammunition was that. That was the weapon that I was armed with to end the event with, and that's all I thought I needed. So I mean, I did days leading up to that, negotiated a little bit with Lifetime about changing the narrative of the docuseries to not highlight, the accusers, or as they state, survivors, and give Rob an opportunity to tell his side of the story about the relationships. Everybody who saw it know it was one-sided, and anybody who understands business knows that McDonald's can't use Burger King's brand in a commercial in commerce, profit and benefit off of it without their permission, express legal consent. They did not have permission to use the brand R. Kelly, and they went forward and they used it anyway. And they didn't, care about the afterburner that it would, that it caused, which was, his career. the man, Robert Sylvester Kelly's career is now notorious. So that was, my objective was to get that, cease and desist to him. I mean, you can say by any means. I faxed it, I emailed it. We made them verbally aware of it, and they all knew it existed, but they moved forward anyway. So, I still maintain my innocence about, whatever this called is. There's several theories that were suggested, and they came out of it, that there was, other numbers that were involved in the calls that afternoon. I was the only person calling, as the prosecution would have you believe, but I was the only one investigating, and that's the part that kind of, a lot of people are unaware of the why, and that's what I kept pushing my attorney to expose the why. Why are they so bent on, investigating me? And I think that's what the jury didn't get, the why, and that's what kind of, assisted with their, the outcome. They didn't get the why with the prosecution or the Homeland Security or FBI be so intrigued or wanting to put this guy on the stand, and that was never answered. Why? So it's not. It didn't. It was a shock because we heard that it was two charges that day. Actually, one of them I got found not guilty on the conspiracy charge, and then the actual the threat call is the one that I got guilty on. But it was a lot of conflicting things that that took place, and there's still an opportunity to get that overturned. So we're working on that now. My attorney's working on that now.
Okay, so you're working on that. My question is, why did it take? It didn't take long for this. Was the quickest trial that I ever seen in my life, and I know that it's certain things that I can't mention here, but there's questions out here like, okay, what is going on? So there's a co-conspirator, which I know we can't talk about, but I'm like, what is going on in this situation? And then no call logs, no call recordings, and basically this is another hearsay trial.
They had call logs, but they only focused on the calls that I made, which was about, they referenced about 9.
You just froze on us. I have him to repeat that, you guys. Okay. Can you repeat that? Because you did freeze on us when you said there was that's why I want to hear from you, because we're basically getting our information from like articles and stuff like that. So I think one of the journalists said that there wasn't a call log. Why they didn't present a call?
They presented the call log from my phone from the venue, and like I stated, there were multiple calls made from other people into the venue, but the jury, as well as the expert witnesses that they brought on, were only asked. The government only asked them to investigate me, none of the other calls. I mean, of course, I was in Chicago. There were several calls made into the venue from New York that they didn't investigate. One of them was very peculiar, but they didn't want them to investigate them. And then a majority of the witnesses that they had also were paid, so that made a difference too. And they also work for government. So with the rest, with the exception of 2 witnesses that were from actually 3 that were at, one of them attended the event, and 2 of them were from that worked at the venue. And the stories were from the 3 didn't add up. One guy said he was scared for his life, but yeah, he was filming everything, taking pictures. One guy just caught out of the coat room, hung out front, chatting, R. Kelly, whatever. The other 2, which actually worked at the venue, one of them stated he had an excellent memory, but he had already confessed that he smoked marijuana, did mushrooms, ecstasy, and was another drug I forgot. during the time of this. All that was uncovered, but it didn't mean anything. And they went on to say that the person that made the call, he knew for a fact that they was from New York because you could tell because of the accent. Didn't make a difference. And then he said the guy that he talked to earlier was a professional guy. And I think that's the guy who, that's me that he had talked to. So it was two different. There were several things. We didn't feel like we needed to put up much of a defense because one, we didn't want to waste a lot of the court's time and any of that, and we wanted it to be, the burden of proof was on the government, and we felt that, what they were presenting, the truth would present itself in that, and it did, but the outcome didn't say that, and that's when my attorney said, this is just, one of those things where they just didn't like it. I didn't, understand, and maybe who knows, it may have made a difference if they actually heard from me, but I didn't think it was necessary to get understand because we'd already spent so much time hearing from all these experts, and at the end of the day, it's like when Johnny Cochran said, "If it don't fit, you must acquit." There was no voice, no anything, not even of the calls that I made. And like my attorney made the point. How did I know that that none of the calls are being taped, any of that kind of stuff? So if someone was going to call in, that was a hell of a risk they took. And to this day, I don't have any emotion towards it now. It's like especially that I'm taking the blame for it. It's like whatever, because it wasn't, and it wasn't even my my choice to cease and desist. I actually thought Lifetime should have played it. And like I told Rob, I said, listen, they play this thing, we got a gazillion-dollar lawsuit. I mean, that's super. So I mean, it wasn't my thing to, I wasn't hell-bent on stopping it with the cease and desist to it. I kind of wanted it to come out and them to generate some revenue off of it so we can get a piece of that. So that was, none of that was discussed in the courtroom. And I think if I took the stand, I could have said a lot of that. But, somebody who resorts to violence is a violent person. And I've never been that. Never been a violent person. I've got a brain. I'm a hell of a chess player. So, when I was informed that the cops showed up, I thought my pleas to the police had actually, caused a result that we would be willing to settle with. There was a text message that I sent to my alleged co-conspirator, stating erase the last 50, and I was referring to messages, which is what it said. And they turned that around and made it seem like I said erase the last messages from 5-0. I guess the police. And anytime I referenced the police, which was only one time prior to that, which was informing the co-conspirator that the police may be arriving shortly. And that was based on, me telling them we were getting death threats and stuff like that. So one of the theories was that, the guy that answered the phone, he was actually a fan of R. Kelly's. And he may have made that up himself. And then the other one was that, it just never existed. Or no, that one of the other callers that they didn't run records and stuff like that, who was there, was the actual person that called it in. And the number, that person's number, my number was like 1689. That person's number was 8169. And we showed the comparison of the numbers and like, how is it that, and it came in at the same time that the guy may have not confused the numbers. And he didn't even say it was my number. He said it was the last number that called, but yet he left. So and he was never at the desk. He was moving around. There was a lot of things that just were, very suspicious with the testimony that we heard that made us feel strongly that we would get even maybe an acquittal or not guilty. But it didn't go that way. And that's the risk you take when you go and fight a trial. It's more of a risk when there's circumstances like R. Kelly involved with it. Because
that's what I wanted to ask you to. Do you think it's fair for them to involve, Robert Sylvester Kelly or Kelly in someone else's doing, especially when they don't have evidence showing that Robert even was involved in this. They don't have any evidence, and they know they don't have
Well,
any in that. So I think, my opinion, the government shouldn't have named Robert in your case. It was Donnell Russell's trial, not Robert Sylvester
so
Kelly.
the government as well as my attorney and the judge prior to the trial, had all agreed that Mr. Sylvester, that Kelly's name would not come up. We couldn't bring it up. But what happened is when they said what the event that took place, that's how it actually came up. And there was no way to avoid saying what event it was. So
they should have said RSK, just like they said when Robert went to his trial. They didn't even mention surviving R. Kelly, which we call it Surviving Lives. That was his trial, and they didn't mention surviving R. Kelly. They said SRK. So said for you.
The difference is this was specifically about that event, so there was no way around it. Trust me, if it was, my attorney would have addressed that. But because the name was mentioned and brought up, it could be a silver lining, because there's no way I would have got a fair trial because of that, and that's something that we can still address to date. So I mean, it's not over. I mean, a lot of people are not, thinking just because of the verdict came back one way that it's over with. It's never over. I mean, it's just you have to turn. You have to deal with it from a different level. So, my attorney and the prosecution are dealing with it right now. And it's more of a clerical thing now versus a physical thing. So they're going back. They're still dueling it out. It's not over with. So you may not hear the next part of what happens publicly because the media, has an agenda. But it's just not over yet. I mean, I'm sitting right here in front, at my office in Chicago. So it tells you it's not.
Okay, so the judge, I always consider the judge the referee, right? And the defense is a team and the government is a team, right? And so when they did the jury pool, and when she or he, was it a female or a male judge? When they heard all of this from these potential jurors, I felt like that judge should have stepped in and said, well, this doesn't look like it's going to be a fair trial for him, and try to move it somewhere else.
Well,
so why y'all didn't fight that?
One, we had a great judge. The judge was amazing. He kept the fight fair. He was fair. I can't say anything negative about the judge and what came out about, how he refereed, if you want to reference the sports team, refereed the game. He did a good job. But we looked at a change of venue, but we liked the judge, so we said, let's stay here. What we probably should have did is get a bench trial. I wasn't familiar. I didn't have the knowledge of how bad Rob's reputation was in New York because of the best of both worlds. I wasn't around in this. I didn't know about the, missing the shows and all of the other nuances that took place. So I didn't realize I was up against that.
There was a mix with Jay-Z, and I played that a lot, like what went on and
so
with the best of both worlds.
I had no clue that I was up against that. And it's just like right now how I'm sure to a lot of New Yorkers, you mentioned the 96 Bulls and the 94 Bulls or 5 Bulls against the Knicks, it still stings to this day because we beat them and then we went on to win the ring and they had a pretty good team. So I didn't realize, even though this is way more recent, that energy was still in the air. And because that's the only thing that I think prevailed is that I didn't speak to the jury to explain to them why I was being targeted by Homeland Security as well as prosecutor's office. Um, I did good. I'm on good. And and then the other thing, that's the main thing, and a lot of people can't wrap their head around that, but it's one of those things. I mean, it's like when you are diehard New York and you want answers to something, and somebody sits there and and you have somebody to blame for it. Sometimes you will block out a lot. We didn't give them much. We didn't. So that was the thing that they didn't have it wasn't a scale where they could say, okay, well, this is what they said versus this is what you said. All we did was we deposed their witnesses. They put up a witness and we questioned them. So, I'm not necessarily bitter about the outcome because it was a choice, and I could have said no. Let's put up 10 as many witnesses as they put up. We'll do the same thing, but I figured that would be a waste of the court's time because I felt like, listen, I didn't do this thing. Whatever they say is going to point to that, and it did point to that. It's just I didn't realize that New York factor was going to take in and the energy of New York. I don't know if Jay-Z was up on trial in Chicago, it would turn out the same probably. I don't know the answer to that, but it's possible just because they don't like, somebody from New York that they may not, vote on his side. And that's just what happens. And it wasn't like I was against 5 blacks that didn't, it was, it was a mixed jury. Mm-hmm. I don't think we had enough. I'm not going to speak to the personalities or character of any of the jurors because I don't know any of them personally. I didn't get a chance to question them, but my attorney did something that was kind of highlighted what it is you're talking about. He had us actually sign. He had them all fill out a questionnaire. Now we wouldn't have known that there was 30 plus jurors that basically said they couldn't give Rob a fair trial had my attorney not introduced that method, which is what was like, whoa, because a few of the jurors we were going to select and wrote that they couldn't be impartial. So that was a good method. I'm sure probably more people will use it in future trials. But that's how we got a little more insight on the jury. And that's what made us feel like, whoa, this is going to be tougher than we thought. I mean, how many people didn't even say that, but yet they feel that way,
you went in confidence. You was really like, I know it's gonna be okay. At the beginning, you just felt like I know everything. I'm the discovery, everything that we have. I'm gonna be good, and I know you went in confidence. I'm like, okay, he know what's going on. So, when I heard the verdict, I was shocked. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next.
Like that now.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, keep the hope, your hope up and and things on that. And I wish you luck on that. We're gonna move on to
one pap coming in. We're gonna be without her today or what?
I text her, but I can call her. She was on break and she actually came in at the time that I told her.
I was in New York yesterday, got back today, and we'll have more stuff on my plate than I can imagine.
Yeah, so let's try to call her. Hopefully she'll pop up. But we're gonna jump to Judge Ann in is this the Northern District?
The Southern, you mean Brooklyn?
Southern District, with Judge Ann. And you plead, and when I heard that about the plea, in my head, I was like, okay, it's either he know that he's not gonna get a fair trial, or why waste money and I'm not gonna get a fair trial. Let me go ahead and plead. So are you able to talk about that court
case? It was a little bit of both. We had, if we were going to go to trial, it would have been a bench trial that we had decided that. Okay. But then when I looked at the the financial commitment that I would have had to make to another, vigorous trial in New York. This one was a little bit more serious as far as, it opens up a lot of wounds that you really want to stay closed. I don't want to, I don't know any of the accusers personally. I only know from the standpoint of we did our research on certain ones, and I guess after we found out Surviving R. Kelly was coming out, and the information, did not point them in the light of, wholesome women that, went throughout life without any trial and tribulation and legal battles. So what we put together, the PowerPoint that they were referencing kind of highlighted that. And that's a point that I'll go back to a little later when I talk about the why. But, it's a $200,000 case, the first one. Did I want to spend $200,000 again, knowing that there's a great chance that the same outcome would be it? No. And then the other part of it was that, when you decide to go to trial, it's like you cannot talk directly to the judge. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You got the lawyer who's speaking on your behalf, and you have the lawyer speaking on your behalf, and there's no direct communication. What I felt intriguing about pleading the plea was that I got a chance to speak directly to the judge myself. And I wanted that opportunity. I don't want to wait till whenever the trial finally took place. I wanted it, because I'm like, these people don't know me. And they're going off of, whatever the prosecution has told them, whatever Homeland Security's dug up, whatever the survivors and family members and everybody has painted me into this drug dealing mobster or whatever. I don't know shit. Mm-hmm. And I felt like, okay, maybe if I get an opportunity to talk to the judge, that'll make a difference. But to spend $200,000 and again, which the plea cost a lot less as far as when I paid my attorney. I took that route.
One Pat, I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna put the link in for you because he wants to talk to you too. One Pat, he want to talk to you too. So get on in here. So yeah, that's what I felt about that. But there's a lot of questions. I'm gonna give One Pat the opportunity to ask her a question because I have 1,000 of them. And how in the hell Judge this damn Ann Dunley end up with all of you guys? Was that a thing to try to hurt Robert?
I have no clue.
Because it just seemed like she was thrown. What's his name? The other guy. Not Michael Williams. It was the R-Line, Richard R-Line. How did she end up with you guys?
I don't know how that system works. I have no clue on how judges are assigned cases or any of that. Initially, when I heard what happened with Rob and getting the additional 5 years, I wasn't comfortable with residing the case in front of her. But I think when I went to see her in our what was that? Even all of the calls, I didn't feel any negative energy. I didn't feel it. So I just felt like, I didn't feel a negative vibe coming from that direction, and I thought that she would try it fairly, and I think she did. I mean, it was, even though I went in to plead guilty, and pleading guilty doesn't mean I accepted. I mean, there was a plea deal. The plea deal is pleading guilty, and you get less time. Versus dragging this on for, court, the trial, this, that, and other, and now they're gonna throw the book at you because you wait. You did all these things and you come out guilty. I didn't want to go through that process of an entire trial, which the possibility of trying me in New York could have meant I came out guilty twice. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, okay, so let me go in here and put my side on the record. I get more opportunity to be on the record with exactly who I am and what happened by accepting the plea deal. I get to talk directly to the judge by doing that. And I think I articulated my side very well when the questions were asked. And one of the questions that were brought to me was, because you have to tell the judge exactly what you did. And one of them, they asked me, do I accept? No. Well, am I going to plead guilty to threatening the witnesses? And I asked them clearly as day. I said, okay, well, before I accept that, can you repeat to me what it is that I said that was threatening? And their direct answer was, you text her, if you don't stop along this course, we're going to file charges. And then the next one was, if you continue to harass them or continue to call us, we're going to file charges. So I'm like, well, if that's a threat, then I'm guilty. Because that's exactly what I stated to them. We're going to file charges. I didn't say anything else outside of we're filing charges. And that was because I had received a call from one of the survivors. And the person who had called me in honor of that survivor cussed me out. And then the next one was, did you intimidate that person? I said, yeah. Well, what do you mean? What happened? Well, the person, can you give me a list of what happened that drew the conclusion that I intimidated them? I asked the prosecution that. And, well, she called. Well, they didn't say she called me. I said, well, she did call me first. And when I answered the phone, I got cussed out, and I said, wow, you're supposed to be, the who you are to the church. And, for you to have a mouth like that, that's kind of reckless. And then I went on to say, but, you really need to be careful because you don't know who you're talking to, and things get a little crazy. Things can get a little crazy. That's all I said. And I meant that to be firm, and I meant that to be intimidating, because I didn't want whoever it was to feel like they could call me back. But it wasn't that I called somebody and threatened them. That would be the stupidest thing in the world to do, based on anybody's knowledge of how the system works. So,
and for the record, looking at your text messages, Robert never ordered anyone to do anything. He always said, send it to the attorney. So I feel like they may lemonade out of lemons, and they know this, because if they receive your text messages along with Robert, it shows that Robert has always said, okay, get the information over to the attorney. And so I always say there's a beginning and there's an end to a conversation, and this is what you're not showing.
There was a legal document that was submitted, and Robert signed that. And that's because he agreed to that, which Brian Nix illustrated that, because it was based on the violation of his trademark. And it was also based on, no. This is due to the young lady who accused him of, giving her herpes. So there was some legal documentation that, that was mailed out that, kind of discounted her efforts. And that's what he did sign and did send out. So, but other than that, no. I mean, there was no other, Robert didn't ask me to do shit. I mean, honestly, if he had to ask me to do certain things, what would be my purpose of being there? I didn't go there to be a backup singer or go in the studio and engineer none of his sessions. When you are someone who understands how business works, you take on that responsibility and you handle business. My main focus when I first went in there was because his money was going. He said that in the song, and we were unraveling the truths about what happened with his money when we started running into all these other roadblocks and issues in the road that pointed to different people. And at that point, when we started pulling some of his money back in his direction, he put more stuff in front of us to handle. But it wasn't that Rob told me to do anything, because Rob is excellent with the top of dog with music, but business ain't his thing at all. That's my thing. And just because I'm who I am, businessman, and I'm serious about my shit, and I'm not gonna dance unless I hear music or scratch my head unless it's itching. That's a problem with people. And they things that they can look at me. So he looks like a gangster. He says, yeah, I'm supposed to look fearless when I'm conducting business, because ain't nobody coming and taking nothing of mine that I built. So if you have a problem with it, that's your problem. It's not mine. And I could care less about anybody who has an issue with me because of the way I look or the way I present myself or because of the way I talk. I mean, it gets the job done, and it's still getting the job done. I mean, nothing has slowed down with my business, period. Still booming. I mean, so With that being said, that's because of my business partner that's known me a lot longer than the time that I spent working with Rob, and they know what kind of person that I am. I mean, I don't have to resort to violence. I've never had to. I outthink you, and that's sometimes more, deadlier to certain people than violence. And when they can't, they don't know how that mind works. You know what I mean? So, that rain. Holy crap! It is pouring the hell down.
I see.
Uh,
So do you think they are using you and
well,
others as a pawn to try to do everything in their power to convict Robert? Do
he's
you
already
think
been
that?
convicted. What do you mean?
Well, I
Nah,
mean,
I never
more.
heard about
I
that.
mean, I know what I'm saying to you. Do you feel that they use you and others to paint Robert as this mafia gangster that's running around kidnapping, harassing, breaking bones, and just making him look like this monster and this demon that the media is portraying? So do you feel that?
Well, let's say this. In order to prove RICO, you have to have an enterprise. You know,
And they tried that, but they
right.
couldn't do it.
Well, no, that's because everybody participated. Just tell them what over there. Everybody participated. Everybody cooperated, should I say. All the guys that were involved with this illustrious career cooperated. And they had no one left. I mean, 30-year career. I came in 2018. That his career was over. It was like the Titanic. Everything but the smokestacks was under the water. But where's this enterprise? I mean, I know Daryl McDavid and June Brown are coming up on trial next. But where's this enterprise that that went out and helped grab girls and do all the stuff that they accused them of? So yeah, I mean, now you can close the book on that because you do have a Don Russell who's pretty highly intelligent, who operates at a high level. That you can, from the media perspective, leave in that position.
You're breaking up. I don't know if it's the rain, but we can't hear you. Can you repeat that once you come back on clear so they can understand what you're saying so they won't have to, try to interpret what you're saying so we can get it right. Okay, repeat it now. 'Cause you was breaking up, so we don't want anyone to take your words and twist what you were just saying to us.
Like I said, the whole in order to make the RICO stick, you have to have that enterprise, and the people from my understanding that I've been put in that position of being an enterprise nowhere in the hell could have been myself being one. I came in 2018, the shit was done already. Everybody that was a part of the trial, I don't know any of them personally, never seen them before. So those deeds were already done. Daryl McDavid, like I said, and June Brown are up next. It's funny how they haven't gotten even the same kind of publicity as I have. But in order to make the enterprise stick, you got to have somebody, and all of those 30 and 20-year niggas and guys that was popping bottles and videos that was hanging around and going to every show, being that all of those guys cooperated in the takedown of him, they weren't on the opposing team. They were on the other side of government, and because of that, somebody had to take the blame for it. So that's that. I mean, so this whole thing is it's like I'm the last guy at the party. Shut the lights off. It's ending now. The world's kind of a little tired of it. The courts are tired of it, believe it or not. And it's ending now. I mean, so
So it ended with you, right? You're saying that you were the last I remember conversation we had, and you felt like everybody felt like you were gonna try to do something to harm Robert, and you told me, I don't know what they want from me. I don't know what the government want. I never seen him do anything out the way. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I'm not gonna lie just to get a plea. I'm gonna go ahead and take it to court because to trial because I have not seen Robert do anything. And they can't force me to lie. What you want me to do? Lie? So I remember you telling me you letting the government know I have not seen him do anything. You can't force me to sit here and make up some lies. So do you feel that's what they was trying to do? They was trying to, put all this on you and put your back against the wall so you can do just like others and just make up something so you can walk free. Because Richard Arline didn't do one day. He did not. He didn't do one day in jail.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I may never do one day in jail. I mean, I've got a great attorney for me, and he's, so that's a fact. But there a story that they went with, was that this is not like just taking down the regular guys. It's King of R&B, and in the very beginning when I came on, it's like my honor is never for sale. If I commit myself to something, I don't give a shit if it's a fucking turd or it is, flat in the toilet. And, my commitment was that somehow we was going to turn this into something that we could eat from. I'm going to figure out how to make fertilizer. That's just how I am, So, and anybody with reference, fertilizer is made from cow shit. So, but anyway, that's the angle that I took. And I think in doing that, when we were uncovering so many of the information about what happened with his money, it pointed directly to a lot of the people that they were planning on using in the trial. So with one person that was outside of the equation, that being me and my company and my resources, stating, well, this is not fair, this is not right, because a few of these women are questionable. And this is the information that shows that they had to do what was necessary to not disrupt their case. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to sit up here and say that what they did was unlawful or illegal. No, they used whatever the hell they had access to. Of course, they got way more access than we do to prove a point, to prove their mission. I mean, so them stating, and it was just like, when they asked me, did you intend to intimidate the mother of the young lady that you talked to? My answer was yes. She called me, cussed me out. Of course I wanted to intimidate her so she would know not to do it again. Did you threaten, did you intend to threaten them? I said, yes. Well, I mean, I threatened them with saying that we were going to file legal actions. That's all I threatened them with. I didn't threaten bodily harm or any of that. And you can read anywhere in the press. It doesn't say
Well,
that.
I have the paper and the information. I was going to play it so they can hear exactly what happened, what was said in court. And when they said chopped pictures, and that's exactly what was shown on my channel with you with this interview, because I'm not going to allow nudity on my channel. I saw every piece of information that you was going to put on, and it was approved, and it was approved by me, and it was approved by YouTube. So I'm like, what's intimidating with this?
Well,
What was
the fact that those videos are still up. Like if they were
and
so
they're still up. I
intimidating,
still have them. So I feel like I said, if they felt like my video was intimidating to this lady, they would have had it pulled down. It's still up,
right,
you guys.
right.
I just put it on private for a second because I just wanted this is what I want to talk about, but I want to wait till after his trial, because if it was an intimidating video, YouTube would have pulled it. And me, I wouldn't have allowed it on there because we actually looked through the information and I didn't see any harm with the information that he brought forth here. And
Well,
so, like I said, they made lemons out of lemonade out of lemons in this case.
the fact of the matter is, the one person that that the trial mainly focused on. When I looked at those pictures, some of the pictures that I was had the opportunity to view, I didn't see somebody that was out maliciously to get robbed. I saw somebody from a few of them that looks like she may have felt their strong feelings for him. So I refused to put that out, just like Drea. Rob had didn't want anything about her out, and we didn't. But the ones that we found that they had targeted others before in the past, like no, these need to be exposed because it's pretty much it's what it is. So we did use some discernment in the Surviving Lies Facebook page that we put out with who we were
And
going
if
to.
Robert, for the record, Robert also said don't put that out, right? So
No, that's not
he,
true. No. Well, we had a pep rally over at the studio where Rob said, "Do it." He said, we need to get out here and start doing this and doing that. And Surviving Lives came directly from that pep rally where he did request it. And I guess something happened overnight. He called the next day and said, take it down. But what happened was it had gotten so many hits that YouTube or Facebook took it down. Like 1 million and some hits in probably a few minutes. And Facebook took the page down themselves. So we never got a
because
chance to react.
he texted, don't put it up, and
Yeah.
other
No, no, no,
things.
no, no. You weren't. He said take it down. Never said don't put it up. He said if there's anything on the internet involving me, take it down. But he did ask us the day before to put it up in the pep rally that we had at the studio. We invited about 50 or 60 of his friends to it and said, listen, we got to start fighting back. And that's what would happen a lot with him. At one point, he would feel energized about doing certain things, and then the next moment he would change his mind. So I don't know if it was an epiphany or somebody called him and said something or whatever, but we were asked to do that. I mean, there's several people that attended that pep rally who know that that's what he asked us to do. So I didn't just go out and do that without his permission, because you got to realize we got the information from him. I mean, they didn't send me and my staff any of those pictures. They sent that to him. They didn't send us any of those text messages. They sent them to him. So he gave them to us obviously for a reason. I'm saying, and the reason was to one, send them over to the lawyers who had started these civil cases to show that this was all behavior that they consented to. Then
That's
something
what I'm
happened.
saying. Robert always said he always did it the legal way. He always requested the legal way. He didn't say go and DDT anyone. He'll tell, just like the Ashanti McGee, infringement on his copyrights. Send that information to the attorneys. So that's what I'm trying to say here, that if we got this information, the government has this information, so they know they can't combine any of these people with Robert, because he never ordered anything like that. Because from what you told me, he always sheltered those women and loved those women and spent money on those women and gave them what they wanted, let them use the credit cards and cars and things like that, and stuff. So
Right.
it's
What I know from what I witnessed from the short time I was there, which was I think there was only Savage, Joycelyn, and Azriel, and then I think very short time Dominique. That's they were there when I was around. Anybody else, I never came in contact with any of the people that participated in the Lifetime event. I didn't know any of them. I've never seen them, never heard from them, never anything. So, but the ones that I did see, he appeared to be, one, you got to realize he's not an average guy. So you can't, even if you're an extension of him, you can't move around like he's an average Joe, because somebody could do something to you trying to get at him. I mean, so he was well conscious of that. And you got to realize a lot of people that he dated, they didn't grow up in that. They became a part of it, but they didn't grow up in that. I mean, so he had to teach them how to deal with that, being close to somebody of his caliber. So And still shit happens. You know, you got women setting men up all day, every day for the damnedest reasons. I mean, in the neighborhoods they do that right now. You hear about the young lady who set the guy up that she met recently, had a few dollars, and ex friends robbed him. That's all through the community. So Rob came from the hood, from the streets, so he's not foolish, and he's been in the industry at the top for about 30 years. So you know, he's familiar with how to protect himself, and anybody with him has to, you know, you know, realize that they're not with an average guy, and they got to move differently. So
it's only fair. I have a alarm system. I have a camera, and nobody can be running in and out of my house. Even when I had my surgery, and my son came, and he was in and out. I'm like, hold up, like nobody's gonna be keeping my doors closed. Somebody might run in here. I don't allow people to run in and out, and then I don't even allow people walking up and down my stairs and going around my house. I have a half bathroom. That's what you're gonna use, and you're gonna sit down. And I don't have shit. You know what I'm saying? So they had to, you know, they coming from their household to his household it was totally different. So they should understand that these women couldn't move around like that, but they were allowed to travel, shop. They walked across to the store, but he was concerned. He didn't want them out there to get hurt or somebody do something to hurt them if, you know, they know, okay, that's Robert's woman, you know, and he was protective of them, and they're not putting that out there.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it is what it is. We
Okay, I'll come back to that in a minute. Yes, but the brainwashed people think he's telling the truth. Okay, I did my best, but some of the stuff, like as I'm gonna let y'all listen to this a little bit. This was out like over an hour and 30 minutes alone, but I was trying to break down some of it the best way I knew how, but I will put the recordings up on the thing once I get it settled. Like, you know, I'm still going through the situation with me. Um like I said, my boot thing broke his leg, so we just found out he damaged a lot of stuff, so he got to have surgery. So I've been dealing with that, so I haven't really had time to break it down. That's why I was gonna come on yesterday when I got out of jail. Then I was like, okay, let them, you know, because it's so much, you know, to show you guys, let you hear. Um, And yes, clear up about 8 lies that far. Yeah, I'm gonna play that, and I'm gonna break down the lies and stuff like that. Once I get the other recording, if I can get my judge friend to pull up their recording that I had, because like I said, I like to listen to things, and I did not go back and listen to it. I was so upset, and I didn't get a chance to go back and listen to the recording to hear what was said, you know, because I like to hear things twice. People tell me stuff, and I just don't, you know, I'll be in another world. Mm. And so it was really, really, I'm telling you. So I think I guess thank God I didn't get a chance to record it, because I was driving. I couldn't get my phone out of my purse, you know, when we was going edit. But he said a lot of nasty things about Robert. And I was just trying to control my composure. Like, I'm like, okay, I know you're upset. I know you're going to jail, but there was no need. Um, there's no need for you to be taking things out on Robert. So I'm gonna let y'all hear that, and then I'll go to the. Let me see what date this was on. Um, this first recording. This first recording that you're gonna listen to was the April the 15th, 2023. I think that's it. Let me see.
You breaking up.
Okay, April the 15th. That's when that recording was, April the 15th. So I was gonna upload it so you guys can hear it good. Hopefully y'all can hear it. If not, you can hear it when I get it uploaded. But I just want y'all to hear, and like I told you guys, like I've been telling you guys, even when y'all thought that Dawn was going to be collided with Robert and the feds didn't have anything, do you think, just think about it, right? If Dawn had any kind of criminal anything to help him get out of jail, Dawn would have did that. Okay, he would have, got his ass out of jail. Okay, he didn't have it. He didn't have anything. The feds knew that he didn't have anything. Y'all see that they couldn't collide them together because they didn't have anything. Everything that Robert did with Dawn, he always, entrusted Dawn to give the information to his attorneys. Like I was telling him, that everybody's blaming stuff on Robert. They need to stop blaming shit on Robert. All these choices was made, the decisions that was made. Dawn did it so he can get these people on out the way because they was fucking up business deals, and he was ready to start making money. He felt like, if I can go in and interfere and talk to these people and calm them down and get them out of our fucking way, we can get our money. And that's what Dawn was doing with these people. And like I was telling him, you should have just stuck with trying to find his money. That's a lie too. That's a lie. I just rather not talk about that dead part thing. He is lying on that. He lied about Aaliyah. But let me play this, and then I'll go back and find that play the part with the couple letting Dawn rant and lie. And I'm telling you, Dawn, you lied. Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything with nobody. Like, when it comes down to the truth, I don't give a fuck. Like I told y'all from the beginning, from day one, I don't give a damn if it's brother, mama, sister, cousin, friend. I don't give a shit. If it's some lies and somebody doing something deceitful, I'm gonna point it out. Okay, because at the beginning, he was genuine. Everything I got from Dawn was legit. Okay, I always check, but at this point, I'm gonna tell y'all what's so crazy. Thank you, and I hate that I have to do this a day before my birthday. My birthday is tomorrow, and I hate that I have to do this right here because he could have just went on. Like, it's nothing that you can do. It's nothing that you can do. I don't give a damn how mad you are. I don't give a shit. But you went from, so I'm starting from now down to the bottom, and then we'll break these recordings down on all of a sudden 2 weeks before you go in. All of a sudden, in your mind now it clicks. Okay, his body's buried everywhere. Okay, somebody got killed. Okay, somebody got shot and shit like that. And he lied about that. Dawn, you lied. You lied because the conversation when we was talking about Linda McGlynn and stuff like that. And he was like, oh shit, this is fucked up. You know, I said, that's crazy. I said, it seems like everybody that can help Robert, you know, something happening to them. You know, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. And I said, the first thing they'll be doing is try to put that on Robert or put it on his supporters or whatever. I said, this is so strange and messed up. So then he said, well, Stylus of Hills fell down some stairs and he died or something like that. I'm like, huh? When? Oh, a long time ago. Of Stylus. So now you saying Robert and they got into it, he just shot somebody and stuff like that. Come on, Don. I roll with you. You know, but I ain't riding with no lies, okay? You gotta take yourself in. You shouldn't have let your baby mama or your girlfriend. So obviously, this is not your baby mama. This is not your your baby's mama. This is somebody else. Hell, you just met her out the blue. She's a real estate. You said she works in real estate. So the girl that you said that you met that was messing around with Robert working real estate. So is this the girl, this make-believe girl? Okay, let me play this because I need to take a pill too and calm my freaking nerves, y'all. So I'm gonna play it. Let me know. Let me know if y'all can hear it good. I chopped it down a little bit because it was long. Just want you to hear the key parts and we'll go from there.
You breaking up.
I said the fact that I
don't know. It's like you breaking up. I don't know why.
Okay, well, he was saying the fact of the matter. That's when I pulled over and I got my phone. So after I woosah and calmed down. He said the fact of the matter, if it's true or not. Okay, if it's true or not. Okay, the fact of the matter is if it's true or not.
I said fact, whether it's true or not, I mean, it wasn't hurt anybody. What feelings or not, it is the truth.
But I'm just saying, why would you get up there and say that though when his appeal coming up?
You know why? Because he could have ended this shit a long time ago. He could have won this shit. Don Russell was not my manager. He helped me out for 6 months. 6 months.
But what I'm saying,
this man came to help me, and he wouldn't do that.
But what?
His fucking lawyer put out a message saying, I'm not even his friend.
Put out a message to who?
Yeah, I got sent it to you. Don Russell was not his manager. He's not even a friend of R. Kelly.
Okay, so I get a chance to listen to the conversation calmly. So if y'all didn't hear it, he said that all Robert had to do was tell these people that he wasn't the manager. He said Jennifer Bongine put a letter out saying that Don Russell is not R. Kelly's manager or his friend. So that being said, if that's all you wanted, and you're saying that if you listen, if he's saying that that's what all he wanted was them to say that he wasn't the manager, and if he's saying Jennifer Bongine speak for Robert on here, if Jennifer Bongine said he's not the manager nor a friend, okay, that's your statement right there from his attorney.
That's a bad thing.
But
You can't go in there and say the truth.
But what I'm saying is this Bongine or is it Robert? Robert is only doing.
Bongine is Robert. The statement that she put out on behalf of R. Kelly.
But what I'm saying, are you doing this because of that? Like, I wouldn't have done it. Oh, done. Ooh, but why?
I didn't say that.
But I'm just saying, like, why you doing this because of what, Donna? Please just tell me, because I need to know. But okay, what is it? Is it facts? It's not facts, it's hearsay.
It's facts.
Just because that girl told you.
This is one of the girls that was involved.
But she is a lot of them to say shit just like them that damn
No.
now.
The message report
For how many years? But why now? Why now?
What?
I'm talking about why now? Why would she do that now? And then why would she reach out to you?
She been did that.
I'm talking about why would she put it? I mean, why would she reach out to you though? Just say.
This is somebody that I was involved with. I didn't know was fucking with.
And she married, so why would she mess around with you and she married?
She not married because she can't be one time.
Okay, Don. You remember before we had this little argument and you told me this after you talked to me about the lawsuit? You said that you met this girl. She is married and she was sleeping with like different people. She was sleeping and having Najee twice and stuff like that. And you said you met her going down a freeway and y'all picked her up. And that's why I was like, damn, like that's kind of weird. Like you married and she married, but all of a sudden she was dealing with Robert. What a freaking coincidence. I mean, it just didn't make any sense. Like,
okay, I thought on the thing said she married and she go out and sleep.
No, she was married. And I was no because of the way he fuck around. I think the 14.
But you know how this look though? It look like you doing this because
I don't give a fucking fuck. Because right now, ain't none of the people at the bottom stopping you from doing shit. But the people at the top, all he had to tell them people was that I went in his messages, I worked for him for 8 months, and I helped him out.
okay. He said all they had to do was say he wasn't a manager and all he was doing was working for him for 8 months to help him out. You will hear him say 8 months. Then you'll hear him say 6 months. And I'm like, damn, 8 months, 6 months. But you saying Jennifer Bungine, Robert speaks through Jennifer Bungine. If Jennifer Bungine put this in a letter, why get upset? It's in a letter. Okay. It's you said she put it in a letter. So are you upset about that? He was upset about the Robert speaking on about the JOB, the VOP or whatever. It's a lot. Like I took a pill, y'all, so I am calm. I'm gonna be calm. I'm gonna stay calm. I want to be calm so I can hear what it too, because I'm hearing it clearer now than I did when we were talking.
You can't do that. I'm holding on this shit. I'm going to kill something you.
But see, that's what I'm saying, Don. You could I don't know. Like
I would have broken his hell because he didn't pay them on that show. That's what I said.
okay, but
Nobody paid attention.
see you.
Got them to go out. Robert got me to go out on this shit and fill up his shit. Knowing they was gonna get in trouble. He knew that shit.
Okay, he said Robert was bogus as hell for not paying them people on their show. He talking about that. He said that Robert was bogus as hell, not paying them people on for doing the show.
He knew when I went there, got on people out of his family photos and shit. And I'm saying, fuck me up. He knew he couldn't be the person to do it, so he used me to do that shit. No one's gonna give me the fucking situation.
But why did you get in deal with Tim? You didn't even have to. You should have let Robert and them deal with that. You didn't have to deal with Tim. You didn't have to deal with Cass Jones. None of them people.
What you talking about?
No, I'm just saying you talking about them people. Whoever the people are, like
I'm talking about the FBI, Homeland Security. I read the report about the judges read to me.
He said the feds read a report to him. He got the report a few weeks ago that these Fed people read the report to him, saying that Robert was the one that's saying that Dunn was his manager and worked for him for 2006 or something, 2008 or something like that. I'm like, I want to see the freaking proof. Look, he said that he, well, first he was saying that he had the information. Then he said the feds read it to him. Okay. You know.
They made a report talking about I've been managing his career since 2008.
2008.
I'm gonna benefit from that shit.
So you said you feel
I'm
like,
not company.
so you feel like you should, but I mean,
Huh?
but you didn't, but why you didn't clear it up with them people when they put manager on the thing of this last interview?
I've been trying to clear up. The only person that can clear up is him.
They put manager on there. You should have told them I'm not his manager. You said you're not his the manager. So
I told them to say that. Why would you put that shit up there? And they say, because you're the black fucking people. I say, I don't care about it. And that's what I tell you. Just like everybody else does.
Okay, so what he was saying on here, when I said if you so worried about a manager, them saying a manager thing, so why did you allow these people that you're doing the interview to have manager up there? Like, this is before the interview was played, but you know I got the clip. And so he said, I told them to take the shit down. I told them to take the shit down, and they were saying that's how they get their ratings or whatever. But at the end of the day, this is what Don's saying is being spread out, you guys, because my man sent it to me. Somebody posted it on Facebook, and so he was like, yeah, that's that damn nigga that you know, my girl been, you know, talking to. He's like, you know, like I was telling her, this nigga full of shit. He talked too goddamn much. And I'm like, let me do what I'm doing. Let me stay involved in this, okay? You know, God is telling me to stay and stick with this, okay? When God tell me to do something, I'm gonna do it, okay? And so it was for a reason. So God, thank you. I don't care what these people saying here, but thank you, you know, because God, you know, do things in a mysterious way.
but I know you mad and stuff, but ooh, Lord.
I'm not looking
Yeah, see, yeah, look up, okay, but telling them.
You may be mad. I got a lot of my conscience.
No, it ain't off your conscience. Robert's in jail, so what good
And
is
so
it?
the fuck am I?
I know that, but what good is it? But what I'm saying about
What are you
this,
talking about?
but what I'm asking you, Don, what good is they gonna do by saying what you said? Is it gonna get you out of jail? Okay. I would have been praying to God and let it out. He's already, people done talk. He already in jail.
Okay, since he said conscious and everything, done. You talking about conscious, and this is not it, baby. This is not it. I'm gonna be real with you, and so you talking about conscious. So I'm gonna help you release some stuff off your conscience. Do you remember when we were talking about your sister and you was upset? You said you never said anything about your sister. You don't know why she doing this to you. And so I was asking you some questions and stuff like that, and you were like, well, she did tell the truth about something. She told the truth about some drugs. Okay, so the same way you want your name clear, right? The same way you out here acting a plumb damn fool, saying that, you know, clear your name, you need your name cleared. Okay, why don't you clear your conscience and clear your sister name? Because you told me this, Don. You said, well, I ain't gonna lie to you, them drugs, them was my drugs, and I put her name, use her name and her address. And so you got your sister a drug charge, and you ain't trying to clear her name. Now this is a freaking drug charge. So now let's go to clearing all kinds of shit. And I told you, I said, damn, I said, that's fucked up. I'm like, God damn, y'all, they're mad at each other. I'm like, I said, y'all need to get this together. And I said, do she know about that? He's like, yeah, she know about it. So why don't you clear her name? So I don't know if she know about it or not, but he told me that she knew about him doing it to her, you know, using her mailbox and allowing her to take those charges. And he said, yeah, that's one thing she told you about, but she don't know shit about me because we don't even deal with each other. I'm like, why is she talking to her mama like that? And why y'all into it with each other like that? What is the problem? Like, y'all are siblings.
I don't care if they're gonna say what they're gonna say. It's the truth. But when you want to accept it, everybody want to accept it. It's not the truth. I ain't going there around that.
Okay, but look at this.
He's saying he don't care. He's saying he don't care what nobody's saying. It's the truth that's the truth that he's not the manager. Okay, we already know you're not the manager. So why are you making a big issue about the manager thing? Like when he did the thing, I said you said you wasn't the manager on the news when you first came out on the news. You said you wasn't the manager. Then you said the news people just started putting out that you was a manager and shit like that. And you're like, oh, they sitting around putting the manager. I'm like, but you could have debunked that too. If you felt like there was a big issue, you could have debunked that. But always on my channel, I asked you, who are you? And I said, people talking about manager. You said, I'm not his manager. I am a consultant and a friend. That's what he said.
Everybody looking at him, but ain't nobody looking at the 8-year-old child that went through what he going through. You was talking about that girl need help. Talking about she fucked up, she need help. What? Ain't nobody saying Robert need help. Whoever this girl talking about, she go and fuck other people because she want multiple relationships. If she want to fuck other people, she want to fuck them because she want to fuck them.
That girl is my age. If she want to get herself done, that's the help. But if you not make her
okay, so Robert don't need help. Robert don't need help. If Robert went through what he went through, like I'm just saying. But to go out and put it out there like that, how you said it, that ain't helping him at all. Just keep him in fucking lockdown.
He talking about the BOP and all that other shit.
30 years? 30 years, he already being punished. Like how much more you want him to be punished, Don?
Listen, God will want somebody to tomorrow and he puts the right side of it.
Well, God, he dealing with God, and now that you can't change nothing because of what you said.
You can't deal with that by sticking the wall in the BOP office.
But we don't.
Okay, so he was talking about Robert instead of Robert talking to God about getting out. He up here calling talking about the BOP, but when he talked to me, that's when he was saying that Robert should have been clearing his name. He up there mentioning other people's name and they ain't shit, and he talking about them women and shit like that. He should have been clearing my name and stuff like that.
He don't even know. Like, we don't know what he's going through in jail right now, Don. Come on now. Like, come on. Like, that is not right. I know you can't take it back because it's out there now. That's fucked up, though.
So he said he couldn't. He's like, it's out there now. I can't take it back. Like he can't take the thing back, the interview back. He said he can't take it back. So he said it like twice. I'm like, yeah, I know you can't take it back. It's out there now, So he's saying that, he can't take it back. So all this stuff that he was doing was out of anger over. It really doesn't make any sense. A manager. Okay, so I'll let y'all hear that. I'm just gonna take y'all backwards.
I know you upset. I know you going through it. I know you gotta turn yourself in, and I know you.
Nobody knows what I'm doing.
Yes, I know. I know what you're going through. I know what you're going through. I know.
Well, you can't.
I know what you're going through, Don.
You're not telling my mama that shit. You're not putting your company in a smaller house because you get the point but you ain't making no money. So don't tell me you know what I'm going through.
Okay.
So he told me I didn't know what he was going through because he had to downgrade his house, put his family in a smaller house because he couldn't afford to stay in the bigger house.
How many years was that though, Don? Then he tried after he went through what he went through.
He fucked my life up in 8 months.
He kept it legal.
He fucked my life up in 8 months.
Okay, did Cash Jones them do that or Robert?
Cash them do what?
Did Cash Jones them do that? Cause Cash Jones. How did she get? How did you get?
He said Robert messed his life up in 8 months. Okay, he said 6. Y'all hear me? Went from 6 months to 8 months. He said Robert fucked his life up in 8 months. Robert did not mess up your life. You turned around. You got involved. All you had to do was just find the money, show it to him, and go about your merry own way. That's all. That's all he had to do. I'm like, who got you in trouble? Was it Robert or was it Cash Jones and Angelo and all these people that hate your guts and people in the YouTube world that hate your guts? Robert didn't do anything. Robert was locked up. They started working on you after he got locked up, you know.
Get to know Cash Jones.
She don't want to tell me. All that shit came through Julius and all them motherfuckers.
She came through Julius. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus.
So you have a problem with sitting that shit on me.
But what I'm saying, is this something that's in your head or is it a fact? Because you know I go by facts. I want to see facts. I want to see facts. He accepted your help and y'all was helping him trying to find out who stole his money.
You can replay. Okay. Oh.
Okay.
I found you the help, man. Not knowing he was looking for that shit. He should have told me that.
How many years was that, though, Don? Then he tried after he went through what he went through.
He fucked my life up in 8 months.
He kept it legal.
He fucked my life up in 8 months.
Okay, did Cash Jones them do that or Robert?
Cash them do what?
Did Cash Jones them do that? Cause Cash Jones. How did she get? How did you get to know Cash Jones?
She don't want to tell me. All that shit came through Julius and all them motherfuckers.
She came through Julius. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus.
So you have a problem with sitting that shit on me.
But what I'm saying, is this something that's in your head or is it a fact? Because you know I go by facts. I want to see facts. I want to see facts. He accepted your help and y'all was helping him trying to find out who stole his money. And I would have just left it like that. All that other shit, I wouldn't have been sold. You were saying that they stole his money, so now it's looking like I'm doing this because I'm pissed off because Robert didn't clear my name. I'm pissed off because I didn't get my money back that he owed me and shit like that. And now I gotta go to jail. Now I done lost and I have to downgrade.
I'm going to jail.
I know that.
You care about somebody else looking at me?
No, I know that. I'm just saying that's what it look like. I'm talking about what it look like to me. I ain't talking about to you. I'm just saying it's like I'm pissed off, and I know you have to. I know it's.
I'm not mad at all.
Yes, you done. Come on. There's motherfuckers that I can't stand. But it's no way in the fucking hell. Like, and then this man appeal coming up and stuff. It's like everything. Why tell his appeal? Why this go on with his appeal coming up though?
I don't give a shit what comes up.
But why? It's like that's what you did it right when his appeal coming up.
No, I told him before I turned myself in. I gave him the department of fucking.
When you turn yourself in?
In 2 weeks.
But why? You didn't have to do that, Don.
Yes, I did.
You could have cleared your conscience when you got your ass out.
No, listen. Somebody got to go know the truth. If I didn't want to, if he's not gonna say it, I'm gonna say it.
Well, everybody know.
He said if Robert wasn't gonna say that he wasn't a manager, he gonna say it. We already know that you're not a manager.
Oh, you didn't work for
I don't give a fuck about that niggas. I come up the biggest people that I fuck with in my head. That's the dog.
Well, they know. They should know. Like, if Robert told them, like, how would it affect you? Would it help if he called everybody that you did?
You know how many people said, why is Robert cleared your name? That I fuck with on the business stuff.
Okay, first of all, you should have told him, just like when you told Mick you couldn't mention Robert's name, you could have told him that Robert can't mention your name.
It's a whole motherfucking lie. Why can't he mention my name?
If he's going through another appeal, he might have to go through. It might be thrown out, or he might have another retrial.
I wasn't involved in this shit. Man, I was trying to make it look like I was his manager. And he could have cleared that shit up by saying, I'm
just saying that he done did 4 years, and then looking at reading all these messages from that motherfucking man and her motherfucking damn daughter.
Okay, when he said he didn't give a fuck about those niggers, he talking about the YouTube world and the people that's talking about him. He's talking about the people that he's doing business with. They asking him why Robert has not cleared your name. Okay, Robert is locked up. He can't even fight for himself. He got an attorney fighting for him, and that's her job to be fighting for her client, not Darnell. So I don't understand this. It's weird to me, very weird. It's retaliation, somebody lashing out, they pissed off. But like I said, I'm gonna take everything backwards for y'all.
That's all the people been doing is lying. And then look at Robert age at the time with Roshana Landfair. Roshana Landfair, Robert wasn't in his 50s then. Hell, I was fucking a 27-year-old. And these people, Robert didn't rape these goddamn people. They mad.
He said, didn't nobody say that he raped them?
Oh, damn, ex-husband then.
It's the problem damages other people, but this is the fact.
I ain't damaged. I fucked a goddamn grown-ass man that had kids. I ain't fucking damaged.
You didn't fucking with 5 other bitches in the room.
Yeah, they accepted it. Robert was 8 years old when he was fucking molested by his sister. I don't give a shit. No, because fuck that shit.
Robert, people treat him like shit. When people came out of work to him, he did not pay them. He put their ass to work for himself and let them get to stopping with the money that was supposed to pay other people.
Okay,
I was there.
Okay, now pay
attention. You didn't even pay me my motherfucking money.
Okay, now listen to this, right? Listen to this. Now, he misused the women, but he giving them money. He gave money over y'all.
Yeah, he gave them bitches some money, but he didn't give me my fucking money. He owed me $300,000 easily. That's not the account that I lost.
Okay,
and I counted that man's money myself. I could have took the shit out of him myself. I did the honorable thing and gave him his shit and wanted him to pay me. And he said, "Fuck me." He took my receipt and here's the motherfuckers like I didn't even spend the money. Fuck that nigga.
You acting out about this. Come on, Don.
I'm not coming on. I'm a dirty motherfucker. I seen him with my eye. I'm not sitting up here talking about my hair.
He wasn't dirty all the time you got on there and defended him, though. You weren't talking, saying none of this stuff.
I hadn't figured it out. I hadn't figured it out yet.
At the last minute, come on, Don. You had all his information, Don. You had all his information, so now you just not figuring it out.
I have not figured it out yet.
2 weeks. 2 weeks before you go to jail, you figure it out. You had all the information then. But come on.
I prayed to God before I did it. And I asked him for some reason.
God didn't tell you to do that. That was a damn Satan hell.
I don't listen to Satan.
Let me tell you something. Robert just to say shit. Robert don't deserve to be in no jail. Let him get his help.
He deserves to be surrounded by psychiatrists.
Not no fucking jail. But for what? That man been through some shit too. Look who the hell he been around. Wasn't nobody there to help him. It was just people lynching on to him for money reasons. But nobody said, did you some help?
Listen, Texas.
That man was a predator. Hell, he could have took advantage of me. That situation when I snuck with the DJ when my daddy went overseas and we was at home by ourselves and I snuck with the DJ and we went to that club and I was scared. And he made sure I found that damn DJ. That's why I fight him. That man is not no damn predator.
I didn't call him.
Who come to him? Them women, all the women, girls.
He said I didn't call him a predator.
Damn man. Now, they went to him. He ain't gonna look for they motherfucking asses. He ain't look for them. Everybody was looking for Robert. Just saying, I'm gonna keep fighting for him just like I will fight for you, Don. And I'm telling him, I'm like, okay, Don, been fighting for Robert, y'all. Come on, and shit like that. But that ain't no reason to do that because of that. Like, you don't know what blessing God's gonna have for you trying to be there and giving your money and stuff. You know, you talking about I don't know, Don. You talking about I don't know about having shit and losing. I lost everything, Don. I had all kinds of shit. And when I fucking went down and lost every motherfucking thing I had, now I'm in a townhouse. Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about me. And I can't get shit from a motherfucker. My fucking man broke his leg. And hell, I'm still sick. I just went and they looked at my heart and I got shit going on with my heart.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you.
I fucking know how motherfuckers when they stab, but you know what I do? I fucking pray and go on. I ain't retaliate because it's not a good thing. This looks like retaliation, Don.
Not retaliation.
It is retaliation.
First of all, I've been thinking about that when I was on trial.
I love you like a brother. I love Robert like a brother. And to see black people do each other, to see black people doing. Okay, you don't think he going through what he going through in jail right now? 4 years, man, in there for 4 years, been going in there for 4 years, and he still got to go through some things. He still got to wait on appeal. Don't know what's gonna happen with that and shit like that. You think prison gonna give him help? No, it's a lot of shit. Robert can get help, and he can advocate, and that can help a whole lot of other people. By him being in jail and stuff, and stuff, I pray for you. I pray for your family. You don't know what God would turn around before you walk through them doors.
They were moving into their smaller house, y'all. I had to pop a pill, y'all. I started calming down then. I started getting emotional.
Yeah, but I mean, if we don't help each other, who's gonna help us? Like, as black, like, why we have to turn on each other like we do? I don't understand it. Like, how we expect to help each other? We always turn on each other. It's always a money thing. It's like, this is so crazy. I understand. I know you want to make sure your wife okay and your son is okay. But doing that right there is not going to help nobody. It's not. That's not gonna help anybody. Like, I know I pray for you. I'm praying for your wife. I'm praying for your son. But this right here is not gonna help anybody. It's not gonna help you, Don. It's not gonna help Robert. It's not gonna help anybody. It's not gonna help the women. It's not. It's not gonna help.
It will help.
Help who? Help who?
Help somebody rob a fucking bank. And in the accident, the somebody got killed. Whether it was accident, and you don't say about it. And then that does hurt somebody. Because the motherfucker bank was your phone, you didn't say shit. That does hurt.
You know what? No.
Okay, well, he was saying, he said if somebody rob a bank, was going to rob a bank, they pull over and tell you to come ride with them, but don't tell you what's going on, and you in the midst of it and you get in trouble, that shit does hurt. But Don, okay, you were there. when all this information was coming in that Robert was being investigated, the feds would ask him questions, and you could have walked out then. Like you could have walked out at that time. You could have walked out at that time. And a lot of people don't understand me, but I am who I am. I'm going to do things a certain way. I'm not going to do things in a destructive way. And I explained to you guys why in my heart, God needed me to hang on to Darnell Russell. Everything that he is saying is back from you just hopping. Lord have mercy. Jesus, hold up. Let me stop the camera. Let him hop on down. We support you and we love you. Keep doing the truth. Okay. Oh Lord. Yeah, it's painful to hear it. It's painful to hear it, but I'm gonna let y'all keep hearing it. I couldn't lose my cool like I did when we first started screaming and stuff with each other, because things wouldn't have came out. I wouldn't be able to, so it's like you have to calm down because like the conversation wouldn't have happened. And I'll just say this, and I've been saying this for the longest. Robert has to get in that corner and fast and pray, because it's just like demons just all over the woodworks. I don't know what it is, but it just shows you. It shows you that this person, this man, Robert, and a lot of people get upset when you say this man. I say this man because he's a human being. We're not talking about R. Kelly the brand. We're talking about this man, a human being. And you got all these people, everything that everybody is swamped up on him because of money. Now everybody is mad because of money. They didn't get what they wanted, or something didn't work out the way they wanted. But if you're an investor, Don, you're a business person, you're an investor, consider it a loss. I lost a lot, but I ain't mad at no goddamn body. I look at everything as a life learning lesson. And at the end of the day, you could have had your head up high, and I went in and I did something to try to help a friend. I went in to try to help somebody, and I'm losing things, but you don't know what God would have had for you when you came out of there.
I'm just saying, I was tampered with when I was a little girl, a little baby, and I was molested as a little girl. And I'm not, I all this weak stuff. I'm not trying to go through that. I'm not gonna use Robert as a punching bag or anything like that. Like, I'm not going to.
The problem with Robert is so many motherfuckers are recognizing him because they love his music instead of telling the truth.
It's not about the music.
It's about the truth.
Okay, but what he was found,
It's about the truth.
okay, but what this guy, what is gonna
And
get?
what Robert needs to do is, instead of getting people to attack a DOJ officer and all that shit, sit his ass down and pray to God. Ain't no way out of the shit that he done.
Okay, so he's saying that the truth, and he keep talking about the manager, and saying that Robert, instead of Robert coming talking about the BOP, he needs to be praying to God, and and stuff like that. Done. You come out attacking Robert. You should have been praying to God. Okay. You should have been praying to God. Just like you said, instead of him talking about the BOP, he should have been praying to God. You should have been praying to God, and that's the facts. You should have been praying to God.
The Christian was fucked up. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm not making this shit up. It could have been fucked up.
Okay, but why?
I ignored it for years. I'm tired. Like, I ain't holding that in no more.
Okay, but why?
Time, and I'm not going to snap and think, well, what if I had said this? What if I had said out now? They're not going to reverse my system because I said that shit.
He said that it's out now. The people is not going to reverse it because he said this shit. He talking about the video. It's out now, and people are not going to reverse it.
It's the truth. It's out.
I'm just trying
He
to.
didn't deal with that.
I'm just trying to figure out why.
But how he go? But he's sitting here.
Knowing the house is on fire.
But you
don't do that shit.
Okay, but if you knew all this, okay, why did you continue to fight for him? Why you continue to fight for him?
I did not know it all at one time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Certain things just came into fruition.
Just came in fruition.
When I found out a few weeks ago that there was hush money.
A few weeks ago.
It was like, this is some bullshit.
Okay, so
now,
is it hearsay?
I think that the royalties, which was the money.
He said come in fruition.
All the people against me who are the ones who are told it.
He said Robert turned all the people against him. In 2 weeks, you figured all this stuff out in 2 weeks.
When I was his manager in 2008, because I cleaned up the hush money, and my company has been paying to keep his company clean since 2006. This is in my federal report. So if you don't read,
he said that the person, the Fed people that was reading the report to him, said that Robert said Dunn been working for him since 2008, and that his company was cleaning up his money for years. I'm glad I'm hearing this again, because I was just in la la land. I told you he was all over the place, just like he was all over the place thing. But he said the people, okay, what he was saying that, okay, what he's talking about now is what he's saying that the people, the feds read to him, that the report that they read to him said that that Robert told them that he was working for him since 2008, and he was Don was using his cleaning up the hush money to with his business for years. How was that? I
didn't hide this a few months ago. I didn't know that nigga did that shit.
Well, send it to me because I like proof.
I'm not sending nobody shit. I
want proof.
He said, I ain't sending nobody shit. I don't supposed to have it. So I'm glad I'm listening. He said, I said, send it to me. I ain't sending nobody shit because I don't supposed to have it. I thought I like proof. But he said he got it. he said he got it. But then later on, when I kept asking for the proof, he said they told him. He said, I don't even supposed to have it.
I don't know about the proof is I'm getting my wife is in it right now. She was with me when they read the shit to me. Were you not? She was right there when they read it.
I want proof. I want proof.
I ain't saying that. You know how I am. You know I like facts.
I want facts. I want proof.
That wasn't it. I'm not supposed to know this shit.
He don't supposed to know it, y'all.
Do you think? Do you think?
Do you 2008? We have the people that was in that fucking shit that I took out of his Randy. Last night people were saying, hey, I remember him. Yeah, he was around. He was the head motherfucker. We were barely cleaning up all the shit. And then how it looked to be cleaning all the people.
He said that the feds said he was the one, he's the main motherfucker. He's the one cleaning up the stuff. Come on, Don. What? Robert has not even talked for his goddamn self. When did he have a deposition with the Fed? When did Robert talk to the Fed? When did he tell these people that? And why would he tell them that you was working with him since 2008 and giving money to clean up his hush money with his company? I must have been really, really out of it, y'all, because I was cussing so loud, y'all. My head was just thump, 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 like my eyes were so red. When I went into the grocery store, the people was like, "Are you okay? Do you need to sit down?"
I didn't hear shit before they came in there.
Okay, but how you know these people ain't saying this to try to get you to crack and get mad like you get mad?
It's already in the motherfucking in the report with the Department of Justice and the FBI, which is the reason I had a case. That's how they got me indicted.
It's in the report with the Justice people, and that's how he got indicted. Okay, first. Okay.
I had to dominate this done. Ron Jordan could have picked that shit away just like mine did.
They know that you wasn't his manager, because if you was, y'all would have been connected. They could make a case, and now they trying to do shit and turn y'all against each other. That's all.
They're not trying to do shit.
Yes, they
Robert
are.
could have whipped up and said out of his motherfucking mouth. Listen, I'm not a dummy. By no motherfucking means am I dumb. He knew what the fuck was happening. If you don't get them locking up every ankle to every Davis, who knows exactly where the bodies are buried at. He don't know fucking them what the run down. He don't know shit. The Barry and the down, they know everything.
But okay, my thing is, do you know if Robert know anything that's going on out here? He been locked up for 4 years.
Everything that's going on out here.
Have you reached out to Robert?
On multiple occasions.
And asked him and told him that you need your money? Why you didn't reach out to Jennifer Bundy?
Listen, I don't give a fuck about that money. I'm talking about the fact that nigga cleared my name on his approval.
Okay, he don't give a fuck about the money. He just worried about the nigga clearing his name. It was the money clearing the name. The money clearing his name.
I'm talking about the money. When he was fucking talking, Ron said that shit.
But Gene won't
I
talk to
fucking
you.
made it work for his lawyer on the case, and they still wouldn't talk to him.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, wait a minute. He said his attorney and his attorney, Jennifer Bundy, he said Robert's attorney and his attorney was working together. Okay,
I can just drop dead right now. Like, it's shit I know in shortstop record thing. I ain't telling no motherfucker nothing. I ain't telling shit. I'm gonna be like, look. I'm gonna be like, look, Kim. I'm gonna be like, look, Kim.
One thing that your boy call you like, yo, bro, I can go pick up this kilo, and we can go get this motherfucker off. Come ride with me. And you jump in the car like, okay, let's go do it. And y'all motherfuckers be pissed. Right? That's one thing, because you knew what the fuck you keep them stuff into. And the next thing, he's the nigga come pick you up and the motherfuckers in the truck, and you don't know that they there. He get this, and you put some motherfuckers on you. It's a whole nother thing. That's what he did to me. But fuck that nigga.
But who it was. Cash Jones.
Robert.
It was
Everything.
It was Cash Jones. It was them that Angelo Clary and Tim Savage and them that couldn't stand you and mad because they said you going around telling people that Robert fucked their wives. They was the ones that
I don't give a fuck about that. I heard Robert talking about the Cash Jones, the rest of the court, his stupid ass too, and he made the whole thing. And I'm still doing that shit. He dogged me the fuck out. I was all type of nothing, motherfuckers. I don't know where he's stalking me, coming around. I didn't ask him all. I tried to spend $200,000 on my money. That's what came out his mouth. I still sent the motherfucker the phone and said, "You dumb motherfucker." That's why I said you stay away from that bitch.
But I thought you said he was telling everybody that because he didn't want everybody to know that you was investigating them doing fucked up shit to him.
I never told him that.
No, you told me
down the
that.
road. You talking about in the beginning.
You told me that. And he
In the beginning, that was Cash came around. Cash came around lifetime.
I just hope this is a nightmare. I swear to God. I just hope I'm asleep and I'm medicated down and it's a goddamn nightmare. Cause you never know. Like this case, how it turned out, it could flip and it could be like this man Don is innocent. Let that man up out of there and shit from this bullshit that these people are going on.
Stop fooling yourself.
But the words he ain't. If he fucked, he fucked. He ain't raped nobody. Shit.
Listen.
He ain't raped no goddamn body. He ain't raped nobody. He ain't raped nobody. Don. You know he ain't raped nobody. And that girl, and you know that girl lied about her age because you even told me that when the heat got on, that's when she finally told Robert her goddamn true age.
I don't know. I don't give a shit about that. Right. I'm the old Murray. The one that I did.
You making more issue out of this shit. When she come out and said that she wasn't worried about that woman you said she got her damn license to do real estate, got a husband, and she out having sex. There's a lot of people out there having Najee Twice and shit because their husband ain't pleasing them. Shit, everybody, they need to stop blaming everything on their man.
You gonna feel it. You free the eyes go thinking about that man.
Be how go to.
I said he said two things.
But you don't know that. Okay, but you don't know that though. You ain't there with him. You ain't sitting up there with him.
I have at least needed you, so I gotta go. I'm around my family right now. I got 2 weeks left. Well.
All right. I ain't gonna argue either, Don, but that was wrong. Right. God bless. That was wrong. That's wrong because you did that out of retaliation. You wrong, Don. You wrong, Don. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah, that's wrong, Don. Well, God bless you. I'm gonna be praying for you.
Okay. Okay, now I'm finna let y'all listen to this and let me look at the date on this recording. So I'm going backwards. This is the last conversation we had, the one you just heard. He's upset. He's all over the place. He's talking about the feds and whoever that called him and read the report. First, he told me he had the report. I want to see the report. And I ain't giving you nothing because I don't supposed to have it. I done got every goddamn thing else, but I can't have this goddamn report. I ain't got this damn report. I need to see this report. I was allowed to see every other goddamn report. So why I can't see this report where you claiming that Robert told these damn feds that you was working for him in 2008 and he wanted you to be the fall guy. First, you said it was the damn Rogers. First, then you said it was the damn YouTubers. Then you said it was the damn people around him. Then you said it was the feds because they ain't have nothing on you. You never seen Robert do anything out the way. Now you said that Cash Jones played you a recording of Robert talking about you like a dog. and you took the recording back to Robert and you called him all out his name, and then you told me that Robert said there was y'all plan to tell all these people this, okay, but you said you stopped fucking with him all this time, and you've been stopped fucking with him, but this is a long stop fucking with him, okay? You've been fucking with him, and you've been in this when Robert was in jail. Just be real. Be real, because you going to jail. You mad about you had to downgrade $300,000. Everything was good. You thought everything was gonna be hunky dory. You said that you said your business is good. I'm gonna play that where you said that Robert didn't have anything to do with that. You didn't worry about this money. He can have that money because he's gonna need it. You okay? Your business is thriving and stuff like that. But you said that girl that you met her like within that month, okay? Not way back then before you got with your wife, okay? You all of a sudden a damn fifth person pop up and she got text messages. Let me see the motherfucker. You showed me the text messages, Dawn. Okay? And you sit up here saying what somebody read to you. I don't even think nobody read nothing to you. I just think, and I feel in my heart that your wife all in your ear calling you all out your name, motherfucker. You going to jail behind somebody else shit. This man got plenty of money. You ain't got shit. We got to downgrade. Now you mad, taking it out on Robert and everybody else. But at the same time, okay. So I'm finna play this again while I try to get the key points, and I need to get the date on this one. This is him talking about the lawsuit and him saying he had a plan. I'm not talking about those text messages, Niecy Mo. I got all them text messages between him and Robert and a whole lot of people. I'm talking about this make-believe woman that's supposed to be the fifth person. I'm not talking about those text messages. I'm not talking about those.
What I hope of anything that is, we brought Robert down. I mean, they didn't, in a lot of instances, we don't know how it happens because the internet is so much more a part of our lives today. But, Mike is gone, Michael Jackson, Luther's gone, Whitney's gone, James Brown, all of them, Prince is gone. We don't have any icons that lives to out their days and dies of old age, especially ones that are at the top. And but in this specific case, Rob had his played his part in it, but we brought him down. We as a people, Black people did it. They teamed up with a side that has never had any true love for us, and they brought down, the King of R&B. And to be able to see that, it's disappointing. It's disgusting. Makes me glad that I didn't become an artist. And hopefully, and guards me, my son, and my kids, from becoming that, because it's the potential that can happen from our own people. A lot of these young artists that are dying today are dying at the hands of their own people. They're pulling up a gun, they're killing them, and all that kind of stuff. So, we as a race have lost our appreciation. Where it used to be a joy to see stars rise, now it's happy to see them fall. And that's a sad day. So I don't know that losing the King of R&B, I think it's music that to where you can't even enjoy that. It's sad. It's real sad. So we have to live with that as a people. Though we can't blame that on anybody but ourselves, because at the end of the day, in that courtroom, with the 90%, 99.9% of the people that testified were our own people against them. And what's sad is that it's like Tanika Jenkins, a young black girl that got, put in the freezer, or whatever happened to her. Where was the witnesses then? All this black on black crime that's going on in the neighborhood. Somebody's cousin shooting somebody. Where are the witnesses? Where do people line up to get those people locked up? They're not. They lined up to get the King R. Kelly, the king of R&B, locked up because they didn't like him. Because he had achieved so much. And it's sad to see that. You got people right now, I consider them good things. I'm rehabilitating an entire community. It's like an oasis that we're building in Chicago. And I can post that on my Facebook page, and pretty much the only thing I use, and I get not one like or share. But this damn R. Kelly shit has been shared. I got 50 calls from people just to see if I was locked up. That's some sad ass shit, because I don't get any calls from people saying, good luck, man, what you doing over there. And Garfield is amazing. Keep up the great work. We do, every year we host giveaways for food and clothing. I don't get any high fives and data boys for doing that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Well, you let me know, because that's what the kind of stuff I want to share and let people know that we do have, we as Black people, we do stuff like that. So,
listen, let me rephrase that. There are still some of us that wish the best. My whole staff is Black, and I appreciate and love that. All the top people in my company are Black. I got 36 employees to date, and every last one of them I take damn good care of them, as far as making sure that they pay top wages, do whatever we can to make them feel like they're part of the family, and we all care about each other. And I think that energy starts at the top. But as far as to sit back and watch what happened to Mr. Kelly, so many people we're looking for somebody to point the finger at, and it's always another Black man. It's never really the people that truly made that happen. Because you can't tell me nobody in the industry at the top was not aware of what was going on in his camp. And none of them intervened. They said, listen, them niggas are killing each other. Why the fuck should we care? That's essentially what happened. Black folks killing Black folks. Why should we care? So we stopped that brand from growing to the height of, Nike. The R. Kelly brand should be $1 billion brand for as much as he's written for other artists, but it's nothing now. It's worth zero, zilch. Maybe after he dies, it'll be worth some more. But and I'm sure people sitting back waiting for that to happen. But
yeah, I remember you telling me when you came in because his income, and you told him you're getting older. You're not going to be able to run up and down the stage. You need to have some endorsements. Look at Snoop Dogg and all these people that have endorsements. He could have been doing endorsements for McDonald's because he loved McDonald's, and I remember you trying to do that, have his cigar brand and working on a liquor brand for him and things like that. You came in trying to put money in his pocket. And so for the record, also, you were not on his payroll. He was not paying you anything. You just came trying to help him build his brand. Because he found out about his situation.
Yeah, part of what the prosecution said was that I was, thirsty for money or whatever, dying for money, whatever. So that's he paid me to, pull whatever off. And for the record, Rob never paid me a nickel. I was never on payroll. As a matter of fact, when I first came in, anybody who was there will attest that I was paying for everything. From rent to getting the buses out on the road, getting them fixed. It's Friday night shindig that he used to have, buying all the liquor. And what I presented to him, what they presented in court was an invoice, but it was an invoice for repayment. It wasn't an invoice for payment. It was an invoice for repayment. We had just did a concert where I got $400,000 of money, cash, and gave it to him. Now, I could have took my money right out of it before I gave it to him, but I felt like that wasn't the right way to conduct business. He sent me over there to count the money. The next thing that happens is you cover invoices. I counted it to make sure it was all there. I put it in his hands, and my assumption was that people would get paid from that. That didn't take place. I mean, so you know, I don't care about any of that today because you know this thing has benefited me in other ways as well, as far as my time tenure working with him. But you know, it wasn't because it was lucrative. It definitely wasn't. And then if you look at where I am now, having to spend money on lawyers and possibility of going to jail and all that other stuff, how did that benefit me? I didn't see that looking ahead. Of course, nobody can see that shit, but it wasn't beneficial. It was never beneficial. I mean, he was broke. Remember the song? I wrote them songs. I was staying at some suites, hotels, and all that shit. He was broke. He didn't have any fucking money. People find it hard to believe. I walked down the street one day, ass broke, nobody believed it just because of who I am. He was broke. I mean, he couldn't pay his fucking bills. I mean, he got all the fucking money. He hadn't been out on tour. No albums had dropped. Whatever royalty checks that were coming in were minuscule of anything, and they were going to other people. So he didn't have any fucking money. So I got authorization from my shareholders to carry that his burn rate until we got him back out on the road, which we did that in St. Louis. He made a few dollars in St. Louis, and then we had a tour right after that. There were other things we were setting up that just never came into fruition because people were waiting to see what the fallout would be from the documentary and things like that were happening. And basically you see what happened. So we never got a chance to get back into a positive cash flow position with him, which is part of why I got into it. We were supposed to be able to drop the 2 albums that didn't get launched on RCA on the distribution platform that me and him worked on together. So that was part of our plan. None of that came into fruition. I mean, I still may drop the records on there, but I haven't made a decision on that yet. I'm gonna wait till I hear from him, and I'm assuming I will one day in the far future. I know we will talk, and then I'll ask him what it is that he wants me to do with the intellectual property that I have in my possession and in my control. And once he gives me the answers on that, then that's what it'll be. But I have not been able to talk to him because rules. Part of my bond conditions were that me and him had no contact. I wasn't going to jeopardize my freedom thinking that I could find a clever way to reach out to him, however the hell it was. And then now they locking my ass up and I done lost my bond because I tried to reach out to him. So,
but that's a good thing though, because that way they don't connect y'all to anything. That's a good thing that you didn't communicate with him and he didn't communicate with you because of all of this that's going on. And I remember telling the viewers about how they made lemons out of lemonades when they only show a portion of the conversation about the money, what your mother said. And I was like, no, you guys, Don didn't want to ask Robert for the money because of the situation he had going on. But as a mother, she was like, you need your money. I'm going to ask him for your money. And that's what they want.
Yeah, my mom has been my investor relations, which is my bookkeeper since the day I started tap dancing in the subway. And she's done a great job at that, not only just for my company, for other companies. So she's all bottom line, heavy. She's like, we spent way too much damn money on this dude. And at that point, she was starting to feel frustrated with him because she saw he would spend money on certain things, but yet wouldn't pay his bills. And it wasn't just me. I mean, you got crew members and a lot of people who didn't get paid. So with that being said, she wanted that back. I was like, June, fuck it. Let's move on. And she's like, no. Because
that's what I was telling everybody. Your mom was like, no, I don't care if he R. Kelly. This your money that you lend to him. I will ask him. I remember you didn't want to get your money because you was like he was going through things and it just didn't feel right to you to just go up to him after all this he got going on and ask for your money, but it was your money. So that's why I wanted people to understand that you let him borrow money. You wasn't on his payroll and stuff. And so you just I want to ask you this: if you can rewind it all the way back from when you was hearing the song in the car, what would you have done different in this situation?
Nothing. Not a thing. God is still at work, regardless of what anybody believes. I mean,
Mhm.
This thing is not over by any long shot. I mean, people. I mean, the industry is the only one that somebody that has a background or some a negative persona could actually survive in. Actually, if you ain't a little dirty, they don't like you. You know what I mean? So it doesn't bother me. What's going on today, and I do think, like I said, God is still at work, and who knows what the outcome is going to be. So there's nothing I would have did differently. I mean, it didn't start in the car when I heard the song. It started in the subway long before that when I met him for the first time. I mean, so if it wasn't meant for that song to reach me, I would have never met him when we was kids. It was meant for that to happen. God did that plenty of years ago, and I can't take that back and say, okay, well, why did you do that? That was, I mean, who would have known 30 years later that it would result in where we are today? I would have never thought that. Like, this guy was one of the top artists. I adored him as a fan because he was so brilliant. I think my son was definitely made for his music. Hell of an artist. And so to get a chance to work with him one day, I would have chose different circumstances. I mean, I didn't understand how somebody at that height could be saying that they broke. I felt like women do. Like, he ain't broke. That nigga just talking shit. But he was really broke. So, I wouldn't do anything different. I'm sitting here in a position, and the story is not over. I still think that there's hope for him. The Chicago trial is going. He had strong indication that he would probably take a plea. That he would do well with the appeal in New York, which means he can get out sooner. But I don't know. I think he may be feeling like his fan favor will help him out a lot more here in Chicago with the trial as well. So, there's still hope. But at the end of the day, God got the last say so. God wants him up out of there right now on a technicality, if that's what he saw fit. So I wouldn't change anything. That's still my brother. You know what I mean? A lot of people have brothers and sisters that's doing life, and that they still care about because they know it from a different vantage point. So the vantage point that I know Rob for is what I'm going to remember. I have no regrets, and that's how I can live with this. But I can speak for myself.
Okay, so let's go forward. Okay, I skipped the one where he was talking about the lawsuit, and I'll go back to that, but I'm gonna do that, download it, and let y'all just hear it. I have the dates on it, but let me go and so I can see what date this was on. This was this was July. This is July the 27th, 2022. And the conversation was like, I said, hopefully you'll get your money reimbursed. And he said, who? I said, Robert. And this is what he said. And this is July 27th, 2022. Like I said, I record things to go back and hear what people say. I guess I didn't delete this for whatever reason. I guess I didn't never had a chance to go back and listen to the recording. Cause when I listen to it, I just like, okay, this person said this, and that way I can remember what a person tell me, so I can give the right information out. But this is in 20. That's why I ain't looking at the chat, because I ain't got time for y'all today. This was July the 27th, 2022. But I skipped some the middle one with the lawsuit, because I want y'all to hear his tone each time. And 2 weeks before going to jail, it's like he just wowed out, and the stuff he was saying didn't make any sense. We're gonna go back. I don't really want to listen to it, because it's like I'm promoting what he's saying, but I do want to debunk the stuff because I know what he told me. And I'll just say this, okay? When he talked about Aaliyah and her mom, he said they were Robert, they was driving one day, and he asked him something about Aaliyah. He's like, I asked him about Aaliyah, and said, he just set his motherfucking ass over there and didn't say a motherfucking thing. I'm like, okay, he haven't been talking about Aaliyah, and he already told people he's not going to talk about her, to respect her from her death. Like, why people want to keep talking about her? He wants this lady to rest in peace. So, but you get on here and tell these people a whole damn story saying that Robert told you he elfed the mom and Aaliyah. No, you said Robert didn't say anything. So I'm looking at him, and he just sitting up there, ain't saying nothing. I'm like, the man already told y'all, like, respect her, let her rest in peace. So if he ain't talking to nobody else, why he gonna talk to you? Okay, that's why I said when old girl was saying what she was saying, Lisa Van Allen, he said he was gonna take it to the grave, but he told you. That's bullshit. But anyway, the date here, this recording is July the 27th, 2022. Like I said, when I'm busy and I'm multitasking, I will record so I can go back and listen to our conversation, because a lot of times I don't be hearing everything people be saying, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie. I don't be hearing everything people be saying. That's why I be like, what the? And even trigger, like, I'll be like, damn it, like, what you saying? I can't hear you. You already know I can't hear out of, my hearing, it mutes. So I'm like, what? So I don't want to have to keep asking the person, like, repeat yourself. So let y'all hear this. So this is when I was saying, well, he was telling me about the court thing, and y'all hear this when I drop it, but he was talking about the court case, and I was like, I'm sorry, that you got yourself, involved in this, and I hate this happened. So this is when he, got the indictment in court. So this is July 27, 2022. And this is what he said when I was telling him, hopefully, I said, well, hopefully, you'll get reimbursed, and stuff like that. And this is what he said after.
You don't owe me shit. I mean, I don't owe me nothing. I mean, I got myself in this. He didn't do it. I mean, by agreeing to move forward, I should have.
He don't owe me shit. He don't owe me nothing. I got myself in this. I'm going to rewind it back again. So done. That's why I don't understand why 2 weeks you going on a rampage, temper tantrum. I don't know if you're doing this trying to impress your woman so she won't leave you while you're in prison, but that wasn't the way to do it, buddy. There wasn't a way to do it because I already told you. I said I told him I made one more call to him because I was pissed off. And I said this, I said, everybody that tried to do Robert wrong, it wasn't Robert, but that bad karma came back to hit every last one of them. Everybody that thought they was going to gain something by trying to put this man down, did nothing come out right. And so that damn interview you did was fucked up. It didn't help do shit. Even the ops was looking at your ass and it was like you telling a damn lie. You did this shit because of this lawsuit. You should have just did what you did in there and let God handle that, okay? And just fight as much as you could until you turned yourself in, and you ain't got shit. Robert ain't got shit. They ain't got shit. So there's no need for you to come back and do what you did, to try to do what, like try to please the op or somebody, because they don't give a fuck about you. Robert supporters didn't give a fuck about you. You know, I listened to you and I took your information. I took the facts and I fought for you because I'm like, okay, damn, why they doing this? Like, this man shouldn't have to go to jail. Didn't nobody, you just got in the picture and you going to jail. And that's still not right, y'all. Even though he did the bullshit he did, that's not right. Okay? You If he has something, you guys, like I told you guys, if Don has something, he would have told them. And that's why I told y'all, like, don't worry about Don. He ain't got shit. He can't negotiate to get out like Richard Arline. And, you know, people, when they come in here and they trying to say that people involved with this and that, show the proof. Don't be typing up nothing, no make up stuff. Don't do that, because I'm gonna always go back and do my research. I'm gonna give the shit to somebody that I know can validate stuff for me. But at the same time, this wasn't how it worked. But like I said, I'm gonna rewind this back where he said Robert does not owe him shit. Because I said, you know, when we was talking about his indictment, and I was like, oh my God, you know, I said, hopefully, I said, you know, after we got through talking, I think we talked like over an hour or something. I'm like, you know, hopefully, you know, you'll get reimbursed. And so then he was like, reimbursed? I said, Robert. And this is what he said.
Be more cautious before I jump my ass off.
Let's see.
Robert.
Yeah.
He don't owe me shit. The man don't owe me nothing. I mean, you know, I got myself in this. He didn't do it. I mean, by agreeing to move forward, I should have been more cautious before I jump my ass off into that water. You know what I mean? So that's not, he don't owe me nothing. He got, you know, everything that comes in me, I need to go to help him get out of it. You know, I'm good. I'm in the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not facing no 30 years, you know. So, you know, his situation is a hell of a lot different. So I just pray for him. I wish the best for him. There's nothing more I can do to help him. And he's in God's hand right now. So.
Yeah, we gotta leave it to God and his attorney. So, okay, it's been a messy situation, but
it is. We lost a great icon that we did. We lost something special. And as a race, you know, we lost something special. And we continue to. He ain't the first one. We lost Michael, we lost Whitney, we lost Luther, all of our race, we losing them. And that's because of, you know, we don't have backbone no more. We let them take our people out, and they can continue to support shit. They brands and they labels and all that shit. We continue to support them after we continue to take these big ass L's. We still support them.
And now it's our own people, though.
I know. Listen, my man did a great job of turning us against each other. Mm-hmm. And now they can sit back and watch us kill each other off, and they ain't got to go to jail for what they said.
Yep. Okay. Well, they both get next, so I ain't gonna do no.
Now this is what he said. So I wanted y'all to see his demeanor. There was I'll let y'all hear the lawsuit, but I wanted y'all to hear that. So did y'all hear it? And did y'all hear him talk about how blacks hurting each other? We lost a great one. He never said Robert was this and Robert was that. And be like, somebody wake me up. I still had the chicken in my hand. It still sound like lemon pepper wings. Eat the words now done. We had you until you did a 360. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? How people, okay, we fight for our people. And he was saying that, and this is the conversation that we have. It's like when I talk to people, it's genuine, nothing fake. I listen. There's no need to be rude and stuff. Let people talk. Listen. Uh, and get your information. Um, and this is what he said. He said we lost a great one. He never said, and this was what I say 20. What did I say 22? July the 27th, 2022. He now one time he said that Cash Jones let me listen to a recording. He's this, he this, F Robert, maybe he was hoping that he wouldn't have to go to jail, and he's like waking up reality, moving into a short house. I'm not making no excuses, but at the same time, to do someone like that you cried about, to that you prayed for, that you came out here and fought for, it's not his fault. Done. It's not Robert's fault. You can't put this on Robert. And I'm talking directly to him because I know he's looking. I know he probably done blocked because every time I feel like I need to cuss him out, I do a voice text and cuss him out. Mama June, God bless you. You know how I am. You know who I am. You know what I'm about. You know I'm about truth. You know I'm about facts. And yes, I was riding for your son, but I will not sit here and let the bullshit ride. Okay. Even with him, we're talking about his conscience. Tell him to go before he go to jail, turn himself in, go tell them people to drop them charges off his sister with them drugs. Okay, since he talking about clearing conscience, clearing names, clear your sister name, clear your conscience with your sister. Okay, and then maybe y'all make up and y'all be good when you get out. Okay. He did say at the end of the conversation, let me see what date this conversation was. March the 29th, 2023, that he had a plan. I don't know what this plan was. And yes, I always said from the jump, if I find out something different, I'm gonna call a person out. I don't give a fuck. People can talk about me. Oh, you've been riding for Dunn. Yes, I was riding for Dunn. Okay, I will ride for any damn body. Okay, and especially when I feel like they're doing something right. Okay. And my videos have not been taken down because there's no shame in my game. I'm not taking my videos down that I made about Dunn, period. Okay. But right is right. My dad, everybody said I'm sensitive. Everybody, say this and that about me. say what you want, but I'm not here for that. I'm here for right. I'm here for truth. And I hate to see this become this way, but maybe it's best for Robert. But I did say this prayer. I even told Dawn, you can say it. Yeah, Texas said it. I said Robert needs to forget about everybody. Everybody. Just leave everybody the fuck alone. It just seems like everybody is hurting him. Like, what more? Like I was asking Dawn, what more do you want from this man? You know? What more? What 4 years? You don't know what he is doing behind those walls with God. You can't say that. You can't say what he needs to do. But he needs to work. He needs to be talking to God. But you out here doing something different. You got to practice what you preach. Period. I don't care who it is, y'all. Even with my kids, if you wrong, you wrong. Like my dad, this is like my dad always talked to us about right. And these text messages, this recording wasn't even meant to be put out here. But you know, like I said, God does things in a way. And I can do this without bashing him. I'm not gonna do what he did. Okay. I can be this dirty person, you know. I asked Dawn for the facts. Did those people ever put any facts out there that Dawn said? When he talked to Tasha K saw those facts. He gave her the facts, okay? When she got the information from Dawn and she went and she was talking about them Claras and them Savages, she had got the information, she got the facts. Okay. I'm not here. I'm not gonna kiss no tail. I'm not kissing nobody's butt. I'm just gonna point out the lies from the truth, like I always have done. People can try to twist things around. Oh, she's not for Robert. I'm for anybody that's been done wrong in this system. And I felt like Dawn was done wrong in this system, but the way Dawn did it, it was wrong. I'm hurt too about a whole lot of shit. I'm hurt. I lost a whole lot. But I ain't running around here. I know, I guess the situation is different because I'm not being locked up. But even if I was, like I told him, I would have been Little Kim. Okay? I would have been Little Kim. I would have been her. What more y'all want this man to go through? Fucking money? Grow your business? To grow a business? Money. Y'all see how it goes down with us as black people? Money, fame. Everybody, like I told Dawn, every freaking body that got in with around Robert felt like Robert was supposed to make them grow. Then when you get disappointed, you take it out on him. Robert didn't say, come to me. I'm going to make you grow. A lot of shit I know, y'all. I don't put it out there. I try to keep the flames down. You don't want nothing to get no worse than what they are. I asked my question. You know, I have questions. When I got the text message about Indie Bill, and I asked Dawn, I was like, wait a minute, Indie Bill is your company. So I call. Like, when I see stuff, I'm like, you know how this gonna look. You know how this look like. It's like you're telling Robert about a business, but you're making it seem like it's somebody else's business. It's you didn't tell him it's your business. Oh, he know. I told him. I said no, it doesn't look like it on this text message. So I see everything, you guys. Don't think I'm dumb. I'm not. Okay. I'm not. I just want, but I guess I can try to um this recording. I know he said something at the end about he.
But you ain't assuming it's $50 million.
You only know me by a few interviews.
They said right that the day of the event, Lifetime told them that it was me. I said, how the fuck would they know that?
The day of the event. Okay.
That Lifetime told them that I'm the one that shut the event down. I'm like, first of all, how would they know that too? Why did Lifetime sue me? Where's Lifetime at? Are they paying the bill here?
This is March. Okay, y'all see how come here? March the 29th, 2023. This is around the lawsuit. This is him talking to me about the lawsuit. I supposed to been testifying with the law about the, the lawsuit, if it's gonna help Robert, it's gonna help him. Yeah, these people don't need that money. I guess they don't understand.
Wow. Yeah, a bunch of lies. It really doesn't make any sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't make this shit up.
They out to destroy this man and anybody that's involved with him, because they letting him suffer up in there. They said they made him cut his own cast off his leg.
Wow.
And he got blood clots everywhere.
What I can tell you about that shit is, though, I'm gonna say this. Rob.
Okay. Is the lawsuit? It's still going. He'll be in jail when the lawsuit go on. I don't know if they're gonna have him be there by video, because that's what they're doing it by video, so nobody won't have to travel. But you see how calm he is, right? He's calm. So I'll say in between March the 29th, 2023 and April the 15th, between those two calls, that's when I got a call about this mysterious woman. And I'm like, okay, I'm not understanding this, I'm like, okay, like, because sometimes I do be in my own world and stuff, y'all. I'm sorry, because I have a lot going on too. And sometimes when somebody call me, I am medicated up. I'm like, okay, so then he was talking about, I'm like, he talking about his head, because this don't make no sense, because it was only 4. Like when he said 5, it was only 4. So this mysterious woman, because he would have been like, let me show you these receipts. Let me show you this. Like, I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna get her phone and I'm gonna let you see it. I'm gonna let you talk to her, and stuff like that. Like, and then this person be on video chat. She'll pull out her phone. I'll try to go through and make sure this is the correct number. Because I don't like this other stuff, because you can always fake shit. You know what I'm saying? So don't fake nothing with me. So like, I ain't hear from no girl. I ain't see no text message. I ain't see no FBI reports. None of that. So like I told everybody, it's a bunch of hearsay. But he was calm. So it's like I just feel like the lady of the house got deep in his ear. The more I talk to him, in between there's like his breathing got terrible. So y'all heard how he was breathing when in the interview, and I was like, oh my God, are you okay? Like, hell, when we was arguing, hell, I thought it scared me at first because I'm like, damn, I thought he was having a heart attack or something. Cause I was like, calm down, cause I'm like, damn, I ain't trying to be the reason why he croaked. Cause he was breathing hard, then he started choking, and hell, I thought he was having a heart attack and stuff. So I'm like, calm down, just calm down, cause I had took my pill when I popped my pill, and I started this when I started cussing because I was like, you need to pop your pill because it's gonna go down. And I'm driving in traffic, coming from the doctor. And so to the point that I had to pull the fuck over because my head was just spinning. My eyes was red and stuff like that. But everything that you said, done. And he said, y'all heard him a couple of times where he said that I can't reverse it back. It's already out there. So there was regrets right there. You was lying. You ain't reverse it back. Oh Lord, shit. No, I'm not laughing. That's not funny. Like it really scared me because like I felt like I was finna have a heart attack. Like I put a pill between my tongue, up under my tongue. That's how heated it was. And then I was like, okay, just calm down because y'all gonna be cussing each other out. Both of y'all stubborn. Just calm down so you can hear because he gonna hang up on you. Just let him talk. And I was like, but I just want y'all to hear this again because Don, I want you to hear this too. It was unnecessary. You didn't win. You didn't get attention by this. This is not gonna get you no reality show or anything like that. Oh Lord, guess who covered up, y'all? Don't you come up here with no shit. Don't you come up here.
I ain't did nothing. I'm just over here chilling with my snacks, watching the festive. Just a little water in my ear. I'm on my surfboard, riding the waves. You know how it is out here in the ocean, on the Titanic.
Yeah, we in the ocean on the Titanic with a few boats. Can't do no time listening at him. It's gonna go by fast. I mean, like okay, let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. Let me see.
I'll interview with him because he low.
Against each other. Worry about the week, labels and all that shit. So we don't have black special. We could.
Done. Listen.
It is.
Done.
Right now. So.
Yeah, y'all leave.
But the bar can do that. Mm-hmm. So, his situation is a lot different. So I didn't help him get out of it. I just, before I tell man, don't owe me nothing. They don't owe me shit.
Robert.
Okay, so this is when we were talking about this when he got the indictment. And so I called to see how he was doing, and we were talking and stuff like that. And so he was talking about the attorneys and the money he was spending and flying back and forth and stuff like that cost him a lot. And so because he didn't get a fair trial and yada yada. But this is when I said, well, okay, maybe you'll get reimbursement. And he said reimbursement. And I said, Robert.
I mean, I got myself in this here good. I mean, by going to move forward, I should have been more cautious before I jumped my ass off into that water. You know what I mean? So that's not, he don't owe me nothing. He got, everything that comes in for him needs to go to help him get out of it. I'm good. I'm in the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not facing the 30 years. So, his situation is a hell of a lot different. So I just pray for him. I wish the best for him. There's nothing more I can do to help. And he's in God's hand right now. So.
Yeah, we gotta leave it to God and his attorney. So, okay. This has been a messy situation, but
it is. We lost a great icon that we did. We lost something special. As a race, we lost something special. We continue to.
Okay, well, I have Lewis, when Angelo was saying he was happy as a warlock that he got his money. That's when he got paid in Arizona. He had got his money in Arizona for the truck or something, but he was saying he didn't get his money when they got to Texas, and then people were saying that they thought that all that was collided together. He was like, no, or whatever the case may be, but there was Arizona money.
First, we lost Michael, we lost Wendy, we lost Luther, all of our racially losing it. And that's because of, we don't have backbone no more. We let them take our people out, and they can continue to support shit. They brands and they labels and all that shit. We continue to support them after we continue to take these big ass L's. We still support them.
And now it's our own people, though.
I know. Listen, my man did a great job of turning us against each other. And now they can sit back and watch us kill each other off, and they ain't got to go to jail for what they sell.
Yep. Okay. Well, did both get next, so I ain't gonna.
Okay. So we started talking about the Boski and his situation. I said, damn, now they got the Boski, and I'm like, the Boski next. So we were talking about him, and I told him, I said, well, you did an interview at his house. It's like, his house, I ain't never been to his house. I'm like, well, you did an interview with him somewhere. He was like, no, it's like, it was at his workplace, but that ain't in his place or whatever. But let Mr. J talk what you think about it. Mr. J, what's your opinion on a little bit that you heard?
A little bit. I had front row seat to this shit. This nigga has told several different lies. You get your ass on the motherfucking in front of them people that your wife set up the interview and shit. You can't figure out when the fuck you married this broad. And we all know what type of story you done told her and shit. Because at the end of the day, none of that shit that you said added up. It's like, even at the end of the interview, you got to talk about how's everything $300,000 all of a sudden. So you want this nigga to pay you $300,000 for the legal fees and your travel fees and shit, or do you want him to pay for the simple fact now you're talking about a tour bus that you had to get fixed and all of this other shit? At first, you had to go rent some shit.
Don, there was another lie because you didn't get it fixed. You rented some vehicles.
And still ain't got no receipts to prove that shit. So at this point in time, he ain't got no type of paperwork, but he running around talking about somebody owing some damn money. Now you on the damn recording, you telling her that he don't owe you shit. It's like, make up your damn mind. Then you got all these goddamn excuses on why your ass telling all of a sudden. Nigga, it is no excuse for snitching. If you was gonna tell some shit, you might as well just made up a whole lot of them people. But you couldn't make up a whole lot of them people and shit because he wasn't involved in shit that you had your hands in. He ain't on none of them recordings with them goddamn parents. You is. He ain't sitting down there talking cash. You are, nigga.
I told everybody, listen, Mr. J, how long I've been telling everybody, y'all know what I be doing behind the scenes. I've been just trying to ensure y'all, like, don't worry, they don't have it at all. Oh, done, Russell. See, what happened was people thought that they can collide Dunn and thought Dunn was gonna do what he doing now, put him in jail, let him lie on Robert and try to get Rico, but they couldn't. Not one fucking thing. That's why I said what I said. You know he ain't raped nobody. You know he's not a fucking predator. You know, like I told him, you the one reached out to Cash
Oh
Jones.
no, I'm not about to even not talk about the elephant in the room. How the fuck you just gonna throw Julius under the bus like that? The only nigga that fucking testified on R. Kelly's behalf, your ass ain't testified. You was too busy committing your own little sins and shit and trying to point fingers at kills and shit. It was almost like you motherfuckers just kept on doing shit trying to be involved.
Yeah,
but
because he told me, I remember Cash Jones
Julius
said it too.
brought her around.
He said Julius in them MFers. I was like, but if you could go back and
then
listen,
you repeated this shit on the interview. Now, where have we ever heard this shit before, people? Those people that's day one. I know y'all ain't never heard that shit. This is like new information, ain't it? I'm just saying.
I think Cash said it on that recording when she was talking to them other people, and when she mentioned Julius, but she mentioned Julius.
No, she was trying to say that he stole a laptop from R. Kelly and shit, and some other shit from R. Kelly. She was talking about Julius was stealing this shit. She ain't never said that Julius brought her around or brought her in. This is shit that Don said.
Well, Cash said that Isis brought her in, and then Isis introduced her to the Savages. I was like, so they been knew each other. That's why I was saying, y'all, if y'all go back, am I ready for the truth? I want to hear some recordings.
Oh, there she is. Hey, Cash, how you doing?
I want to hear some recordings. Y'all have to break stuff down.
Who brought you in, Cash? Cash? Was it Don or was it Julius? Which one of them brought you in?
Yeah, how you get in? Now didn't you say
I mean the shit done now. So you might as well go on here. Cause niggas up here dropping your name and shit.
Yeah, so Isis, I know you said Isis.
Drop the link for it, Texas.
I did. So what's the truth? But I need receipts though. I'm gonna listen to you, but you guys send me receipts. I just like receipts.
Drop the link, Texas.
She said, You wanna hear the truth? I want to hear the truth. I'm sick of people doing this man like this.
Take the link, Cash.
It's right there. Yeah, because at first he was like, "Oh, I realized this. It was Cash. In between them conversations, like it was Cash. She tried to set me up with her and her cousin with the bomb threat."
Is it true that Julius tried to talk to you like he said? I mean, I got questions.
He didn't say
I want to know. Yeah, he did.
He said that you.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I said who brought Cash in? He said Julius and them MFers.
Mm-hmm.
But she said on that recording that Cash, what's her name? Isis brought her in, and then Isis introduced her to the Savages or something like that.
But that ain't got nothing to do with how she got next to Kels or attempted to get next to Kels. Savages ain't got nothing to do with that there.
Yeah, how did she get close to him?
How
But
how
she
you
gotta,
even get a number to even
I
reach
don't
out
think
to
she's
him?
gonna come on and say anything because I think she's trying to do a book or auto or something.
I mean,
But
you can't just keep popping
how much
inside a
more
text
how much
and say that
more
you hit a
Barbara
live.
has to suffer behind this? Okay, she's here. Okay, we don't need
Oh,
no
okay.
arguing, screaming. How you doing, ma'am?
Wait, hold on. I had to mute the other one. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Now listen here. I said I wasn't gonna do this. I said I was not getting back on YouTube,
Well,
even
I'm
though
finna mute myself because I want to hear the true. However you saying that with the clarity. Well, first of all, how did you get? Didn't you say you
I'm
met
gonna
the?
answer that because no, that was wrong. I'm gonna answer that. But the reason I'm gonna
Okay,
say this, the reason I came on here to your channel is because I know that you have always went super, super, super hard for
and I'm
Dawn.
gonna. I'm gonna. Yeah, I did.
No, I'm not saying you should stop. I mean, that's
No,
where your loyalty lie. You rock with
no,
Dawn.
that's
That's
not my Lord. My loyalties lie on the truth. So if you come on here to show some facts, let's see the facts because that's all I want to see. All this arguing, I ain't doing. Okay.
oh no, I'm not gonna argue whatsoever at all because I was done with
Yeah.
it. But when he came out, I even said I wasn't gonna address the interview. He lied through his teeth. As he always does. I mean, I know you know a different version of him, but I know the version of him that I know. And I was around during
Please
that time.
enlighten us. Please
And the
enlighten us.
situation, what y'all seen on that interview, that was always Don. That was always Don's energy towards R. Kelly. And I don't know if any of y'all remember the Phases interview when I was on there super hot, emotional, screaming at him, saying, let him have a fair fight. Let him have a fair fight. But because I was emotional and Don was calm, and then Angelo called during that moment, everybody was like, well, Don's telling the truth and she's lying. Everything that Don said on that interview behind the scenes, Don has said that stuff before. Don was running around telling people that he could read and write. Don was running around hating on him. Don was saying he was a rapist. Don was saying all types of stuff to people behind the scenes, which is why I was always confused because in the beginning, Don told me great things about him. You know, oh, this stuff is a lie, blah, 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 all of this. And then all of a sudden, when Don said he thought that our phones were tapped, that's when Don started saying incriminating crap. So to me, I was confused because I'm like, well, if you think our phones are tapped, why now would you start saying all of this crazy stuff that you never said to me before? I'm gonna say this. I try not to mention Julius's name because out of this whole situation, Julius is a solid person. Julius has always been an honest person. Julius has always been an honorable person. So let me say that first because I don't like the fact that he tossed Julius's name up. um, I did hear you when you said I mentioned something about him stealing a laptop or something like that. I was told that information from Dawn. Dawn told me that Julius stole um the laptop and that's why he didn't want to come back to Chicago, blah, blah, blah. Like Dawn was sending me screenshots of Julius texting him, which Julius didn't admit to stealing anything, but this was just around that time. So, you know, if Dawn tried to lie, I do have that still. But anyway, so it's too much. And that's why every time I'm on a platform, people say like, well, she said this and then she said that. Just as confused as y'all are by everybody talking and everybody saying different stuff. I mean, me going in and not really knowing any of these people from a can of paint, I was confused too. So the mistake I made was prematurely running my mouth when emotions was flaring or when one person would tell me one thing versus the other. So of course, yes, a million versions of the story out there because I ran my mouth before analyzing everything and really seeing what was going on, which was hard to do because so many people are lying. But how I originally started with this, I wanted an interview from ISIS. That's who I saw arguing on, like, she was arguing with like trolls on a troll page. And at that time, her sister's story was not really out there. So I was looking like, well, what's going on? So I reached out to ISIS. I started talking to her. You know what I'm saying? She answered questions. Then she started telling me all of this stuff. So I was like, okay, well, why is this not public information if this is true? Like, if this is happening? So, ISIS was supposed to be going public, but then, like, I started asking certain questions and she drew back. So from that point, well, before she totally drew back, she had like said stuff about, well, why don't you go undercover? Because this was at the time when like his lawyer, his publicist, I don't know if it was the lawyer or the publicist and the assistant, but it was like 3 people that quit. And it was like all in the blogs and stuff like that around that time. So she was like, oh my God, like maybe you can go in and like see what's going on with my sister. Right. So that's where the seed was first planted for that. So around that time, I'm thinking like, well, if I was to do something like that, like how would I even get over there? So Julius was the first person that I talked to from that side. He was. But first of all, Julius did not try to hit on me. So that's him just, Don just being obnoxious. He did not try to hit on me. And like I said, Julius has always been honorable. Every negative thing that I heard about Julius came from Don. And Julius warned me not to deal with Don, not to talk to Don. But I wanted to be so nosy. I wanted to get so close that I still talk to Don. Instead of, and first of all, Julius did not tell me that Don was in charge of anything. So that crap, him boasting himself, talking about Julius, let her know I was the man in charge. So she reached out to me. That is not true.
When did he
That's
say
total.
this? I don't. Did he say that to me? Because I don't
No, no, no,
remember
no, no.
him
That
saying.
was on the interview he just did.
Um,
Yeah, he said that whenever that interview was, last night or the night before that. But that's not true about Julius. Julius didn't say that. And I mean, Julius is an honorable person. He's not. Don has always been jealous of Rob. He was always saying messed up stuff. Rob said he didn't trust, well, I mean, he said he didn't trust nobody, but he specifically said he didn't trust Don, didn't want me talking to Don. So when he did that interview and he said, oh, surviving the lies was cash and surviving lies, that was something I did because she never came out with it. I didn't come out with it, Don, because I'm sure you're watching. I didn't come out with it because R. Kelly told me not to come out with it. R. Kelly said that what you were saying to him didn't make any sense. So when I came back to Chicago, he wanted to sit down, lay it out, see what it was supposed to be, and see if it even made any sense. And surviving the lies was definitely not going to be some crazed revenge porn, throw stuff out here of people. That's not what it was. Since there were so many inconsistencies in people's stories, it was just supposed to be something to put everything together for people to be able to see it because it was so much, just like all of this stuff on YouTube. Nobody's going to go searching for all of this. Everybody in this sector has been following this, but the majority of the public doesn't even know all this stuff is buried. So it was just supposed to be something so everything could be in one place. And if he needed to do an interview, he could do his own interview where it's controlled and nobody will be able to chop and screw his words or change his narrative. It was supposed to be something positive. Don went like a freaking, I don't know what, running out there, and he took it upon himself to do these things. He want to try to blame everybody else, but no, it's nobody else's fault but yours. You say I set you up. Don, I did not set you up. I am a journalist at the end of the day. When I said what I said on Diva's channel, I said, well, it's pretty much like he was kind of getting played. The reason I said that is because he wasn't aware of where I really was. But I had no clue that he was about to do what he did. Had I known that, then yeah, I could say, oh, I'm playing games or I tried to set him up. I would have never thought he would have did nothing like that. And stop lying on Mike, because Mike did not call no threat in. What would be the purpose in that? We couldn't figure out what your reason for doing that was. And yes, when you called me laughing about it, there were multiple people in the car and you weren't on speakerphone. So don't, like, my thing, Dawn, is if you're going to turn yourself in, please turn yourself in. But what we're not going to do is try to tell all these lies on Cash, because I don't know what is wrong with you where you think that the same way you was telling me to record this conversation with me and Tim and this and this and that, do you think there's nothing of you? I've been so nice. Was I at court? No, I wasn't. Was I there pointing a finger at you? No, I wasn't. I've always been nice about this stuff, but it's like you keep poking me. You've done so much stuff behind the scenes that people have no clue that you have been behind. You play a lot of games, but because you have the gift of gab and you sound so professional and you sound like you're telling the truth and you're able to be all poised, people believe you. You got a great gift. Use it for something good. This was you. Nobody told you to do what you did. Nobody told you to do what you did. The Surviving Lies thing was insane. It was totally insane. The freaking, you know what? I shouldn't even be talking about the New York crap, but it is over now. Just like he said, he did what he did. Nobody set this man up. Don used to be on the phone trying to convince me to use a second name. He came up with a name for me, trying to teach me how to change my voice. I'm looking at my phone like, this dude is crazy. He wants you to pretend to be all these people. Don, you did call Kelly. I don't even like Kelly Rogers because she lied on me, but you did call them people. She didn't call you first, bruh. What you didn't know is that Tim called me one day and he says, I think this is that dude calling and playing on Kelly's phone. And I said, what dude? Who are you talking about? He says, Don. And I said, what are you talking about playing on her phone? He said, hold on, I'm going to put you on the phone. Put your phone on mute. Don't say nothing. I don't even think Kelly Rogers know about this because Tim had me on mute. Kelly clicks back over and she's like, hold on. The person calling again. Hold on. So she clicks them in. And Lord and behold, who do I hear but a familiar voice? There was no reason for you to do none of this stuff. Rob didn't ask you to do none of this stuff. And I'm not the perfect person because there's so much about me out there. But right is right and wrong is wrong. What y'all seen Don do on this interview is not new. He was jealous. He was upset. Every time he didn't get his way, he talked crap. He said all type of stuff about him. Hell, around that time, Don had a freaking substance abuse problem. We knew if you wanted to get some stuff out of Don, all you had to do was call him after 11 p.m. And Don was running his mouth about every doggone thing back then. It's just I didn't understand it. Back then I didn't understand it. And if Rob ever hears this and decides to jump on this channel or any other channel, he could speak up and attest to the situation with Don. Don even came to me himself. It ain't even take R. Kelly to tell me he didn't trust Don. Don came to me himself pissed off one night. Oh, you know, this nigga told my mama he don't trust me. He knows what the situation was. Yes, he was around him. Yes, he wanted to trust him. But Don kept doing questionable stuff that didn't make sense to nobody. It didn't make sense to Julius either. It didn't make sense to anybody. Why are you doing what you're doing? Because it's not necessary. And this man is already in a situation where they saying he's abusive or he's violent or he's whatever. So reaching out to these people, threatening them. Oh, and let's see, it's so much to cover. Let's talk about, because he said something on the interview about I was recording everybody and giving it to him. That's not true. He said that I popped up, I reached out to him, and I just started giving him stuff. That's not true. Now, have me and Don exchange communication? Have I sent him stuff before? Yeah. But that recording, because there's one recording in particular that Don got from me. I was extremely skeptical about giving this recording to Dawn. But Dawn said, well, it's for the lawyers. What's being said is very important. And I thought about it and I said that to myself. I'm like, well, if this is true, what he's saying about these people lying, this is wrong. That is the only reason that recording ever went to Dawn, is because he said he was giving it to the lawyers. Dawn lied. Dawn took that recording, did some nigga crap with it, and just spreaded it here, spreaded it there. Same thing with, he done came out here before. To me, I call it dry snitching. Every time he did an interview, he was saying something bad about R. Kelly. And I'm just looking at people like, y'all not catching on to what he doing. Like, oh, well, I couldn't have had the photos and stuff unless it came out of his phone. Like, he said that before. But when he got that from him, he also told Rob, well, don't you want the lawyers to know the truth? See, he plays a lot of games. And I'm glad that he did this interview, even though he lied through his teeth. I'm so glad he did it, because what he did is he showed people his true colors. There is no reason for him to have said any of the stuff he said on that interview. You running around talking about, oh yeah, he can read. You insinuating that he killed people. There's no reason for that. There's no reason at all for that. But he's also the reason. I'm gonna say this. I don't know how long you and him have known each other, Texas, but I feel like the reason that he spoke to you a certain way is because he knows that you did have support, like genuine support for R. Kelly. So he know that he can't just come at you any kind of way, saying any kind of thing, because you would have checked him on it. Like, well, wait, what are you saying? So he would, the type of stuff I've heard him say, he would have never been able to say that to you because you wouldn't have allowed it. But behind the scenes, oh, I'll show you receipts. I will show you receipts. I don't know. The whole time, all I could say is I kept wondering, well, is he really for him or is he not? Shoot, at one time I was trying to figure out, well, did he get planted there? Like, did he whatever? Because it just didn't make logical sense, because everything he was doing, you could tell, okay, this is going to be a huge problem. This is, and you wouldn't find out until after it's done. But it was a huge problem. And for him to now be trying to deflect and blame other people and whatever, not you. Hell, you was around here having a million people harassing me, calling me a damn rat. That's what you did. But what are you? What did I write about? Because if people ain't paying attention to the paperwork, Don called himself being 2/4 slick. Somebody was recording me, sent the recording to him with me saying, I don't know what's wrong with him, why he did this. And last I checked, the feds went through his phone and found the recording in his phone. So don't try to, oh, cash this, cash that, just because you found out that I wasn't where I told you I was. Nobody set you up because nobody knew what you were going to do. But I don't want to keep repeating the same thing. It's just, it was a lot of lies told over time. And the fact that he can't, I thought he was just going to be a man and, go do his little time and call it a day because he knew what he did. I would have never in a million years thought I would see something like that, what he did on that lady's channel. Never. And that don't matter which side of the fence I'm on or no side of the fence I'm on. Like, I still would have never thought he would have did that.
Mr. J, you got any questions?
I got two questions. See, the discrepancy comes from you being a co-conspirator on paperwork. What co-conspirator don't get charged?
They couldn't charge me. I'm gonna tell you why they couldn't charge me. Because I was not. If you see, y'all don't have everything. They're the feds. They've been listening to our calls. They've been in our phones. They seen everything. They got the pings for the locations for where everybody's at. So they see stuff that none of us have talked about publicly. They see all the times one time I think it was like 3, 4 in the morning. I woke up. Dawn must have been drunk. I had about 40 freaking texts. I still got him in my old phone. He blowing up my phone. Oh, I'm doing this. This is what I just sent out. Blah blah blah. Don't talk to Tim no more. Don't this and that. Rob needs this. He needs you, and you don't want to do this. I mean, he just was a loose cannon, period. And they saw my responses. They saw that night at the screening. I don't care how they tried to make it look in that paperwork. They knew that I was not even there yet. They knew I wasn't there yet. They saw everything. They knew that the day before that I wasn't even in New York yet, but he thought I was in New York. So they looking at it like, okay, so she ain't going along with this. It done been times when Dawn was sending me documents, want me to write stuff that a lawyer is supposed to write. And I'm looking like, hell no, I'm not touching that. I'm not finna get myself into no trouble. Like, if you got a lawyer, why are you even sending this to me? Because you know I'm a writer, to try to get me to write something. And this was supposed to be stuff that was supposed to be for R. Kelly. I don't think R. Kelly knew he was doing this stuff, but I just was like, I'm staying out of that. I'm not touching it. So between them seeing all of the stuff, they could tell. And then they also could see I'm ping-ponging back and forth. And they know I'm a journalist. Now, how I was used in this, I was used all over the place because I didn't get a chance to defend myself in New York, nor did I even know I was going to be used or talked about. And she told a bold-faced lie, both on national TV and under oath. Ain't nobody have no gun. And see, Dawn went on that interview saying that too. Oh, yeah, and he had a gun. And I'm like, are you serious? Mike didn't have no gun. Nobody was threatened. Nobody was blackmailed. Not on this end anyway. But his little dumb behind was running around calling them, blackmailing them with these dumb pictures and these little stupid files or whatever he put together. I don't know. But they used me for a lot of stuff. Had I done anything, I would have been arrested. I did not get, I've heard people say I got immunity. I never got any immunity for anything. If they wanted to come pick me up today, they could come pick me up today. I do not have immunity. I was used. And if you notice, they never used my name in none of the media. It was, oh, he had a female co-conspirator, or, oh, it was the cousin of R. Kelly's former publicist, which we all know I was never this man's publicist, and they know that I'm a journalist.
Who brought
But
you
why
in
you
as a
didn't clear that
journalist?
up? Why you didn't clear that up? You say you're a publicist, and I'm pretty sure you know a lot of people you can reach out to say, hey, let me let y'all know Michael Williams does not know Robert. I was not his publicist. Like, please take this shit off or get on do an interview with
Okay,
like somebody that you know.
Let me say this. I still know a lot of people, and there are tons of people I was talking to behind the scenes while this was going on. But the problem was nobody wanted to touch it from this angle. Like now, people are more open. But back then, everything was, oh, this is going to be like victim shaming. This is going to be like this and that. Like, oh, I can't do that. Oh, Cash, like nobody wanted to touch it. I mean, that's the whole reason why R. Kelly was so vulnerable to begin with, because he couldn't find a publicist. You have no clue how many publicists I know right now that was like, oh yeah, his camp reached out to us. His camp reached out to us. Nobody wanted to take it. It wasn't that he didn't want help. He couldn't find people that was willing to take the risk at the time, because anybody that was publicly trying to even tell the story in a way, even if we was telling the truth in a way that it wasn't bashing him, they didn't want it. I could show you contracts right now. I got offered thousands of dollars to do interviews around that time, but I turned them all down because they're like, oh, well, can you at least say this about the parents that you understood, or could you say that? And I was like, hell no, because I'd be lying. That's why when people say I'm all about the money, that's funny, because I could have been dropped the bag talking against him and got plenty of money. Not drop the
But
bag,
what
but
I'm saying, this is something to help Robert. Like, they tried to collide all this bullshit,
They did. They
the
did.
Michael Williams and stuff like that, when everybody could have straightened this out just like they straightened it out on YouTube. This is a person's life. This is a human being. And I just don't understand it. Like, I
No,
wouldn't
I
give a
get what you said.
damn. I wouldn't give a damn. Like, I would give, if I would say I would do this if we do it live, and I just let out the truth. I mean, it's so many ways to do things. Like, oh, okay, you want me to talk about this, this, and that, and then I'll be like, well, for the record, I never worked for him. My cousin know nothing about him and stuff, because this is
Yeah, but
somebody's
you know
life.
what, Texas?
Robert's fighting for his life over
No,
because
no, no.
of different people he don't even know, and people that he trusted in his camp. And I know for a fact Robert didn't know a lot of stuff. I have the information. I like proof. That's why I always tell people, bring me the proof. I don't speak on no bullshit. I might give my opinions. I might lose it sometimes, but this man is fighting for his life and it's fucked up. All these people know all this shit, and then this man have to sit here, go through what he's going through. The man have been through enough, like even as a child. Who can, I mean, why people just have that much hate just to see a person suffer like this? They don't even let animals suffer like this. And this man is in prison for what? Everybody yell, everybody scream, everybody curse, everybody have their ups and downs. This is something these women chose to do. They wanted to be in this. They wanted to be around Robert. They wanted this limelight. They wanted to have multiple partners. They could have walked away. Nobody was kidnapped. I just don't understand it. This is beneath crazy. I've never seen nothing like this before in my freaking life. This is like a freaking movie. This man is back, he's in prison, cannot speak for himself, didn't speak because he was doing the right thing, because his attorney saying don't say shit. Then when he tried to speak, then they flipping on him. Then everybody have all this information knowing the truth, and nobody will never. I'm calm. I took my pill. I took my pill, but it's just hurt. Like, people don't understand, this is a human being. The same way they people get out here and fight for dogs and cats and animals and elephants and everybody. This is a freaking human being. And everybody is holding back because of book deals, auto deals, movie deals, and nobody gotten rich yet. But why sit here and let this man just sit here in prison for no fucking reason? It just don't make any sense. I don't get it. It's just, I mean, people would be blessed if they just do the right thing. People, it's just I don't get it.
So
I'm
Cash,
take
I'm
over.
sorry. I was just looking at the chat, but go ahead.
so
But
so Cash, my question to you is,
uh-huh.
see, it's impossible for me to sit here and believe that you are just an innocent bystander and
What you
the
mean
feds.
innocent bystander?
What I mean by that is, um, I know how the feds work. I know how the RICOs work. I know how
Mm,
indictments work. I'm only from Detroit, Michigan, so
okay.
I'm pretty much aware how the streets work. Um, when they name you as a co-conspirator, that means that you played a role in it, and they can prove that you played a role in it. Now, my question to you is, when you sat down with them people, what evidence did you give over to clear your name from any wrongdoing?
Okay, let me say this. First of all, early on in the situation, my lawyer got a call. They called me and they was like, you might have to get your stuff prepared because you might have to go turn yourself in. Like, um, because I got a word from whatever, you might be about to get indicted. That was July 24th, I want to say, of what was that, 2019, I believe it was. And I was like, indicted for what? Because I hadn't done anything. And she was like, well, calm down. We don't know for sure. It's just somebody I know over there that was just kind of giving me a heads up that, it might be about to happen. So I just wanted to tell you, just you might have to prepare yourself for that. So I'm like, all right, okay. Once I talked to them again, they was like, they decided they was not going to indict me. Now, I got subpoenaed to come to a grand jury or whatever. But my lawyers was like, well, her father just died. She's not coming to that. She's not going to be able to make that. So I didn't have to go to the grand jury. Okay. They kept trying to meet up with me. I didn't end up meeting up with them. So then I want to say maybe like a year later, that is when I talked to them. I didn't have to provide them with anything. They'd already seen all of our emails, all of our text messages. Hell, they could put them on the table. They had everything. There was nothing to really provide them with. And like I just said, it's even in the paperwork. It's in Don's paperwork. It says they got the recording off of his phone. His phone. He had the recording of me in his iCloud. I didn't have to give anything. Because what you're not understanding is I didn't do shit. I'm a journalist. They know that. When Don was communicating with me saying this and this and that, they also could see the prior communications. Even when Don said, some police might be arriving soon, Don told me his plan was to have them served at the screening while the press was already there. He was going to have them serve cease and desist. So when he's talking about, police might be showing up, I'm like, damn, we about to miss it. Like, they about to get served. Like, this is my honest thoughts, because it's no way in hell I'm really finna think somebody is finna call in something like that. So for them to see our prior correspondence, that means they knew that I didn't conspire with him, because he had told me that something totally different was going to be happening. They also could see that I was not even there yet. I wasn't there.
Okay, so my next question you would be, you keep saying you're a journalist. What made you take the assignment of Mr. Kelly? Because as far as the media was concerned, that was a dead subject. Even when Mr. Tim Savage did his press conference, it didn't take off like wildfire then. It took a while for it to build. It didn't take off until Surviving R. Kelly dropped. So
Right,
when
but
did you
I
actually
came
come
in.
in on the assignment of Mr. Kelly, and what conspired you to make that decision? Because you still ain't wrote no stories about Mr. Kelly.
No, because I ended up becoming a part of the story. That was never a part of the plan. So I went through a lot of stuff. Every time I even thought about putting out a book or putting out anything, like, I behind the scenes, which I'm pretty sure y'all could tell from me being all over the place when I would come out here, I was really going through a lot. I was super traumatized. I done been diagnosed with PTSD, all type of stuff after this situation, because it's a lot of stuff that I dealt with as a result of this during this that I still have never even spoke on. But um like I said, initially I just wanted to interview Isis when I saw what she was saying, and I was reading everything that she was arguing with these troll pages and stuff, and what she was saying about her sister. So initially I just wanted an interview. This was not supposed to even go this deep, and that was April, well shit, 5 years this month. That was April of 2018. So I came in like towards really the end of this, because when did Surviving R. Kelly drop? 2019. So Tim had already did a press conference. All that stuff had already happened before I came in. So like people saying, oh, I've been new to Savages. And I mean, they had so many different stories about all of this. But I didn't know these people prior to this. None of these people. I literally wanted an interview, started talking to Isis. I think we talked for a little while. We started kind of talking every day. She was telling me a lot of different stuff. From there, like I said, she was the one who kind of put the bug in my ear, like, well, why don't you try to do this, and then you can see what's going on with my sister, because she was like, you do some PR work, which most of us do, who write and stuff like that. It's just kind of a side thing. But I started thinking about it a lot. And I was like, well, dang, like, this is interesting, because once I started talking to her, that's when I started looking up stuff. I started kind of seeing that it was a lot of inconsistencies and stuff. So I was like, dang, like, it's obviously a lot more going on here than, you know what I'm saying? Like, what was being reported at the time. So that's really what it was. Like, just kind of seeing the inconsistencies. Then the more people that I started talking to that was involved in it, and, on both sides, like, it was just so much there. And I was like, okay, it's much deeper than this. So instead of backing away, probably like a sane person in minding my business, I just kept digging and kept digging, and it just spiraled out of control. Pretty much. I mean, that's really what it was, because it was super messy.
But wait, I'm confused. You said there was no stories. There were no stories before you guys came along.
What do you mean?
There were no stories. Mr. Kelly was having a good life.
Wait, what do you mean before we came along? I didn't get involved until April of 2018. I think Timnum did. When did Timnum do their press conference?
What stories are you talking about that were in the media? There were no stories.
The BuzzFeed story had already dropped. The big BuzzFeed story was definitely already out. BBC in the UK had already did a full-length documentary about this. Timnum had already did a press conference in front of it. There were lots of stories. Faith had already came out trying to accuse
that all came after Tim. Nobody was doing stories. Mr. Kelly was having a good career. He was minding his business before this conspiracy. There was no conspiracy in 2017.
I said I came in April of 2018, my love.
But I'm saying, what sources were you looking at?
I watched the BBC documentary that came out. The one in the UK, not the one with Tim and Jongelin.
So that made you want to get close to R. Kelly's camp to do exactly what?
No, yeah, you're really mixing this all up, because I just clearly explained what I just said.
Because I'm trying to get what your purpose of talking it down was, if you wouldn't try, or Julius, if you wasn't trying to get to R. Kelly.
Okay, so maybe you missed this, so I'll say it again for you. Initially, I wanted an interview from ISIS. Once I started talking to
I get
ISIS,
that part. I'm trying to figure out.
What did I say ISIS suggested?
I'm trying to get what's your purpose of trying to get close to R. Kelly's camp. What was your purpose?
What do you mean? It was the purpose any journalist had to see what the hell was going on.
But why? What is your purpose?
What is any journal? Do you know what a journalist is?
I absolutely know what a journalist is. But it's almost like Jim Derrick Gaddis had a purpose, right? His whole purpose was to interview these women, these estranged women that were supposedly, allegedly abused by Mr. Kelly throughout the years. So what did you feel like you were going to uncover? What was your whole purpose? Or what were you trying to uncover? If you wasn't trying to talk to R. Kelly himself. So if you're talking to Don,
well, first of all, I did talk to R. Kelly myself, but you don't just get to R. Kelly. That's not how that works. Unless you see him out somewhere and you're able to directly talk to him, that's not how that works. So you would have had to talk to somebody around him, because somebody around him has to go to him and say, okay, well, I know this person, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think you should, this, that. And that's exactly how that went. The only thing was both of them was running to him saying, oh, hey, I've known her for this many years. And the other one, I've known her for that many years. And of course, when he talked to me, he like, okay, so I know these niggas lying. Like, do you know either one of these niggas for this long? Like, it doesn't just work like that. Like, you just go straight to him. But, so yeah, that was the purpose in talking to them first. And really just seeing what was going on, because honestly, I was not biased. initially. Like, of course, I heard these stories, but like I said, when I started looking at stuff, I started seeing inconsistencies, even in the interviews they was doing. You know, the stuff they were saying, like, "Oh my God, how did you escape?" "Oh well, I just, he was having a party, and I asked him, could I go get these shoes, and he said, yeah, just come right back, but I never came back." I'm like, okay, well, that's not really having to escape somebody. So as I'm looking through all this stuff and I'm seeing all this stuff, I'm like, okay, well, something don't seem right. So I didn't come in biased, but I did want to know, okay, well, what's the truth? Because it was very evident that there was more there. And the deeper I got, it damn sure is a lot more there, a whole lot more. And then when I started being lied on to by the same damn people, it was like, okay, so if they saying we had a damn gun, and now all of a sudden Faith saying he had a damn gun, that's probably a lie because we ain't have no damn gun. So it's just a lot. But the thing about it is, what I did see on both sides, it was a lot of shit that wasn't right on both sides. So then I was always indecisive because it's like, well, damn, I don't want to drop no book and tell no story, but I'm missing parts, and then I end up presenting this wrong to the public. That's why so many times I was supposed to come out with a book, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tell this story about
So you're
everything.
not. So let me correct you.
Go
You
ahead.
are not a journalist. You are an author
I was
because
the
you write
editor in
books,
chief of an entire legacy hip hop magazine.
which
How
was
y'all have not caught that, I don't know.
which was what?
Which was Hip Hop Weekly.
Hmm.
Well, I did my research on that. I know that you did work for them. I don't know if you still work for them, but my thing is I'm
So
hearing all this. I hear all the evidence, but nobody is okay, just like you was talking about the gun. Nobody was there to debunk the Faith Rogers and her mother to debunk, hey, that's a total lie. Nobody reached out to Robert's attorneys and say, hey, let
Well, wait
me
a minute. That's not true.
go.
That's not
So
true.
you reached out to the attorney. You
They've
reached out
all
to.
talked to me, my love. This is what I'm saying. It's so much y'all don't know that goes on behind closed doors.
Well, I know what went on with the attorney, but I'm like I said.
Well, which one? I've talked to more than one. Which
So
one?
did you talk to Canick or who did you talk to?
Yeah. I talked to Kanik, and Kanik wanted me to what was his name? I think the man's name was Sean or something like that. That was
Speak
working
with
with Kanik.
Sean. Hmm.
Yeah. And Jennifer, Steve. I mean, Nicole. Yeah, I talked to Nicole too. What's the other one name? Dang, what's the other man name? Uh,
Thomas.
no, not Thomas. Doug. Doug. Like, I've talked to them all. Like, this
So
what I'm saying.
you was willing to speak for on his behalf to debunk the lies, and nobody called you to
I'm gonna
come up
say
to.
this. Before trial even took place, the first trial in New York, I asked Sean. I said, Sean, do you think that, because it was something that came out, it was a motion or something that came out, and I saw something about the Applebee's situation. So I was like, wait a minute. And I asked Sean, I said, Sean, do you think that they're going to try to bring this up? Because I said, now if they try to bring this up, I got the whole recording from what happened at Applebee's. Oh no. Like, I don't think they're gonna be dumb enough to do that. I don't think they're gonna be dumb enough to do that. I'm like, okay, but what if they do? I don't think they're gonna be dumb enough to do that. And obviously, they did it. So, I mean, it was just a lot of stuff going on. It was a lot of people not doing what they were supposed to be doing. But at the same time, because I had been on both sides and because it was so much stuff going on, I also think I was probably like a risky witness to put up there. So maybe that's why they didn't. Because they might have weighed the options like, okay, but if we put her up here, this might happen or that might happen. Like, I'm not sure.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. J. I just had a question. I got a migraine. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, let
J.
me say this. Let me say this to them in the chat because I know they hate me. I could care less. But um, whoever said I saw somebody said something about journalist credentials. Like, go on my muck rack. Go see who I've written for. Like, I don't know. It's like I know y'all Google stuff because you follow this. So the fact that y'all really couldn't see that I was a journalist the whole time, and somebody said I didn't write anything in Hip Hop Weekly. Well, when Hip Hop Weekly was up, I definitely did, but me being the editor in chief means that I'm running things. So I had writers. I wasn't necessarily writing all day. But I'm sure you can Google what an editor in chief is too. And whoever is saying I don't know R. Kelly, sweetheart, I'm not saying I knew him, but we did have dealings for the amount of time that we did have dealings when this was going on. I'm not saying I've known this man my whole life at all, or that I even know him how Julius or anybody else know him. And that's probably best.
Okay, my question is, when you were in Mr. Kelly's presence, did you witness any abuse to these women?
No, and I was not in his presence like that. Half the time I
No.
didn't even go when he wanted me to come. So I was not in his presence like that. So I can't speak to that. I can only speak to the stuff that I knew was false, which I
Which
know a lot of
were?
those headlines were false, which I done
Which
spoke
is?
on a million times on YouTube. I've
What?
already said a million times, my cousin does not know him. He was not an R. Kelly associate. I've already said a million times, I was not R. Kelly's publicist. I've already said a million times that R. Kelly didn't send my cousin to, nobody sent my cousin to go do anything. But it definitely didn't have nothing to do with Asriel, if so. I mean, all this stuff has already been said a million times, but it definitely was a lot of corruption within this situation, period. But what I can't say is what he did in the bedroom with, you know, none of these people because I wasn't there. Quita, you don't know what you talking about, baby, if you think I only spoke to him once on the phone, but keep thinking you know me, sis. Oh,
So,
and happy birthday, Texas. I didn't know it was your birthday. And what do you mean I'm coming out now that he convicted? Where have you been the whole time that I've been running my mouth on YouTube? Come on, sis, get it together.
so during this time, did you accomplish your mission yet?
Honestly, I don't have a mission. This is over for me. When it comes down to everything that took place, when I see things like Don going out there sitting here trying to say he could read, using my name, doing all of this, stuff like that upsets me. Stuff like that does make me feel like I need to really come out and tell everything that I do know. But there is no mission for me. It really stopped being a mission for me quite some time ago when this became a problem in my life, which was for quite some time.
Well, let me just speak for everybody, right? When I say, hey, don't you be going to try to sue Mr. R. Kelly. He ain't
I have
responsible
no
for your
reason to sue
PTSD.
him. Oh no,
If you
not at
want to
all.
sue
I'm not
somebody,
them.
wait. If you want to sue somebody, you got to sue Mr. Don Russell and shit. He seemed to be the object of your affection and your problems, or maybe Angelo. Yeah,
Said
that'll
so
work too.
Angelo, he the one been talking about to leave Robert alone. Hell, he tired. I'm tired for him.
No,
My
Hmm.
head
I would
hurting.
never come for him. I
You
don't
get
have
Larry
a
too.
problem
You get
with
Larry too. Larry,
Yeah,
they. We won't mind. We ain't gonna say nothing.
she will prove. Yeah, I
that. Yeah,
love. I
but
like proof.
behind the scenes, like I said,
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to hear records. Everybody with the record. I love proof. I like proof. I swear.
oh no, that's
I
why I said behind the scenes, I will
I
show you
hear
whatever
all
proof
day
you want.
long. I hear stuff all day long. But if I don't have no proof, I swear I just can't. I my head just be hurting. I be Lord Jesus have mercy.
Let me say something to this Quita person because I think the last time I came over here, I saw her in the chat talking about me. Sweetheart, I don't know who you are. I don't think you know R. Kelly, but you saying that you know that I only spoke to him once because you talked to his lawyer. Sweetheart, why would his lawyer ever tell you any personal details of what is going on with him? I'm just lost. Like, make this make sense. I don't
Well,
know
I'm
who
gonna
your
be
old
real with everybody. I don't care what nobody say. They talk to them attorneys. Them attorneys ain't gonna tell y'all nothing.
right.
I be on the phone when they talking to the witnesses and stuff, and they only talk to the witnesses about what they experienced. They don't tell them shit about Robert, what Robert said, what they discussed with Robert, because that is their client. Everything is on a hush hush. And I just like to point out the lies from you, but I just can't take this no damn more. This is fucking driving me crazy. Robert, when you get the fuck out, you get your ass the fuck away from every goddamn body. Everybody.
You
Because this
spoke
is a
with
fucking
Steve
mess.
Greenberg. Oh wow. You want a cookie?
Um, I spoke. Well, I don't know now. I don't know what Greenberg told you, cause hell, he on the outside looking in here, cause he thought was gonna do Robert's damn trial,
Not
and I
the
told him
stage.
how he wasn't gonna do his damn trial. Hell, he did all this stuff. Listen,
Not the Greenberg. They
hell with Greenberg. Oh, let me go
hit you
talk.
with the
Hell, I've been
Greenberg, Cash.
I'm trying to. Lord have mercy. Them attorneys doing their job, and has
um,
Jennifer
so
Bunjean,
Cash.
Robert getting up out of there. You
So
getting up
Cash.
out of there. You getting up
Wait,
out of there.
Texas. I got more
Gone.
questions. So Cash.
I'm surprised you asking questions nicely. I didn't see you drag me all through the chat, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, I could be a nice guy sometimes.
I'm
I, I'm re-
shocked.
They
I'm
doing
really
that
a
for
sweet.
my birthday, and we just
I'm really
being
a sweet.
nice. We're not no
I'm really a
rude people.
sweetheart. I'm
Oh,
really a
I
Yeah,
didn't
sweetheart.
think you was. Your birthday is 3 days before mine. I didn't think you was at all.
we I have multiple personalities. I know how to be professional. I do. I speak my mind. I did feel some kind of
You
way,
know
and
about them tourists, man. You know about them
yeah,
tourists.
you know me. I shit hell. I can't even drink no more. Go on, ask some questions. Hell, I'm just gonna sit back here and relax my nerves.
Quita, what are they gonna see? Like, I don't
So,
know. This be
so
so
my
funny to
question.
me.
So
Go
my
ahead. I'm
question,
sorry.
Cash. The times when you came in contact with Mr. Kelly, did he seem like this monster that the media portrayed?
I'm gonna say this. He um he has his ways, but I think he had, from what I saw, I think he had a good reason to be the way that he was. Um with what I saw, because I didn't see no abuse or nothing like that. But I just wish that, well, I can't say I wish that, because it was just too hard for him to know who to believe and who not to believe. Um, because it really was people who warned him about certain things before it happened. But I think because he didn't know, okay, is this person trying to set me up or is this person being for real? I think because he didn't know, because it was just so much going on, he just made a lot of bad decisions. He just made a lot of bad decisions with the people that he was letting in, with the just everything was just, and including me, because I should have never been able to get that close to him, to be honest. Especially not in the middle of no investigation when you got all this stuff coming at you. I feel like they doors should have been totally closed. They was letting all kind of people that he didn't know next to him. He's still having parties every Friday with strangers. Like, it just, it, but no, I didn't see any of that. He got his ways, like I said, but I think anybody would be frustrated around that time or feeling away with all of this stuff going on. No, I'm not bragging. What the yo? I gotta stop looking at this chat because these people, I don't know. Some people it's like they're human, and some people it's like they can't separate long enough to really look at the stuff that's going on. And she talking about all you talk about is behind the scenes. Why don't you stay behind the scenes? Well, I mean, I can, but y'all be the
Okay,
same ones. Why don't you say something?
this filet mignon thing went on, and I know you had something to say about me saying it, but I always said this was a Cash Jones and Angelo Claris beef because you was in love with Cash with Angelo Clary. He whispered them sweet nothings in your ear. So now listen to all these text messages and the wife saying that he can't have sex, he ain't good in the bedroom, and you said that Angelo was saying that him and his wife wasn't in good having good terms, he was gonna leave her and stuff like that. So you fell in love with this married man, and he got in your head and manipulated you and used you. You fell in love. That's still in my head, cause hell, you can't say you wasn't in love with him, cause I can hear how you talk.
No, I
I know
admitted
when
that.
them,
I
I
admitted
know
that.
when them, I know when them when women's in love with these men and stuff, and I felt a certain way because I'm like this with women, like especially married men, like those are the no. I don't know if you was
Well,
trying to. I don't know if you were trying to get close to him to get his tea. He got receipts on you. He said he got recordings and receipts on you. You said you got receipts on him recorded. I still been waiting on these receipts from all y'all because I need to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. Because we got somebody that's locked up fighting for 30 years. We know Angelo Neal lied about that, which I knew all this in the background because the evidence came out. I had receipts, but still, like, why you was playing in these men's ears and stuff? So that's how
now
you
what
was
means?
sweet nutting Don Russell too.
Yeah, they
First of
saying
all,
you
let
was a
me say
tyrant
this.
out
You
here.
you was trying to
They
use your charm and your all your sex
no,
appeal and your
no,
little twat
no,
and stuff to
no,
try to
not at
get
all.
the
Mm-hmm.
and no
No.
men's head blew up and they was telling you
Mm-mm.
all the tea and you
Getting
just
your
like,
Lena
okay,
Horn on.
let me go
No.
and use my meow on this person right
Mm-mm.
here and get
Eartha
all
Kitt.
the tea.
Okay, so
It-
let me say what that
Marcus,
was.
darling.
Let me say
I'm
what that
sorry.
was.
So you think Tim Savage still was trying to get to you, or was he, or you think he was just playing? He was just saying he was getting to you, but it came out to his wife, so he trying to play like he wasn't hot for you. You think that's what Timothy Savage was?
Oh, I'll lay it all out what they all was.
Oh,
So
everybody was just trying to get the meow. See, you was sitting up there whispering,
no,
trying to use your
mm-mm,
little sexy
no,
little
not at
educated
all.
voice, like and swinging
Come
your
on,
hair.
Texas.
Because
You know that's not what it was
even
because
Angelo
Choo
said,
choo.
she a beautiful, she intelligent, she really beautiful. I ain't gonna lie to you,
no,
but
That
I
girl is
no,
said, but I
poison.
knew it was a beef because I'm like, wait a minute.
Poison. Poison.
When I put
Never
my
touch a
two
big
and two
button
together,
smile.
putting
That
the pieces
girl is
of the puzzle together, and I was
poison.
listening to everybody talk, I'm like,
Hey.
this is a Cash Jones beef and Angelo beef because he was mad because he told you he wanted to eat your meow, and I knew that you was.
Err?
I knew you got hot behind it because when you was talking to what's that Diamond girl, Toxic Diamond, and you said, "Oh, and oh." When he said it, you just said that look. I said, look at her. I said her
oh
ass
my
was hot
god,
behind that man. She let that gold
Lord,
tooth, she let that Florida gold tooth get in her ear and charm her, and she went
uh,
berserk.
mm,
And
mm.
then, yeah, because you said I just couldn't do it. I wanted to help, but I was so in love with Angelo, so I just couldn't help Robert. And that what pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie to you,
I
that
can
what
understand
pissed
that.
me off.
I can
I said, I
understand
know damn well she not want to help Robert over some married dingaling, and the wife said his damn dingaling ain't good. Now see there, you did all that, and then the wife said dingaling wasn't no good. And see
that.
that,
Lord
and he
Jesus.
done whispered all in your ear, making him. That's when they brag about themselves, they ain't no good. Now this woman wants to get out his life. She wants to pimp her daughter, lie about her daughter age, play like she was the damn daughter, so she can get out of Angelo's life. And what if you would have got involved with him? See, and then you see how he was talking about. He said he was the king that don't talk about the queen. And I did take up for you, tried to take up for you, but you went over there to this other blog and you talk about me talking about sucking finger or something. But yeah, I suck my
I
finger, come
what?
on here like a cigarette. But anywho,
I didn't say that. I said that about you.
mhm.
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
be
remember
forgetting
that.
nothing. I don't be forgetting nothing. But anywho, but you sit up there and you put all the charm and whisper all in
Well,
them
I'll
people ears
explain.
and got them
I'll
people
explain.
wings hard, and they was telling you
No,
shit
ma'am.
and thinking they were gonna get close to you. That's why they were telling you every damn thing
No, it
recorded.
wasn't. Nope. I'm gonna tell you what happened.
How they
So
end up?
them
Everybody just gave you information.
because
How?
that's just what they was doing. I don't know. I'm gonna tell you something though. Julius did not try to flirt with me like
They
Don
call
said.
that pillow
He was the
talking.
first person I was talking to, right? Okay. Don. Now I don't know where people get this from, but me and Don never like there was no flirting like that or nothing like that at all. Now,
So you saying it
when
was
Don,
flirting,
no, I
but it
said it
wasn't like
wasn't.
that.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't
Oh,
none.
all these
Oh,
people married now.
okay.
Hell, who all married? Don
But
married.
Well,
Angelo
Don
married.
wasn't married then. Don wasn't married then though. But it
but
still
Well,
wasn't
he
like
had
that.
a baby. He had a girlfriend. Don. What's his damn Angelo and
so
that
he ain't
damn
never.
Kim.
So Cash,
Wait,
Don ain't
wait,
never
and
tried
let's
to
get this straight.
take
Wait,
you
wait.
out for no Harold's chicken with extra
Me and
sauce.
Don linked up in Chicago on more than
Uh,
one occasion
so you
Mm.
when
took you
this
out for
stuff was
Harold's
going
chicken
on. But it
with
Oh
wasn't
extra
like
sauce.
yeah.
that. It
Okay.
was
So
going
you
right now.
yeah. So no wonder. I'm gonna tell you something. And I said it.
Did
I
Don
said
pay for it? If Don paid for it, you owe him some booty. That's
No,
the
it
rules.
wasn't nothing
he
like
gave you
that.
that.
That's the
He
rules.
gave, Lord
I
have
ain't make
mercy.
the rules. It's just the laws
Mm,
of engagement. He paid for
mm.
the meal. You owe him some booty.
Did you
Nah,
get
it
French
wasn't.
chicken? Who paid? What he buy you? Steak, shrimp.
No, it wasn't nothing like that. The only thing Don financially did for me, he said it on that thing. He sent me $500 one night.
$500.
But
Oh, you
that was
definitely owe him some
What
booty
did
now.
you owe me
no,
my
I don't.
check? Because you said that they people say I worked that I was working for
And
Robert and
what he send you this money
now if she
for?
got $500, I want my $500. Everybody said that I work for this man. I want my goddamn money. But in the damn who you whispered that you did something.
No, I did. I promised to God
What
I
you
did
have
not when
on?
it came
What
to
you have
Don.
on? What you have on? Because
It was
everybody gave you
Chicago
information.
in the wintertime. I had on like a coat and long like it was
Okay, I'm talking about
wintertime.
who. Okay, so who brought you in the camp? Like, who actually like? I'm finna take you to meet Robert. Like,
Oh,
who actually?
to be honest,
Yeah,
who was that
yeah,
person?
yeah.
Don. It was Don. Because see, Don didn't always know.
But how did Don meet you
I
to bring
actually
you in?
heard I actually heard about Don, the Savages. I overheard them talking to, I want to say it was Asante McGee, I think. And she said something about, oh, it's some new guy named Don around. And I don't know if he's supposed to be a manager or what he's supposed to be, but it's some new guy. I remember hearing that. And when I talked to Julius, I said, well, who is Don? He said, what? I said, who is Don? And he was like, where did you hear that name from? That was the first thing he said to me. Where did you hear that name from? And I said, well, who is it? And he was like, I don't know, just some damn dude that none of us don't know that popped up out of nowhere trying to run things. That's exactly what he said. He was like, but I don't know. I don't really know too much about him. So
Oh,
he
but
was
I'm
saying,
just saying, who took you to Don? Somebody had to take you to Don for Don to take you to Robert. And did Don check you? Um, did Don scan you like he did everybody else that was coming to the basketball camp and stuff? Did he try to, just like when you called the girl, whatever this little girl, they called this woman, this grown woman looked like a girl, and Don
talking about
cussed out
Jasmine.
yeah. So I'm just trying to figure this out. Like,
I'm the one who told Don that I didn't know where the girl came from, but I thought I knew where she came from, and he needed to intervene in that situation. Don be trying to act like he was the one did stuff, and other people just.
but how she get your number?
With her, You asking a lot of questions at once. I'm trying to answer them all.
Oh
But
yes,
with
I'm a baby
her,
because boy, it's in my brain. I'm gonna ask you on here now.
no,
I'm
it's fine. I'm just trying to keep up so I can answer all of them. But okay, with Jasmine, I saw her on Twitter. She was always like with, all of the R. Kelly supporters or whatever, just tweeting every day. So I would see her screen name on there. So I think one day she posted like a R. Kelly lookalike on her page or something, talking about he was fine. So I was like, now look at you cheating already or something like that. I put on her page because she always was saying like Rob was like her man, her man. So that was pretty much like the only thing I ever said to her. So then I want to say a couple of months later, she hopped on my page and like I got a bunch of notifications on my phone. She liked like maybe 20 of my tweets back to back. She just liked all of them. So I was like, okay, she must be trying to get my attention. So I responded to her page and I said, "Oh, I see you." I think her name on there was Jade or something. So I was like, "Oh, I see you, whatever, whatever." And then she hopped in my DM and she was like, "Oh, you got to write me in the DM so I could tell you what be going on." So I said, "What you talking about?" She said, "Oh, I thought I was going to meet you when everybody came up to Chicago. Because I think that's when all of them went up there for court to support him or something. And she said, I thought I was going to get a chance to meet you." So I was like, "Oh no, I couldn't make it, whatever, whatever." So then she was like, "Yeah, it's just so much that happened." And I'm like, "Well, I mean, y'all just went to court. Like, what could have happened?" So then she was like, "Oh, I mean, it was just so much." And then they started passing my naked pictures around this and that. I was like, "Wait a minute, wait. I said, how we go from court to somebody passing your naked pictures around?" And she was just like, "I don't know. It's just so much. It's too much to say." And then the group, she said the group turned on her. And I was like, "Wait a minute." I said, "Listen, this is too much to DM." I was like, "Can you talk?" And she said, "Yeah,
Did
I could
she
talk."
say who the wait a minute? Did she say who the culprits was that was passing around her naked pictures?
No, no. She just said it was some of the girls, I guess, from the support group or whatever. Because she said they got
Whoa,
upset with her.
it was girls from the support group. Okay, go.
Yeah, I don't know. This was some beef they had within their support
Well,
group. So,
I have a lot of questions in my head, so I have to interrupt. So excuse me for interrupting, but when they come in my head, I gotta ask. But you know
okay.
how this look, right? Like, okay, this mysterious woman out of the blue that look like a little girl, and she's on some bad shit, talking about she done slob Robert down. So all of a sudden, the journalist getting finds her, and then she gives all the information to the journalist. I
No, no, listen, I feel like she was purposely sent to me. And I said this before, but you might have
By
didn't hear it.
who? Angelo? Who?
Exactly. Exactly. That's
Okay.
where I felt like she came from because I just thought it was so odd that she came directly to me with everything. It was like, why me out of everybody? And then, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought she was lying. Like when she was telling me, oh, she was talking to him and he liked her. No disrespect to her, but I didn't think she was his type. I I didn't think. So when she was saying this stuff, I'm like, this girl probably lying. But I was like, I don't know. So her story was sounding believable what she was telling me, but I was like, damn, I hope he ain't being this damn dumb. So that's really the only reason I talked to her. So then she turned around and she said, "Oh my God, he just texted me. He just texted me." And I was like, "Who just texted you?" So literally, I only had one conversation. The same night that girl reached out to me was the same night she went to the gym. Like we didn't have more than one conversation, nothing like that. When she told me that he supposedly texted her and told her to come to the gym, I was like, now I wonder if she making this up. And she was like, "Oh, can you give me the address to the gym?" I said, "Well, if you went to the gym, you should have the address." So I wouldn't give it to her. So I think they said that she got the address from Sylvia or something like that. Cause she was legit about to walk in the middle of the night to that gym. And I was like, wait a minute, because she was asking me would I stay on the phone with her while she walked. I said, wait a minute, you finna walk on the south side of Chicago in the middle of the night by yourself? I said, listen, just stop somewhere, tell me where a landmark is, and I'll call you like a Lyft or Uber. But I made her give me the address. I wasn't finna give it to her. So when she gave me the address, I said, well, shit, that's the right address. So I put it in. I ordered it because I just could not see that girl walking by herself in the middle of the night. When she got there, I said, now I want to see if he really wrote this girl because she had the right address. So when she got there, I just listened to her background. I heard her go to the door. She asked them, she said, "Oh, Rob told me to come here, whatever." And they was like, "Oh, you here for Rob? Oh, hold on." And nobody but, now I will give Don credit for this. Don is the only one, when he came to that door and he saw how that girl looked, he was like, "Who you said you here for?" He said, "How old are you?" He was the only one who asked her, "Where's your ID? Like, how old are you?" And then I knew Don's voice instantly when I heard it. So I text him because I asked her, I said, "Hey," I said, "that dude who was just talking to you," I said, "what kind of car he just got in?" I said, "He got in a gray Mercedes." She was like, "Yeah." I was like, all right. So I knew in my mind, okay, that's Don. So I text Don and I was like, "Listen, see if he actually talks to her." Because I said, I didn't know if she was making this stuff up or what. And I was like, "But she had the address and she said he asked her to come there." And he was like, "Wait, so do you know this girl?" I said, "No." I said, "She popped up tonight on my Twitter writing me about all of this stuff." And I was like, "I don't know what's going on." So he went and he grabbed her, told her, "Come here," or whatever, like trying to see. Well, no, no, no. I'm wrong. Hold on. Because she started calling me back. Because see, I hadn't got off the phone with her and got on the phone with Don. She started calling me back while I was on the phone with him. And he said, "Well, click me on, let me hear what she's saying." So I did. And she was saying something about somebody put her in a car to sit down and wait for him or something. But then she got off the phone quick because she was like, "Well, I don't know if he got something recording in here. So let me call you back." So I was like, all right. So Don went and he tried to go in there and I think talk to Rob first. But Rob didn't want to hear shit Don had to say, telling him about no girl or nothing like that. So then that's when Don went to her. And I think he said he told her he would pay her to leave. But
Yeah,
she
she
was like,
came and she came on there and said it, and her friend said it too, that some man was yelling at her and tried to give her $100 of bus fare. But I'm just saying, all this, like, she reach out to you online, then you collide with them. It's like then you get with Dawn to see if she's talking to him. So it makes people look, and I'm just gonna be real. Like
it was messy.
I try to visualize things, and I'm like, okay, so she know this girl, and she's saying Angelo brought her in, but she came on a mega bus with somebody. I'm not gonna mention their name, and then that knows Angelo as well. They from the same town, and then you say, okay, well done. Let me know if this true. Is she in the car with him? Is this, so you can say, okay, yeah, Angelo, yeah.
Oh, no.
The bait is in there. So yeah, tell Asriel. So I still feel like this girl was put in and
No.
slide Robert down so Angelo and him can try to get there,
Well, wait a
make
minute.
her daughter mad so she can flip on Robert or whatever the fuck she did. And this girl was put in, and you know how old girl is, Asriel, and people showing her, and I think Shabazz, I still say I think Shabazz showed her too when she was doing the interview with Shabazz, and she said, "Oh hell no, I know he ain't touched this thing right here. I ain't talking about a God bless her soul, but." This girl looking at this woman looking at this like what the fuck. So I just feel like shit was put in to sabotage a whole lot of
Well,
shit.
let me say
It
this.
don't make
I
no
agree
sense.
with that. I agree with that because when I saw her, I'm like, this girl looked like she like 16, whatever. And I got into a whole argument with Mr. Kelly regarding this girl. Don also got into an argument with him regarding this girl because he did not want to. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Well, I'm gonna say this. I told him that he needed to get rid of this girl. Hell, that's in text messages to him. I was like, you need to get rid of her. I said, I thought the girl was lying because she was a fan. I'm thinking this girl making it up. So when she was saying it, that's why I tested her, like, oh, okay, well, what's the address? What's the whatever? But once I realized, damn, he really is talking to this girl, I'm like, yo, this girl, you don't know where she came from. She looks young. Like, this is not what you need right now. He don't like nobody telling him what to do.
But I ain't
And
gonna say
then
he was talking to her because he was communicating like that because he was communicating with all the people that was supporting him. The Him Two girls, who else was out there, y'all? Sylvia and them was out there. All these people, he was happy that he had support, and he was just showing these people love because people walked away from him. And I still say that she didn't slob him. She just saying this shit, and he was being happy, support. Y'all here to support me. Everybody, walked away from me. I'm glad my fans, I love my fans. I'm gonna show my fans love like he always have done. Because I know this for a fact. He gonna always show his fans love. Okay.
well, see, and I
Even
don't
me
know
and
how
him.
far it went with them. I don't know what the dynamics was. I just was shocked that he actually even asked her to really come there. Because that night it was no other fans there. She was the only female when she got there. And
I thought
I
the
couldn't, I
him
was
two
looking to
girls
believe.
was the him two girls was there because they was talking about how Don was saying what he was saying about her, and they was mad at Sylvia for giving her the address.
Okay, so then maybe they was
I'm
in
just
there.
so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Some just ain't right.
Most definitely, they were in the
And
group
see, he got upset
they was in
when
that
Dawn
group.
said, and see, he got upset
because Dana
when
was also there too.
Dana was not there that night. Not that night. That night that I'm
Well,
talking
he
about,
said he was there. He said he cussed out
no.
Dunn.
Mm-mm.
He went face to face with Dunn. He
I
cussed him
mean,
out.
He's
Don
lying.
Don
He's
confirmed it
lying.
also because Don said that he kicked him out the gym because he had red hair. But that's a whole different other story. But continue.
Wait, that is not the same night. Because one thing
That
about
was a
it,
different night.
this yeah, it was a different night because when that
Happy
girl,
birthday, Texas.
Thank you.
unless she lied, unless she lied, because when she was talking to me, this was another reason that I was like, okay, something is like not right with this because she said that everybody else had left and she was still in Chicago. And I was like, well, I'm confused. Why are you still there? And she was like, well, I was hoping that I could see him before I left or whatever. I was like, wait a minute. Cause she was telling me stuff like she didn't have nowhere to stay. She was bathing at the Dunkin' Donuts across the street from the Trump. So I'm like, wait a minute. Because I was like, so how much money do you have? Like, are you okay? Because she was saying like she was basically just there. She said Dana and them had left. So that's why I said unless she was lying about Dana being gone, she was saying because this was days after the hearing that everybody went to. And then she said, I think and this is allegedly Daddy Lolo, because I don't know if it's true or not. But then she said that when she didn't have nowhere to go, I think she said she called Daddy Lolo and he supposedly helped her and got her an Airbnb, but she was like, I could only be here for one more day. So I was like, well, why don't you go home? Because I was like, have you talked to him? Like, I said, did he tell you to wait around? Like, why are you still there? And she was just like, oh well, no, I just wanted to see him. So see,
That
that's
was
what was
that
throwing.
girl just like that damn Geronda Pace. And she was at that donut shop sitting there hoping that Robert come out. That's some scary shit. These strange
But
ass
see,
people
that's
around this
why I
man.
thought she wasn't telling the truth when she said, "Oh, he
Yeah.
just texted me. He just texted me." I'm like, he
Mm.
couldn't have texted her. I was like,
I
Hey,
I
don't
don't know.
think
look,
I
he
didn't believe
text
her.
her. He didn't text her. People been
look.
stealing Robert's phone that's up in there. That's why I said this shit was a setup. And texting her while she was sitting over there at the donut shop waiting on me. He never showed the hell up. And she sit there like a damn fool. And the way it looked like she was some kind of hooker because she came straight there. She screwed old boy, the YouTuber, and then she's her friend said she was getting with a man and a woman there, and she just screwing everybody. So something ain't right with that girl. So
Oh,
somebody sent her
okay.
in there to set him
Her, she
up.
got down there on the mega bus for a
Oh, I
She
didn't know
came
whole
that.
on
hour.
a damn mega bus with what? With nothing? Did somebody promise her something to go in there
And
Hey,
and
see,
hey, hey.
that's what I
Don't
was
you be
saying.
trying to put that off on Kales because last time I
Kale,
checked,
no, she lied. She lied. Honey, because I've been getting everybody's story, text messages, facts, all the information put together, and shit comes back to me when I start talking about it. So that girl was sent in to do some sabotage in some kind of way, and
Well,
then
I believe
everybody
that.
talking to her. But see, like I was saying with you, but you were getting
But that
mad,
was
but
it. That
You
was
will get
it.
mad, but you can't get mad at his supporters because we here to try to find the truth and point out the lies
No.
from the truth. But what
Okay,
I'm
let me say
saying to
this.
you, but look how it looked though. You saying the
No,
girl
it
reached
looks
out to
bad.
you.
It looks
You
bad.
you said she reached out to you. Okay, she on the mega bus with somebody else that's involved with Angelo. You
But
said
see,
you
wait a
love.
minute. I didn't
It
know
sound
that
like
part now.
But see that what
y'all
I'm
trying to
saying. But you,
entrap him.
if you was on the outside looking in now, you said you a journalist. Now come on with me. Now come on with
Oh
me.
no, I
Now
said it looks
jump
bad. The
outside of
optics
the
of it.
box. Jump outside of the box. Out of if it wasn't you, how would you think? What would you think? How would you think this person, Angelo? You said Angelo, and you was just you so in love with Angelo. So he. And then everybody said that Angelo and Don was connected. I said, no, Don and Angelo ain't connected because Angelo trying to find out who the hell Don Russell is in the camp because he knew. And that's how I know Azriel was still in contact with her dad because she telling him about Don Russell. So who the fuck is Don Russell? Let me find out who this is. So he reaching out to people in the camp. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like Robert, the only one that's in here not knowing shit is crazy. It's pure fucking wrong. And for people,
Well,
and
hold on. I'm gonna say this. I
I
wouldn't
feel like this
say,
girl wanted a lawsuit too.
but I
I
wouldn't
feel
say
like
that
she
he
wanted
didn't
a
know.
lawsuit.
Wait,
Huh?
it's stuff that he didn't know, but it's a lot of stuff that he did know, and he
But he
did
didn't
not
trust
want to
nobody. I
listen.
wouldn't either.
Right,
Look
right.
at this
But
shit.
well, let me say this. When it comes down to Jasmine, my whole thing was this. It was a bad look. You already know what you got going on. This girl looked like whatever. She shouldn't be nowhere near you right now because the optics of it just looks bad. Hell, when them went to go tell him, I told him, please do not say nothing about me because he is gonna feel away like Cash is in every goddamn thing. But of course, they like, oh, and Cash thinks she came from such and this and that. What do y'all person say? He say, oh, Cash said, y'all want to know what Cash problem is? Cash want to fuck. This is what he says out of his mouth.
Who
Instead of
said
just
this?
really, Mr. Kelly, instead of just looking at the fact that this girl was bad optics for the situation, that's what he said out of his damn mouth. And he brushed it off like
But
it
he was
wasn't
taking
nothing.
up for a supporter. This woman traveled a long ways to see him.
Yeah,
A
but
lot
think
of
about
people
how
not
it
looking at
looked.
him. I know that, but at the same time, we have to look at Robert, his thought, right? And just look how emotional he was when he came out of that jail when they got him out for child support, and all his fans was out there saying we here for you, and he's crying because he's happy somebody is here for him. And then you got people traveling that far. You got this man having damn parties every Friday for the public to show them love. And so people mistreating this woman, she traveled this far to show her support and to come into his come to his court cases to say, hey, I'm here for you, I'm a fan. And he loves his fans to death. So of course he's
He
gonna take
does.
up for her. But I don't think it was a sex thing. I don't think it
Oh,
was.
I listen. I don't know what it was, but I just knew I was like, listen, this is not gonna be good. Cause I swear to God, I really thought that girl was lying. That's why I called her bluff when she was like, oh, he just having to come to the gym. Oh, I'm like, this girl lying. And when she went and I was like, oh Lord, no, 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 no. Like this is no. But
Um, I'm just
hey,
put
it
it like
was
this.
what it was.
People were stealing Robert's phone. Sometimes Robert is too busy. He playing ball. He's in the studio. People get his phone and text stuff, make it look like him. And I got the information. I gave the information to the attorney. It's a lot of bullshit. And this man do not
I can
deserve to be
believe
in
that.
jail. He
I can
do
believe
not
that.
deserve to be in jail for all this bullshit that's going on. This is like I ain't never seen nothing like this behind man, one man, and he's suffering 30 years. Give him 30 years for some bullshit like this, some money thirsty ass people, uh, seeking fame, seeking dingaling, to say they slept with a damn celebrity, money, and all that shit. It's crazy. I can't. I can't. So
Well,
this is
I'm
me.
gonna
I
say,
think I just try to think outside the box. I'm me. If people get upset because I try to speak what I see and how I see it and give my opinion, I am sorry, but this is some fucked up shit.
no, it is all the way around. And
This
my
is
thing is this:
Twilight Zone.
when you said that, like, I get mad at the supporters, I don't get mad at the supporters for. First of all, I understand that the supporters really don't like none of us. This is about R. Kelly. That's who they support. So I'm not oblivious to that. I know that. But my whole thing is, it's just like people are so passionate sometimes to the point where it's like they don't slow down enough when I am saying certain things, because it's not like I don't take accountability for stuff. I have come out here in the beginning and said a lot of different things, but I also have said, listen, I was super emotional. It was a lot of stuff going on, and I made the mistake of running my mouth before I knew what was what. Like, as soon as I would see something or get something, I'm running with it. But this situation was so convoluted. People was pretending, people was infiltrating. One person, you think they this, and then they turn out to be that. Everybody dropping something here, dropping something there to see how far to go
Now
back.
your
So
head was in the cloud behind that Clary Dingaling and
no, it wasn't. It wasn't, because
that
wait a
gold
minute.
tooth in his mouth. You was on cloud nine. He started whispering as soon as he told you he was gonna chew on your yum yum. You just was in
Listen,
cloud nine
no,
and
no, no.
shit.
And let me clear
And
that up.
tell
That
everything else
did
went
not
out the
happen.
damn window.
Wait now,
Everything
but
went out the window.
understand, I didn't meet Angelo until I had already been in this almost a year. So he wasn't like the first person I came into contact with. Like, when I spoke to Isis, I never even spoke to her Angelo until what, 9, 10 months later. So he was not the influence of everything because
Bro,
he
how he
wasn't
know you
around.
where you live at? He said he lived y'all. He said your mama down the street from us, and I ain't never stopped by your house to see you. He said you was lying on him. He said so you live in Florida. That's how I knew you lived in Florida. I said, damn, she live in Florida too. So hell,
No,
why?
no, no. I don't live in Florida. I'm from Miami, but I'll stay in Georgia.
But the way he said the way he said your family lived down the street. Then he lied, said y'all never met up. He don't know you. He never talked to you. And then turned around said he talked to you. I only talked to her for a few times, and I just used her ass, and everybody using everybody. And then soon when he
Well, it was
whispered
a
in
lot of
your
people
damn
using.
ear, now you went in there like she woman, and you was trying to get all the info. And soon when that man started blowing them sweet nothings in your ear, and then you see that gold tooth, and then that man talking about your yum yum,
Not
and
in this
then
goes.
then your panties start melting, and nothing
Oh
else
no,
matter
Lexi.
because you
No.
didn't give a shit. Hell, that's what you said. Hell, you said I was just so in love with Angelo that I wasn't gonna cross him. And then soon you on here telling the damn truth. And hold up, y'all, hold up. It's Angelo, y'all. I gotta go. I'm like, what
No,
the fuck?
listen.
This goddamn
Listen.
man.
No, no, no. No, let me tell you what happened. Let me see. No. Let me Okay, first of all, let me say this. Let me say this.
Lord.
When that situation happened on Phases and he called me on the other line, I wasn't even like into Angelo like that at that
I
point. What
see.
happened
You got
was,
off that day.
no, no,
Now you
I'm
got
gonna
off
tell
that
you why.
damn
I'm gonna tell
phone.
you why. I'm gonna tell you
Shit.
why. What happened with me was, first of all, I should have never got on YouTube. I have like, first of all, in real life, I don't let people disrespect me. I don't let people try me. People do not talk crazy out their mouth to me because I don't have no problem giving them what they asking for. So it is very different to come on the internet and then you got like all of this stuff going on, and then my emotions get up quick because I was very upset on their phases because I knew stuff that was going on that other people didn't, and the stuff was just looking sideways to me, and I'm just like, this is not making no sense. This is crazy. And when he called me, I'm just so caught up in the moment. I'm like, hold on, this Angelo. I'm acting like I'm on a phone call. But when I clicked over, what he said did make sense. He was like, listen, you giving these people way too much on this internet in the middle of all of this stuff. And I think he said something like, I don't know what you was about to say, but you might need to think about what you saying on the internet. And when he said that, I'm like, you know what? He's right.
Now, well, okay, so in my mind, it making me think that he's trying to tell you, be quiet, you too emotional, you're going to say what we got going on. And see,
Well, no, because
then,
I was going at Don. So that, honestly, that would have worked in his favor because me and Don was arguing.
no, but you were talking and he was scared you might say, you talking out of emotions and you might say some slip and say something else that you ain't got no business saying. But he said, okay, I was being nosy because I do be nosy sometimes, and because I like to put all my pieces of the puzzle together. So he said he never met you, but he never talked to you in person. But he said y'all was in the elevator when all this commotion was going on, everybody lying, and the Rogers act like Faith done fell out, and Ambulance came and got her.
That was in New York.
She was partying with Summer Bunny. That's why Summer Bunny got a cease and desist, because hell, Summer Bunny could tell that she was out partying. She wasn't having no seizures and shit. That's why they shut that girl down. But Angelo said he never met you, but then you said he was in the elevator, said, meet me at a hotel down the street. I said, okay, meet her down the elevator. They going to another damn hotel.
Well,
so Angelo wanted you to go to another hotel.
That was the first time me and him met. But
you gonna go to a hotel with a stranger?
Well, I didn't go to the hotel.
If
what happened was
my hotel, baby,
and it wasn't like that. It wasn't
so
like
when you
that.
was in the elevator with
what
him,
happened
he showed
it was a bunch
too.
of us. Wait a minute, because you're not letting me get it out. It was a bunch of us in the elevator. Because what happened was we was over there in the corner. Me, Kelly, my cousin, my colleague from the magazine. All I know is Tim comes making this huge scene talking about, I mean, he was pointing at my cousin. Oh, I know exactly who you are. And Cash, you come with me. So we all looking at Tim crazy because we like, what the hell are you talking about? Because like his energy totally changed. And it was like he was making a scene, and I'm paying attention to the words that he's using because he kept pointing at my cousin. I know exactly who you are. So we like, what? Like, what are you talking about? So all I know is I'm looking at him crazy now because now I'm like, yo, what type of time you on? Because like, what are you talking about? So all of us looking crazy. We see the Lifetime people, all of them like, starting to group around because Tim's making such a large scene. So Angelo comes off the elevator and he was like, listen, come with me. I wanted to talk to you. So I'm looking like, who the hell is this nigga? And he was like, listen, I wanted to talk to you. Just come with me. So I'm looking at my cousin and he was like, well, I'm with you. Come on, like, go ahead. So when we get in the elevator, I'm looking at Tim like, what the fuck was all of that you just did out there? And he was like, oh, I ain't want everybody to know that Angelo, we was finna go upstairs and talk to Angelo. I said, okay, so you had to say those things you said. But see, now I understand the play. Now I understand it was a setup, like what he was saying about I know who you were. But at that time, I'm like, this don't make no sense. Like, why would you even be saying what you was just saying, though? So when we got up there, it was a bunch of them in Angelo's room. And I'm just looking like, I'm not understanding what's going on because it was so much commotion all of a sudden. And it wasn't based on that call. It was something that
I was just gonna say that. So y'all don't deserve not 1/4 from now one of them men, even though I'm pissed off at Don Russell and I'm listening to the shit. Like I said, everybody was arguing with each other. It wasn't nothing about no damn Lifetime because everybody if everybody was started about a gun threat, a bomb threat, whatever threat it was, they would have took their ass to them hotel rooms and curved up in them damn beds and started praying. But everybody trying to get down each other's throat because everybody wanted some R. Kelly money. Damn church ladies lying, sanctified people lying, people just lying for money. But it's not gonna. I'm
No,
telling you,
what happened was,
Yeah, tell hey Cash. So what was the argument about? No,
Tim and Jonjolin, I don't know which one of them went up there. Zoe, I've never had sex with a married man, baby. But anyway, um, they took their behinds up there telling everybody that I was R. Kelly's mole. So see, they had me there as their publicist, but that's what the commotion ended up being about, which now makes sense why when he came, he like, oh, I know exactly who you are in this. He was making a scene for, because the Lifetime producers and stuff was in that lobby of that hotel too when he was making that scene. So when we got in the room, I'm just looking confused. I know Mike and Angelo started talking, so they off talking. I'm just sitting on the bed, like literally trying to process what's going on. Because first of all, I'm freaking out because what you call him just got called in. I, I'm thinking, okay, this is just too much. Like this is not what I signed up for. Like it's just like stuff just got too real at that moment.
okay,
And
but why
then
would you? But why
all
would
these
you freak
people
out
acting
when you
crazy
say
in
you
here.
know Don? Okay, so why would you freak out when you say you know Don? You said Don called in the threat. You know it wasn't really no threat. So why would you freak out?
Wait, you said it wasn't really no threat. It was a threat. What do you mean? That's what I was being told.
I'm telling what I'm saying. You was told us earlier that Don was you was on the phone with Don. Don called in, was the one that called in this
Hmm.
bomb threat, gun threat. First it went from a bomb threat to a gun threat.
It's
And
one
I
of them. I don't
know
know which one it was.
but I know how New York roll because if it was a bomb threat, y'all ass would have been across down away from that whole block. Bomb squads would have
Well,
been
no,
there.
no,
It
no.
would have
Okay,
been on the fucking news, and none of that stuff was on the news.
we
That's why.
jumping around. We jumping around. So let
No,
me
we ain't
clear this
jumping
up.
around, but I'm
Well,
just
we are
saying we're
because we
talking
was in
about
the
the
room. Now we going back there. So I'm trying to go
no, but
back
that's
to.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying to being startled. You just said you was upset about the bomb threat, but you said that Don Russell called in a threat and you
Right.
knew it wasn't
So
a threat.
imagine. Okay, but what you have to imagine is this: I'm in between both of these sides of people. I've been talking to Don all day long, all of this. So in my mind, I'm just thinking to myself, like, oh my God, this is too much. Then all of these people in the hotel are acting crazy. And I didn't know what the hell was going on all of a sudden. And then everybody starts bamming on Angelo hotel door trying to talk to me. So I'm like, what is going on? Why does everybody want to talk to me? Because I didn't know none of them damn people. So I was confused, like, why is everybody trying to talk to me? Because I just know one of the last times they knocked on the door, Angelo just like swung the door open and said, listen, ain't nobody fucking talking to her. Get the fuck from by my door. So I'm looking like, why do these people want to talk to me? Because I still didn't know that John Jalen was telling these people I was R. Kelly's mole. So I'm just in total confusion, like, what the fuck is going on? So that is why Angelo said, listen, it's too much going on right now. He was like, over here, and it's too many people coming to the door, all of this. He was like, listen, if I got a room down the street somewhere else, like at another hotel, like, would y'all come talk to me down there? That was how that came up. And I was like, I mean, yeah, I guess. I was like, they got my number, just have them call me or whatever. But we never met up at no hotel or whatever. Um, it was just too much commotion, period. Like my whole thing was this. When we finally was right there about to hit the corner to get to the doggone venue, that was when I got the first call. Because the first call I got was from Jonjolin. And I was like, Jonjolin, we right here. We about to hit the corner. And she was like, she said, Cash, you better not have nothing to do with this. And I was like, what you talking about? We about to park right now. And she was like, it's over. I'm like, what? She was like, it's over. I was like, I thought you said they was running late. How was it over? She was like, somebody called in. I don't know if it was a gun, a bomb, whatever, one of them. She said, somebody called in a threat, da da da. And I was like, what? And she was like, just come to the hotel. Everybody going to the hotel. So I was like, okay. So I'm looking around the car at them like, she said somebody called in or whatever. So not even 5 minutes after that, that's when I get the call from Dawn. And Dawn is just laughing like, oh, you gotta tell me how they was looking. Oh, you gotta tell me. And I was like, yo. And I was like, bruh, I know. I just know you did. Oh, I didn't. I'm not even gonna say what he said. So I'm just like, oh my fucking God. Like this is what I'm thinking to myself. Like, what on God's earth? Because like I promise like 60 things flash through my mind. Like every headline tomorrow is gonna say R. Kelly something something something. Like that's all I kept thinking was this is going to be like why would like it just made no sense. So between me freaking out in my mind about that because they didn't know and I'm in the middle and I'm just like, oh my God, this is gone way too far. This is insane. And then them having this commotion, me not knowing that they done told these damn people I'm R. Kelly's mole, which pissed me off because I'm here because of y'all. Y'all invited me here. So where did that come from?
So you a publicist, right? So like all this stuff with the bomb threat and all that, why you didn't just you couldn't write it, put it out there in the newspaper, something, reach out to Hip Hop Weekly or whatever,
Well, I didn't have to reach out to Hip Hop Weekly. I ran Hip Hop Weekly, but
well, then I'm
I
saying
didn't
you
want
read
to
it, so why you
associate
didn't put that in there?
put
Why
what in
you
there.
didn't put why you didn't put okay X, Y, and Z, all this stuff, like to
Who's talking
break
about R.
it
Kelly?
down, like this didn't happen this way. This is what happened. This Robert was nowhere involved in this. These are lies. These journalists need to get their facts together. And I already said, it's not the same anymore. The journalists had an oath. Journalism is not journalism anymore. They have
No,
an
not with
oath.
everything else.
Had an oath, put up an oath to put out the facts, get the facts, put the facts out. It's just like bullshit now. Whatever sells, whatever people eyeballs draw to, but no facts. And I'm saying, you said you ran it. Why you didn't put that
Because
out there?
they did not want to be affiliated with any of this R. Kelly mess. Like they
Hell,
didn't
everybody else
want
wants to be affiliated with it.
none
Anything
of it.
that has something, not the truth, just say the truth. Nobody
Well, I'm
wants
a
to
no.
be
Wait a minute.
affiliated
No,
with the
because
truth.
I didn't allow and I didn't allow them to put anything bad about him. So we just didn't post no R. Kelly stuff. Period. Because it was like, okay, if I'm not posting this and I'm not approving that, so we didn't post anything about R. Kelly probably for the last 4 years. There was nothing about him, period, on that platform because I didn't support any of the stuff that was going on because from me dealing with all of these people, I knew something wasn't right. So I'm like, I'm not going to put out this. And I know this may not be even 100% true. Like, I just didn't want to do that. And what's killing me, I got to stop looking at these comments. But this, going back to what you were saying about why I be acting the way I do about the supporters, it's because of the stuff that they say. If you're going to want to know what's going on, and I'm trying to explain what I can explain, then be open to that. Like they be having every solution, every whatever, like they was there and I wasn't. And that's what
Well,
be killing me.
people say a lot of stuff about me, and people say stuff
I
all the
got
time.
another. I got another question, Cash.
And then
See,
also keep
see,
in
no,
mind,
whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
still ain't
whoa,
been able to
Cash.
explain
No,
nothing
no,
because
no.
we
Wait
keep
a minute,
chopping
Cash.
up. Go ahead.
Wait a minute, Cash.
We
You
chopping
just,
up. Let me pause. Let me mute myself then.
No,
you
you
just,
don't gotta mute, but I'm just saying we going like here, there. So it's hard to understand because we going, we talking about so many different things. But go ahead.
oh no, you
It's
just
a
touched
lot.
on the point. If you wasn't posting anything about Mr. Kelly, then I
Hmm.
ask you again, what was your point of trying to get next to this situation? And then I
Okay,
also
maybe
heard
you
you
gotta
say
miss. Okay, go
that
ahead.
that you got brought in because of these savages and these Clary's people. So really, you were representing them. You had no intention on finding the truth that was going on. But continue.
Actually, no, that's false. See, this is what I'm saying. It's like I don't even understand how you drew that conclusion. First of all, let me
Oh,
explain to
because
you.
I'm listening to what you're
Okay,
saying.
well,
You
let me
said that
fully
y'all
explain it
ain't
because you're a little bit
ain't.
misinformed. You're a little bit
You said
misinformed.
you
Listen,
just
hear
said
me
that
out.
you're
I'm
not.
gonna answer that. I'm about to answer that.
You just said you weren't
So,
about to post anything about R. Kelly. They didn't even want to deal with it, but yet you came in as a journalist to. I'm still trying to figure out to do what. Just because you saying
okay,
some people troll online all day long and share these little
are you gonna
stories
let
and
me answer
come up
this?
with fantasies. I don't see anybody just dropping everything they doing, dedicating all their time just to come on the inside just to do nothing.
But that's the point. When you're doing an investigation, you don't do stories the whole time you're doing the investigation. So that's number one. I wouldn't have, even if they wanted to sponsor whatever, a documentary or whatever, we were never, if that was the case and they wanted to sponsor it, it was still never, the stories were not going to be posted in real time. Because in order for you to gather all the information to really see what was going on, it takes time. Shit, that was half the problem when I finally jumped out here on YouTube running my mouth. I was running my mouth too quick before I had enough time to get all of the pieces. Like shit, it's still stuff coming out now. So it's like you don't do an investigation like that. You don't just post stories all the time. But yeah, once they found out, okay, she got this damn clothes, blah blah blah, and they found out a lot of stuff that was going on, it was like, all right, no. Uh-uh. Like we can't go out here posting that these parents is liars. We can't go out here posting whatever, whatever. Now I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, they
Maybe
damn
back,
liars. And
hold
I
on,
can
wait a
say
minute,
this for a
hold
fact.
on. Hold on. Maybe back when Benzino and
Damn
them
liars.
owned Hip Hop Weekly and like Dave Mays, like when they owned it, it was like straight tabloid. So they definitely would have blasted it, put it out. But Benzino and them ain't owned that for years. So Quita, once again, you're wrong. But anyway, it was founded by them, but they weren't the owners for a while now. Um,
Look, my thing is when they didn't want to deal with it and they found out that the parents was liars or whatever, right?
I was too deep in by then, though. I'm in the
Why
middle
didn't you
of
walk
both
away?
sides now. First of all, honey, every time I tried to walk away, it was too late then because
It
I
was getting
already
juicy.
knew stuff. I already knew stuff from both sides. I had
Oh
people
no,
coming into
was
my
you trying
house.
to stay
I
close
had
to
people following
Angelo?
me. No,
Or was you
hell no.
trying to stay
I
close
Me and
mean,
to
Angelo
I
did
Angelo?
mean, I'm
this
confused
for long
because you
periods of time
didn't.
throughout
Wait
that.
a minute, you didn't make it to
Alice
any
gonna get
of.
your ass when
You
she
didn't
see
make it
you.
in Chicago. You didn't make it
No
to New
stick
York.
hood.
Wait, hold on.
Neither
Back up,
neither
back
one
up,
of the
back up. What you
stands
mean
you
I
hit.
didn't make it to Chicago? What are you talking about?
You didn't make it in no Chicago indictments. You didn't make it to
Well, why
New
would I
York
be in a
indictments.
Chicago indictment?
You didn't testify on either side, so I'm confused on why you couldn't pull away again. What was your invested interest? That's what I want to know.
You are really confused, my love. I'm sitting here saying everything, but some kind of way you keep looping back to stuff that I've clearly explained.
No, I
We
mean, what's
know
your
there
invested
was,
interest?
what do you
Everybody
mean?
has an
What was my
invested interest.
invested interest? I
I
was
mean,
doing
Dad
an
wanted.
investigation. What was the investigation going to be for? It was going to
Okay,
be for either a
Okay, well, he
documentary
basically
or a
saying you
book.
for 4 years or 5, 6, 7 years, you've been digging all this dirt, right? So you just got it for no reason. So, but he
No,
basically
it was
saying, are
supposed
you?
to be. I said this already. It was supposed to be for a documentary or for a book. However, once I became a part of this damn story, now we got legal stuff involved. Now you got people coming at me about shit as far as like the feds, this and this and that. Now you got people popping up to my house, people trying to run me off the fucking road. You got goddamn, it was too much shit that started happening. So once it gets to that point, yeah, now it's not just, oh my God, I'm trying to get a story. Now I'm a part of this shit and shit done got messy and it's too much. It was so much coming at me from not just over here on this side, but also over here on that side. You don't know who's doing what, this and this and that. I have a real life too. And it was now cutting into real life. So it was so much shit going on. Yeah, at that point, I don't know if I would have felt like putting out a book or anybody else either, because now you got to deal with all of this stuff. Now you got to deal with lawyers. Now you got people coming this way, that way. That is what ended up happening. It wasn't, oh, just stay in this for the fucking fun of it. Because trust me, the shit stopped being fun almost fucking immediately. But
So the book,
shit,
so
every
the
time
book,
I tried to walk away, you talking about you don't see why I stayed, honey. They kept sticking me back in it.
Who is that?
Outside of this
you didn't
youth
That's
have
what
to
I'm
be
on
saying.
both sides
Who
of the
kept
fence.
bringing you into this? Because I don't think that R. Kelly was reaching out to you saying, "Hey, come Cash, come tell a story about me."
We're not gonna talk about that. But anyway, you keep thinking whatever you think. That's what
It's
I'm gonna
not
say.
about what I think. It's about what you're saying. It's like it's not adding up.
Because, sweetie, first of all, what have I
Because what are you
told?
getting out of it?
What have
What
I
are you
told
getting
that
out of it?
has been what? Okay, you know what? I can't answer none of his questions because it's not making sense. Like if I'm sitting here
okay.
directly
So
telling
So
you,
it's not making sense to you to ask
if
what
I'm
you're getting
sitting
out
here
of
and
it.
I'm directly telling you it was supposed to be a documentary and a book, then that was the end result of what it was supposed to be. However, when
Okay, now
legal
that you don't
things
have
got
that,
involved, when
we ain't
all
seen
of this
that.
different stuff got in, okay, what part of when real life happened, this stuff turned legal for me. This stuff turned a lot of different stuff for me. That is when, okay, this has changed now from just being, okay, we're finna put out a documentary and a book to, okay, I got to pay more attention to this. There's too much going on right now. There's just
didn't you
too
say on that
much.
other lady channel that when your book come out or something, you it's gonna be in the book? You gonna just wait until the book
Mm-hmm.
come out?
Yep.
So
Because at a lot of different points, I still wanted to drop it because I was like, too many lies been told. These people done got away with even lying on me under oath on national TV, all of this stuff. So I still,
I'd rather hear it on the stand so that that baby can get out of jail. That child needs to get out of jail and be free.
yeah, but
I'd
nothing.
rather
I'm
hear
gonna
it
say
like
this.
that.
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this. I'm not sure. Like, even if I was up there, right? If they subpoena me and I came to testify in regards to, I think the only two things that I could probably clear up was the stuff that I believe Faith's mom said in there about that Applebee's stuff. And what else did they say in there that was actually a part of it? Well, Michael wasn't a part of it, but what they did was they poisoned public opinion with a lot of those headlines. And so those are really the only two things that actually was involved that I could clear up. That was involved and mentioned, I guess, that affected the actual trial. We know Surviving R. Kelly swayed people, but it wasn't necessarily a part of the trial, even though we know a lot of parts of that was false. Well,
So
proven to be
what?
false.
So okay, with this bullet, because yeah, I am jumping all over the place. So now you, when you mentioned your cousin, and you said it
Mm-hmm.
was a second person with your cousin when Angelo was shooting at them. So I feel like all this stuff was planned. Did because
I'm
your
gonna be
cousin
honest.
got some.
I don't know what the hell took place. So once I talked to the lawyer, that's when I found out. Because I was looking and I'm like, well, why do they have such and such? Because I'm not gonna say his name, but I was like, why do they have such and such name on here? And he was saying, well,
Who
they're
is such
saying,
and such? Because I want to dig. I like facts now.
well, you could pull the paperwork, but this is a child, so I'm not putting no child's name out on
He
no
had
video.
a child
This
with him.
person was not legal, exactly. So that's why I'm like, well, why was this person like? Why is this person's name here? And the lawyer was telling me, like, well, they saying like this person was with him. So I'm like, what? And I'm looking crazy because I'm like, first of all, I talked to Mike when he was on his way to Orlando. He was supposed to be going because he has a sister that stays in Orlando. He told me he was going to Orlando to do work with his sister. And so that's why when people was all on the internet like, oh, you going to jail, you was on the phone with him planning it. I'm like, are y'all fucking stupid? If I knew this nigga was going to do some shit like that, y'all think I'm finna be on the phone with him for a fucking hour while he's on his way to do? Hell no. He told me he was going to his fucking sister's house. So that's why when he was like, well, they say such and such is with him, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, but I talked to him. I didn't hear this person in the background or, I didn't. So to me, I'm just like, this shit is crazy. So then I'm reading this stuff and I'm finding out like what they saying was going on at the time. I remember hearing the 911 call, but I heard that out in the
Okay,
public.
but why no bullets was in the report? Okay, Angelo said that your cousin was shooting at him, and you saying
I heard that on the
Angelo
911
was
call
shooting.
from her.
But I'm just saying, why, where was the bullet evidence for your cousin? And then didn't they say he had some kind of mental illness or something? So is this Angelo in his head telling him to come do this shit? Cause Robert was getting ready to have a hearing and shit. Every time a hearing come up,
Let me say
somebody's
this.
house is on fire,
Okay,
and cars,
first of
and
all,
people
wait a
being
minute.
beat
Hold
up and
on, hold
shit.
on, hold on, hold on. That is absurd. This, first of all, no. No, now
So
I'm
he
gonna say
did.
this.
So your cousin did that because Angelo said that you told him that your cousin raped you. So
Let
you
me say
said,
this. Cause that's okay. First of all, with that subject, let's have a little bit of something, because that was just thrown out
I
there.
know. I'm just saying. This is how I talk. So you got to forgive me. I don't know what happened. I don't know nothing about the subject, but um, if he did this, y'all was still close. If he did this to you, but what I'm saying, because it's just it. I wouldn't want to be close to somebody that did some harm to
Why
me.
would I? And exactly. So you know what? Let's pause with what you just said. So when they keep saying I didn't go to my cousin's sentencing, I didn't go to whatever. I think I seen people say I didn't write a character letter. What the fuck am I supposed to write? Oh yeah, he's a great person, even though behind closed doors this happened to me. Like what the fuck? No. What the fuck could I say
But
in a
why you
character
on
letter?
the phone with him though, talking
What
to
could
him
I?
for
Whatever.
hours? You talking to your cousin for
I
hours,
talked to
and he
him
did
for
something
an
wrong to you.
hour. Okay, and there's a
Why?
timeline of when this happened. There's a timeline of when all of this stuff happened. So my thing is this. And what I'm not finna do is that part right there. I'm not finna
No,
go
I
all
ain't asked
into
you about
no
that, but I'm just
into.
saying. I just felt like it's a
I'm not finna
Angelo.
go, but it's
I
not.
feel like
So
it's
I
an
can clear that
Angelo
up.
and Clarence
This is
Jones
not
beef.
no setup as far as my cousin doing something for Angelo to make it look like it was
Well, I'm
something that
just
they
saying.
want.
I'm just saying. I have to ask. I have to ask because.
Well, I've already
Uh,
cleared that up a million times. This had nothing to do with R. Kelly. The feds
okay.
know that. I told them that flat out. But of course, they're going to paint whatever narrative they want to. They're in control. So they know that I said, listen, my cousin don't even know R. Kelly. Whenever I even went to Chicago and stuff like that, he did not want my cousin around, was not interested in meeting my cousin. No shit like that whatsoever at all. He does not know him. But how I feel like they would have tried to tie it in either way was because Mike used to be talking to Don's mama all the time. All the time. So I feel like even if they wouldn't have tried to use me, I feel like if he would have went to trial or something, I feel like that's what they would have tried to use to still try to tie it to him. Because to me, I feel like they was going to use it either way. And I feel like that's why I never had the opportunity to go to court, even for Dawn. Like they didn't call me to court for Dawn to ask me nothing about what happened, nothing like that. And I feel like it's because if anybody would have called me to a stand, I feel like it would have unraveled too much of the other shit. I was connected to too many people, all these people. So the narratives they wanted to paint, I always just felt like they wouldn't have been able to paint it if I would have been up there. Because, okay, if I get up there, now you can't say that R. Kelly sent him, because I can
Okay.
sit up here and say he don't know him, but he does know this
How Miss
person.
June get in contact with your Michael?
Because what do you mean? All of us, when I went to Chicago, he was with me. So whenever, you know what I'm saying, Don has met Mike and stuff like that. It's not like they're strangers. I've talked to Don's mom quite a bit. Don's mom ended up talking to Mike, and I don't know. Like, I didn't think they would be talking as much as they did, but they ended up talking like every day, all day. That was them. Shit, me and Don wasn't even talking no more at that point, and they was still talking. So, that I don't know. That's between them.
Well, she's just a friendly woman that like conversation. So, I mean,
Yeah, I
from
mean,
my,
surprisingly,
my
they had a lot in common. So I don't know.
from my conversations with her, she'll reach out. If you reach out to her, she'll reach out. But I'm just, it's just you saying I can't put this information in when I ask the question though, but I have to ask that question because it doesn't. It's something like a lifetime fucking made up story. But what I'm saying,
honestly,
you.
all of this sounds make believe, but it's real life.
No,
This is
I'm
a
just saying.
whole
You said
crazy
you
saga.
you telling me I can't bring up that situation, but it's part of it. I mean,
No, what I'm saying
like,
is I'm not gonna go into detail
no,
about
I'm not asking
why.
for no details, but I'm just saying. So if this is true, did he
Mm,
go and try to retaliate to against
listen,
Angelo because
the
he put that
only person,
information out there? Did your
listen,
cousin
the
do this because he
only
tried to put
person,
that information out there?
listen, the only person who can tell you why they did it is him. Because honestly, like I said, I didn't find out a lot of stuff until he was actually arrested.
She froze. Go ahead, Mr. J. We've been on here for 4 damn hours. Lord have mercy, Jesus. We trying to pull up 4 years of bull crap.
I would just say that Cash is one of the luckiest innocent bystanders I have witnessed in my life. Okay.
Dodge the bullets. Dodge all kinds of damn bullets.
She witnessed everything but involved in nothing. Mm.
But she have to understand she froze, I guess. But she have to understand why we feel the way we feel. And you know me, I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm not. I don't try to sugarcoat anything, nothing like that. I try to like why you have to question that. Like, did he go and do this? Because I already said this was an Angelo and Cash Jones beef. Robert had nothing to do with this. And so, did he go and do this because he put this out there in the universe to the public that he did this to her? But my thing too, I have to ask these questions. If he did this to you and you're upset and you don't deal with him, you don't talk to him, but you call him on the phone while he's going over there to Angelo, and then you talk to him on the phone while he was in jail being indicted. He was indicted, and you talking to him, and you didn't testify because of write a letter on his behalf because of what he did. But at the same time, didn't they say he had some kind of mental illness? So these are questions you ask. Like, I mean, I'm not a journalist, but I'm gonna ask journalists questions. Like, it's just inquiring minds wants to know. Now, y'all see, I don't care what nobody say. Robert has to get up out of there. But at the same time, God probably got him put away, like I said before, to get all this shit out. So when he get the fuck out of there, this shit will be out there in the universe so people can leave him the freak alone and so he can stay the fuck away from people. That's why I am like I am. Like, this shit is beyond, like, I swear, like, I have on a wig and it feel like my head is about to blow out this damn wig. Because it's just like it's just tight. Like, it hurts because it's so much. It's like a movie, and a lot of people will be like, damn, y'all still in this. But the more we investigate, the more we look into stuff, it's like you just keep going and going and going. It's like it's never ending. I'm like, when will he get rest? Lord, when will this child get rest? And it's sad, you know. And I just pray while Robert's in there, he take the time to get all the stuff that they got music in there, go to school, and just keep his mind clear, go to church, get the Bible, get God in his life, and when he get out, move on and keep God in his life and keep God close. Because I'm seeing whatever this is, it seems like a hoodoo. It's like somebody to put mojo on this child. Like, everything around him is just something make I never go ahead, Mr. J, because I don't want to lose it. I've been on start crying.
Oh, all right. I said it. Cash, you about the most luckiest. Ain't got nothing to do with this person, but witnessed everything person. I know. And for you to, I don't think your cousin just got into his mind was just like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna find out where Angelo stay at and go burn up some cars.
First of all,
That's
he
what I'm
already
gonna
knew
do for
where
no
Angelo
reason.
stayed at because he done met up with Angelo in Orlando outside of me. Him
Oh,
and
so they
Angelo talked before. Like, this is not no, oh my God, he's a stranger to Angelo. Like, and I've said that before too. That's why I'm like, if you've been following this stuff on here, I've always said all of this stuff a million times.
that's the point. He just get it in his mind, just like, you know what? I'm just gonna burn some shit up today.
It was a lot going on, period. Because I think that was like at the height of when me and Angelo was going back and forth online all the time. It was just a lot of stuff going on, period. But first of all, I don't think anybody in their right mind would say, oh, yeah, go burn this up, go do this in the middle of a damn federal investigation where it's a microscope on all of us. That's just stupid. That's like asking for something to happen. So everybody can believe what they want to with that situation. But the only thing I could say is what I've always said, and is even what I said to those people. It didn't have anything to do with that man. And that's the only thing that I can say. What they took it and spent it as, or what they whatever, like, I can't control that. They do.
Why is your cousin and why your cousin? I'm sorry, but why your cousin in prison? With didn't they say he had mental illness? He's on medication and stuff.
I don't
So
know
why
nothing
they
about
got
that.
him? Well, in the indictment, he's on medication. He's on some kind of
Oh, that's new to
medication,
me. I ain't see that.
mental illness. It's in there somewhere. I read it, and
Now
so
I
I'm
know that
like,
they said that he had to see a therapist and do like a psych evaluation and stuff like that. So
no, they
maybe
said he was on medication for I forgot what it was, but I said he got some kind of mental illness. So why is he in there and not in a facility somewhere? That's why I felt
shit,
like
that's news to me.
that's why I felt like somebody was playing with his mind.
I- Listen, people make their own choices. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But I said plenty of times that that didn't have nothing to do with that man. And if anything, to
No,
me,
say his name. It didn't have anything to do
no,
with Robert Sylvester Kelly Sr.
oh, child, I never say his whole name like that. But it didn't
I
have
say
nothing
his
to do with
whole
R.
name.
Kelly. And I mean, if anything, that was one of several things that I felt bad about because it did go out in the headlines as if like he knew him, like he really was sending hits or something like that. And I'm like, that wasn't even the energy. That wasn't the energy. And everything that happened looked that way, from the call to the freaking that Facebook page to the car to shit. What else done happened? Like everything looked that way. And to me it was messed up because, like I said, I don't know what he did behind closed doors with nobody, but I know that that stuff wasn't what it was put out there to be.
Well, they know the feds know
Oh,
because
I'm
when
just
when
wondering,
Robert,
Cash.
Robert told Don, do not put that surviving stuff out. Do not put it out. He texted him. He said, don't put that surviving whatever. The feds know this. That's why they let shit go and try to put Robert name and everything. But them bastards know that everything that was going on between Don and everybody else, he wanted the lawyers to be involved. That's why I said what I said to Don. You know, goddamn well, after all that shit that happened to Robert in 2008, everything was done by the book. He wanted the lawyers to be involved in shit. He wanted to be involved in a damn thing. And Don Russell, he jumped in trying to save Faith so they can get this business going, get everybody out the damn way so they can get this indie bill business going and get these deals going and
But
shit
see,
like that.
that was the
And it
problem.
backfired.
That
It
was the problem
backfired.
because it was selfish. It was about his business because he said plenty of days like this gotta work, because now all my business investments tied into this gotta work. So that was his thing. He didn't care about what really happened. He was pressed about it because it was affecting his outcome financially. So I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, everybody that was in this had ill intentions. That's honestly how I feel. And I mean, I don't have no problem taking accountability for anything that I've done. I've said that. I've said that the book was wrong. I've said, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit got out of hand. It got messy. It got whatever. Like, I don't like the fact that a lot of the headlines was false. I've said this, but the problem is everybody else still damn lying. They was lying 3 years ago. They was lying at different points. Shit, anytime I said a different story, I was on it. Shit, I was confused. I thought it was that. It wasn't that. I opened my damn mouth too soon. But, like Tim running around talking about oh, well, I only what did he say? He only said certain things to me because he was trying to get information from me. I'm gonna be honest. He could say that, but if that's what his motives were, okay. But to me, to say some of the things that were said, and you saying that was in the name of trying to get information, it was a bit much. Because why would you say incriminating things to me to try to get information from me? It just, I don't know. A lot of stuff people say just don't make sense to me. People feel like
Where
what I
you was
said
where you
don't
was
make
sitting
sense.
there, I don't know if you probably did a video chat with him. He seen a young girl and his little mind got a little hot. And so it's in the atmosphere. And his wife, he got a lie for his wife. Hell, that's what everybody doing. Everybody lying, and he had to lie to his
But you
wife.
know what?
And I'm
I'm
trying to see how far you was gonna go with it, cause I guarantee you, if you would have went far with it, he been swinging them damn Jerry curls all over the damn place.
Well, he
I'm
was the
just,
one trying to go far with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the
well,
stuff
I'm
just
just
really
saying,
towards.
if you would have went far with him, he was just trying to test the waters. And when he said what he said, and trying to see how far he can go with you, and so it's out there, so he's gonna lie. Because at the same time, if you want information, if I want information, if I was in his shoes, if I wanted information from you, I got a daughter. I want to talk to my daughter. I haven't talked to my daughter. Can you please help me? That's all he had to say. I'm pretty sure you'll say, because you was
I was
it
already
was
dealing with it.
over there. So you would say, okay, I'll help you. So I'm just saying.
And to be honest, when stuff really, really
Everything
took
was
a
about
turn,
sex, with it, sex, money, all this shit, sex, money, career, book deals, stories, get a music career, um, go and get you a dance studio for everybody to come and join you, and out of expense of this man's life, and nobody gives a shit. It's
I
just like
wouldn't say that nobody cares. I
I
wouldn't say that
don't think
nobody cares. I think there were
every,
people, like I said, who cared, who tried to say things to him, who tried to whatever. I just think that he was so conflicted because it was so much going on that he couldn't tell those people from everybody else. I think that's what the
because
problem was. It
everybody
was just
came
too
in
much.
trying to be genuine and act like they helping him, and then if you desperate and you just need somebody help, and everybody running away from you because of these damn rumors and shit, you gonna try to hold on to whoever you got and try to hope and believe that everybody's being honest and the man didn't trust. Now y'all everybody get mad at Robert talking about he don't trust nobody. Now I see why he didn't trust nobody. Now I see why he'll tell this person, don't trust this person. Don't trust this person, because he feel like everybody gonna get together and try to burn him the fuck alive.
It was a lot. It was a lot going. It's still a lot because I mean he trying to get an appeal now and then look. I mean it's I don't know. That was just
Well,
funny
ain't nobody
timing for
worried
that
about
interview.
that, because everything I'm gonna point out the lies from the truth. That's all I'm here for. People get mad at me. If I see something ain't right, I'm just gonna call it out. I don't care. This is a person's life, and this people playing with this man's life. It's just not right. I got a headache, Lewis. That's why I'm in the dark. I had to turn off the lights because I'm getting a migraine. 5 hours. Oh Lord, I'm finna go. I'm finna go. I appreciate everybody coming up here to join us. I want receipts. Send me some receipts. then I tell everybody, y'all Cash done told y'all the truth. Yeah, they done said this and that. Or you just holding on to this for your books or your movie or whatever.
No, I don't really care about none of that stuff at this point. The situation was too much, and to me, every time, oh my god, you know what? Every time I look in your chat, it irritates my blood.
Well, stop looking at stuff that's gonna irritate you, cause I just okay. So will you give all this information to Jennifer Bunjean? I just pray that God just say,
Wait
tell
a
these
minute.
damn
Let me say this.
appellate
Let me
judges,
say this.
throw that shit out, throw it out. But
Now, let
if
me
they
say this.
don't,
This is my thing. Y'all keep saying that it's stuff that could free him, stuff that can help people see that this was a convoluted situation is one thing, but it's still so many other factors in this stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that I was, I guess, around for or whatever, it was stuff that was really put out in the media, but not so much involved in the trial. And see, that was always the thing, because it's almost like they took, like, it's almost like he had a trial by media, because anybody that could have been a damn juror, it was like they were so poisoned before they even got to court that people's minds was already made up. A lot of this stuff really not, it's not a part of the trial. That's the only thing.
well, you ready for Angelo? Cause he said he gonna sue the draws off your ass
Who said, when he said that?
for lying.
When he said
He
that?
said it. He said it. I still got the recording. He said he gonna be ready for all y'all. He
Oh,
said he said something wrong with you. He said you imagining things, something wrong with your mind.
I
And
mean, he's a married man. I'm sure he would say that.
I did come to your defense at that time. I said, even though she said what she said about me, I said, but this bastard sitting up here, I said he mad because the girl put his damn dirty laundry out there. And he always talking about these receipts, and we've been waiting on these receipts for 5-6 years. Everybody in their receipts. I'm still waiting. We should, child, nobody would need to talk to her either. Hell, just talk to them damn. Well, God gonna throw this out. I don't care what nobody say, but I'm gonna let. I'll thank you for popping on. Cause I have 1,000 questions. We 5 hours to 30 minutes
Yeah,
in.
and my thing was this. I didn't get to answer nothing straight out because it was so many questions that we
Well,
jumped.
hell, I got a lot of them. Hell,
Well, it's a lot that took place. But I'm gonna say this.
yeah, I know.
I know Don gonna play this back if he not already watching you the whole time. But
You
yeah, he
wrong,
lied.
Donna.
He lied
You
quite a bit
wrong.
in that.
It
Hey,
don't make
Cash.
no. I don't give
Hey,
a
Cash.
shit.
You know anything? You know anything about those text messages before they drop?
I heard there were text messages, but I didn't see them until they actually came out. So I didn't know, like, I didn't know it was like 174 pages of it. I had no clue. And what I was being told was that they was fake or something, that Azriel had what did they say, that Azriel had made them up or something. And I mean, I didn't know what to believe because I hadn't seen them. But yeah, I seen them now since they came out.
Oh hell, them damn feds took everybody's shit, all their information, everybody's phones, and loaded this shit up. And the judge wouldn't allow this shit to come out in court because that's why I said that Mammy and Pappy got something to do with it. And I've been saying it from day one, and it come to light. When I see shit, I see it. I see it because it's some gap somewhere missing.
I'm gonna say
But
this.
hell, you should have known.
I
I bet you if you would have known about them damn text messages and you saw where she said that he wasn't good in bed, you wouldn't been thinking about Angelo then.
My attraction to Angelo ain't have nothing to do with that. Like it was something totally different. It was
Nah, I don't give. You can say what you want to say, Cash. Cause when you told that girl that, go back and listen to that damn interview. And when you
I've
said
never listened to any of them. I ain't
when
never
you
listened to
when
none of them.
you played what he said, and then you said, I said, y'all
First of
look at
all, wait a
this.
minute. Nah, Nancy. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this. I was in the car with my homegirl. My homegirl was right next to me. So she was laughing, and I'm like, this nigga. Like,
No,
I'm talking to
go back
her.
to no. I don't care what you
And
say. You go back and listen to it when you told that girl talking about, and he said this, I said, damn. I said, shit. I said he got a panties like that.
no, it wasn't.
Go
I was
back and
talking to
listen to
him.
this. Shit, you took a deep breath. You took a deep breath. I said, God damn. I was
Oh,
like,
God.
shit. You took a deep breath. You
No,
took a
She was
deep
no,
waiting
breath.
to exhale.
Did she?
no.
Did she, y'all? I said,
She was
God
waiting
damn.
to exhale. Like she just found the one.
No, I
Woo,
wasn't.
Lord.
Whatever.
Well, I said it. I said, people, I'm talking about what you
So they
need to
was
hear
not
her story.
together. They was not together. They was not even living in the same house
Oh,
at
so
that
that's why
time.
you think that's why they went MI why she went MIA because Angelo sent them text messages because you know the feds had to talk to him and her, and then she went MIA and he was trying to clean up everything because he was trying to not be embarrassed and make himself look like he's the head of household. He's the king. What she say? She took a deep breath, Lewis. Woo, she was like, uh, and he just I'm gonna play this, and he said, I just want to give between your legs. And I'm like, oh.
Oh my God. You know what? I never heard it. I don't listen to myself on here, so I don't know
Yes,
what I
honey.
sound
I
like.
said, damn. She ain't heard nothing like that in a long time. I be like, nigga, take your married mouth and go kiss on your own woman
Listen,
twerk.
maybe it was some voodoo on me. It's a lot of people who practice Anthony and voodoo in this. So we ain't gonna talk about that. But maybe it was
Oh,
something
no,
on me.
no,
I don't know. I don't know.
no. You were just going through something. You just needed somebody to talk to. He said he was trying to be your daddy and trying to guide you in the right direction, tell you to do the right things and stuff
I
with your
don't
life.
know.
Was the guiding on
Cash.
his dick?
You know what?
Oh,
You know what?
Yeah,
You know
that's
what,
what he
Cash?
said. He was trying to guide you. He said he was trying to tell you how to be a better parent and everything. That's the hell he
oh.
said it. And this
Cash,
came
I
out
think
your mouth, Angelo. This ain't no hearsay. Hell, I play it now because I ain't gonna repeat nothing
She's
that you
why
ain't
I
say.
play.
I
I don't
play
want to
it.
Cash,
hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Cash, I think you a siren. Cause I don't see how you getting in with all of these men
I don't know.
and ain't
Shit.
nothing going on. You
Hmm.
witnessing all these situations.
Well, wait, no, no,
Hmm.
no.
Uh-huh.
Wait. Hold on now, because with Angelo, I did flirt. We did talk. But you gotta, I mean, I really didn't get information from Angelo
But
like that.
why I'll leave men that you met in this circle? Why the
Wait,
married man?
you
No.
may get information from
Not,
Angelo, but did you
not to
share
that extent.
information with Angelo? Did you share information with Angelo?
No, I didn't.
What kind of
A
information
I
lot of
don't
y'all
even like.
share?
I don't even believe you. You know why? Because your voice got all small. You're like, no, no,
Yeah,
no, I
yeah.
didn't.
I'm
Yeah.
chewing
That's what I'm
gum.
Oh, so
saying.
you was pillow talking, wasn't you?
I'm
She's
chewing
still
You
gum.
in
pillow
love. You can
talking
tell
what's
that
going
she's
on in
still in
chat?
love with
No,
Angelo. You can tell
man,
because
Mm?
Texas,
she
it's
just
your birthday.
she.
Why are you
I know
saying
it's
stuff
my
like
birthday.
that?
That's why I'm the hell. I'm just trying to be truthful. I can hear it in your damn voice. You still in love with that man?
No,
Alice gonna
ma'am.
beat the hell out of your ass.
No.
You better y'all living. You better not go visit your family and Alice find out your ass somewhere up in Florida. Shit. It's gonna be a damn problem. She's trying to
You
get
know
her
what?
damn
This
man,
ain't even
trying to,
funny.
trying to get her damn man that she was trying to get away from. Hell, she wanted her daughter to get. She kept
Oh,
Angelo
saying,
Angelo said he
Lord.
outside. It's after Ramadan. He
"Shit,
outside.
that's a damn shame that Angelo
Lord
done
have
drove that
mercy.
woman crazy that she had to use her daughter to try to use R. Kelly, Robert Sylvester Kelly
Oh,
Sr.
Lord.
to get her ass because she was trying to feel want to
So
ask
wait,
well
Cash. So when you was getting this information, who was you sharing information with?
I wasn't really sharing. Let me say
everybody.
this. Wait a minute. Let me say this. Let me say this. A
I
Told
lot of
heard you
me
was
people,
pillow talking.
hold on, wait, because a lot of people were saying stuff. Like, I know Don said in this interview, he was like that I was recording everybody and sending stuff to him. That was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Don only
But
got
Angelo said the
that.
same thing about you.
And see, that's what I'm saying. I never gave him no, you know what I'm saying? So it was just like a lot of people. I think once
So,
people found
but
out
Tim
that,
said the same thing. So
all this
who?
damn recording. Tim
wait, I
Sam
never
So
got a box
sent, hold on, wait, I
full.
never sent Tim no recordings at all. So that definitely was a lie if he said that. Now, Tim
hmm
and Jonjolin record
what about
everybody.
Larry? Larry said the same thing. Larry said he got information from you too.
From me?
Yeah.
No. And see, this is what I'm saying. It's like everybody just threw me around, I guess, to piss the other person off. Because I heard you say on here when I first got on here that Don said I played a freaking audio of R. Kelly for him. And I'm like, what?
Yep.
He
That's
did
what
say it.
happened.
Yeah, he said it. He said that you played a recording saying that Robert called him all out his name, and he said
Uh-huh.
he recording back to Robert and said, "See, that's why I told you not to trust. You know, blank, blank, blank. I don't like that word."
Mhm.
Um, and said he's a group. He's following me. I don't know why he's running behind me or whatever the case. But I ain't gotta lie on nobody. I ain't
So
lying on
Cash, my next
That's
Cash,
interesting.
Cash, why is all these men feeling like they in relationships with you?
Remember, what he said, Texas, he said I was crazy. So
You were
I'm
doing pillow
going,
talk. Look at her picture, right? So just
She
imagine. You
looked
see
like
how?
a pillow talker, and she looked
Yeah,
like
that's
a
what I'm
cheater.
saying. Look,
It looked
look,
like
she
you be
how she
cheating.
leaned over, and she got her hair leaned over like this, and she
Yeah, you
probably
be cheating.
like,
y'all
and
got
she
jokes.
and she chewing the
Y'all
gum,
got
and she
jokes.
chewing the gum and stuff like that, and
Uh-uh.
then she got all these
It
men
wasn't
hot
even
and
like that.
bothered, especially Angelo. Angelo
We
was
don't
mad.
know. Hey,
Angelo was
it's a
mad.
look. If it was a woman act, we'd be hitting you with the woman act right now, because these men got all the same story about Cash.
No,
Yep, this is
no, no. I'm gonna say this. Everybody is upset, I think, because at one point in time they felt very comfortable, and I think everybody felt like I crossed them when they found out, like, oh, she
well,
supposed to be
hell, you
around.
did cross them. Hell, you crossed them,
I
and
didn't cross
just be
everybody.
honest with you. Use every damn body in this circle.
They used me. They
Oh, look how you
used
said. Oh,
me.
you heard how she said on a long thing. You
How they
used
use you? Wait a minute. What they use you for?
What
how
I'm
you
they
listening.
use
mean? Hold on,
you.
wait a minute now, y'all.
No, let her
Y'all
finish,
trying to
Texas.
tell me that y'all don't see how everybody was tossing me around to piss the other one off and lying on me to, oh,
Well, you
she
should have
said this to
left.
get
Hell,
me to
you
mess
shouldn't have
with
been
that
like, I ain't
person.
finna be no. You should have told all of them, I ain't finna
But
be
wait,
nobody side
but
piece.
wait.
You should have
But my
left.
question is, the whole circumstances revolve around one man
It does.
that
It
that
does.
you didn't that you didn't get to, did you?
Yeah, I've been around him. I've talked to him. I've FaceTimed
Did you
him,
have
but
a
not
did
like
you have an
that. Like,
intimate relationship with him?
no. I didn't have an intimate relationship with anybody involved in this, believe it or
But
not.
let
Like,
everybody else tell it. He trying to get everybody cool to cop. But you were grown, you single, and all willing participants that was
yeah,
involved with
but
Robert.
And you look
I,
like you be cheating.
oh my God. Well, I'm gonna
yeah,
say
she
this.
do. She look
I
like she be
didn't
having
have
that. Look, she be doing that Sylvia sex voice talk to them men's on
oh,
there.
not
You
Sylvia.
listen to
What?
her tone. Y'all listen to her tone when she speak to Mr. J compared to
What
me.
you mean?
She started, she
I got
started, she,
bass in my voice right now.
she
It's
started
late.
talking. She started talking sweet. Yeah, but
Uh-uh.
well, Angelo, well, I tell you what, Angelo,
You do
what
that
I
voice
would,
well, not
what,
me.
what I
I'm
do
just
for
wondering why all these men feel like they're in a relationship and feel like they so comfortable with you.
and yeah,
What are you doing?
why would Tim talk to you like he was your woman or something? Like he's your man or something. He gonna tell you come here
Hmm.
right now. Like,
And
why
she
would he
coming
talk
too.
to you
She was
like
coming.
that?
She's
And
like,
you like,
okay, Angelo.
I'm coming, Tim.
Okay,
Oh,
Angelo.
y'all tripping. Y'all wild
Like,
right
I'm
now.
just saying.
I'm gonna get off the phone right now. I'm gonna get
We
off
just
this phone, Angelo.
The
hey,
only person in
we
this
keep it honest
entire
over
thing,
here.
the only person in this entire situation that I have ever actually had feelings for, and it's probably the person that everybody hate, is that one person. But I'm gonna say this: I was not feeding him information
Okay, but
at
what did
no
he say
point
to
in
you
time.
for you to fall in love with him like that? I mean, what?
This is my thing. I should have never got involved in this because first of all, I wasn't equipped, trained, or prepared to do like no type of undercover investigation. Like me, I'm a good writer. So, you know, me doing regular articles, stuff like that, I probably should have stayed over there or writing books on other topics. But with this, like when I got interested, when they made the suggestion and she was like, oh, why don't you try da da da? At first I was like, bitch, you crazy. Like I'm not the FBI. Like if this shit is true, like what I'm gonna do. But I started thinking about it. I started digging. I started seeing stuff. I got interested. But my thing is this. I remember talking to, cause see, BuzzFeed was supposed to do a documentary before Lifetime ever was.
Jim Dare
And
agrees.
well, see, I never met Jim or talked to him, but
Mm-hmm.
it was another chick that was she was like an independent contractor, but she was supposed to be the director with BuzzFeed, and I
A
ended up
woman.
meeting her. Yeah, it was a woman.
Hmm.
And I ended up
Interesting.
meeting her through the Savages because the Savages
Mm.
they came to me on the phone one night and John was like, oh Cash, Tim's got a proposition for you. So I was like, a proposition? She was like, yeah, hold on, I'm gonna let him tell you. So I was like, okay. So then Tim gets on the phone and he's like, so Cash, before I say anything about it, I'm just gonna ask you this one question. I said, okay, what's the question? He said, are you willing to wear hidden cameras? I said, what? He said, are you willing to wear hidden cameras? So, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't wear no damn cameras nowhere, but I wanted to see what they was talking about. So I was like, I said, well, I mean, as long as I'm gonna be safe, like, yeah, I'll wear it. Like, what what you had in mind? So he was like, okay, we got this director, like they working on a documentary, da 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 da. So what he did was I think they called her, if I remember correctly. Um, but he didn't want to let me talk to her. He didn't want to let me nothing. Like he wanted to kind of control it. So he was like, hey, such and such, like, I got Cash on the phone. Yeah, Cash is on the inside, this and this and that. Like he just like hyping it up to this lady because I wasn't even really close to nobody at that time, but this is like what he's telling this lady. And she was like, all right, I hear you, but I need to hear her voice. She was like, is she on the phone or whatever? So he was like, oh, Cash, say something. So I said something or whatever. So she was like, well, I want to talk to her. But it was like Tim was trying to control it or whatever. So
Just like he did Ashanti McGee, huh?
yeah, well, I guess so, yeah, from what I heard.
Mm.
But he was trying to control it because I guess he didn't want like maybe her to get to me and then I end up going off with them and they don't get nothing out of it or something. But
Well, he tried to do a documentary. What he was gonna call it, Saving Jocelyn.
I have no clue because honestly, the documentary never happened. And it probably never happened because she needed a direct link to R. Kelly. They needed one, and they wanted me to link him to them, and I wasn't gonna do that.
This is a damn shame. Ooh, Lord have mercy.
So her time was running out, and she didn't get the connection she needed. So I don't know what ended up happening with that, but I just know um man, I don't know. It was a lot. It was a lot. And I be getting like lost even talking about it because it's so much. Like people be getting so mad. Like every time she come out here, we'll never get the whole story and we'll never get. I'm like, if they only knew how much stuff was going on, like it's so hard. We would be sitting here for I don't know how long trying to go through all of the crap that was going on. It was too much. Dusk till dawn. Every day it was something. And no, Tim didn't send me in because I had already met Julius. But one thing about Julius is, first of all, Julius was not into no mess. Julius was strictly about the music. He was not worried about no Kale's business. It was like, look, I'm here for the music. I'm doing my job. Like, that's that. Like, we could chill, we could clown, like, but I ain't into none of that mess. So that's why I always say like Julius was really a stand-up dude. He was very honorable. And you know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't into the mess. So you could kind of say I was already over there because I was talking to him. But um as far as wanting me to go undercover, I had already had the idea in my mind. I mean, Tim them they tried to make a little proposition, but I feel like it was just because they was trying to get a check. Like, now that's one thing I could say. I feel like this whole time Tim and them have been trying to get something, whether it's a reality show or a freaking show of some kind. Like, it just seems like they really want that.
Ain't nothing going like I said when
So who suggested you go undercover?
Who first made that suggestion was ISIS. When his publicists and stuff, like all of them quit on him, R. Kelly, and it was like in the blogs and stuff, she was like, "Oh my God, you do some PR work. Like, why don't you try to go over there and pretend to be a PR and see like if you could find out something about my sister?" So she was the first person who like put that bug in my ear. But when I really started like talking to all of them and all of that, like she wasn't even in the picture no more. Because when I started asking her questions about that note that I seen online, the permission slip, she disappeared on me.
Got the permission.
Well, she didn't tell you that she got thrown out on the side of the damn road. Why she needed you to go see about it?
Actually, she did tell me that. That was one of the first stories.
Well, Lifetime even said it. They didn't find no evidence about this mess. And then why the hell you had to go see about it when everybody said that if somebody was with Azriel at all times, just lied because they. Oof.
So when you were doing your investigation, did you come across Asante McGee and did you speak with her?
I did talk to Asante once. And also I've heard conversations of Asante where she didn't know I was on the phone. Because one thing the Savages used to do, they were really big on like calling other people and telling you to mute your phone. So it's a lot of people that I actually heard their conversations with the Savages that probably don't even know, like, that I heard the conversations.
Just cutthroat, just Lord have mercy.
And when I talked to Asante, it wasn't really too detailed. She was just telling me that a lot of them be lying, and that's why she kind of keep to herself, and she don't really deal with a lot of them. And that was
she
it.
lied to her. Jocelyn brought her pretty ass in there. Here, all of them was mad. This pretty thing came in there, and here there was competition. Everybody get mad. All they want. It was a Najee Twa going on in that home, and a man gonna only do what you allow him to do. Everybody was consensual. Everybody allowed it because they was looking at this man money, and the first thing they said, he's R. Kelly, and he think this can happen. Now that man didn't come to y'all. Everybody came to him. Okay. Everybody came, even Cash Jones. She made her way to the camp. Okay. Robert didn't go look for Cash Jones. Robert didn't go looking for Adriel. Robert didn't go looking for Joycelyn. Robert didn't go looking for these people. All these people go looking for Robert. But Robert is the reason why everybody got PTSD.
No, he's not the reason I got PTSD.
No, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying. Okay. Robert's the reason why they constipated.
Yeah, Don the reason that she got PTSD.
No. These parents, Don, it's a lot of people is the reason I got PTSD. But I put myself in this, so I take accountability for that. But when it comes down to everything, like I said, I feel like everybody had ill intentions.
Everybody thought they were gonna use their coochie to put that man to marry him, and all they did, like I said, if you got played, you got played. But they didn't get played. He told I got multiple women, so you in or you out. You can either say I'm out of it, but they chose to decide to have all these Najee Twas and swing on ceiling fans and stuff. And so you did all that stuff thinking you were gonna get that man. That was you being a fool. So you can't get mad at him. You can't get mad at him.
I got 2 more questions. Number 1.
Yeah, because it's 3:00 in the damn morning. Oh Lord.
It's your birthday. You can stay up as late as you want.
I got 2 questions and I'm done. Did Yoronda try to jump over your fence too?
You know what?
Oh, okay.
No, she did not. But
Did you ever come across Yorondas?
I I know
Did she
Geronda's
leave her
sister.
shoes at your house too?
Hold on, I did. Geronda's sister, when that book came out, Geronda and her sister, um, they sent messages like cussing, because at that time it was supposed to be anonymous. So they sent messages like cussing the person out, like, oh, you bitch. Robert didn't do that with you, and this and that. And you talking about what they said in the book. It says something about collecting girls' pee. First of all, he uses his own pee. I just thought that was like the craziest shit ever. But it was just like, okay, all right, like, oh,
Damn.
bitch, and you need to
Okay.
this. They
And
were
then
very
my last
Whew.
question is about the camp, right?
upset.
See,
Yeah.
I noticed that, like I said, only person I heard on recordings was Don talking to you. You get what I'm saying? So my thing is, did you ever
Dawn
come
talking
across
to
the
me.
rest? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
going somewhere with this.
Okay.
Uh, during this time of your contact with Don, did you
Mm-hmm.
come in contact with anybody else in the camp? Like the Bubbas and the Will Edie's and the Keith
Um,
and the Bobbies.
I spoke to a
Oh, wait,
couple.
the
Rocky,
cousin Blackie, cousin
No,
Blackie. Did you
never,
come across Blackie?
never.
Blackie,
Mm.
Oh, okay.
June,
Mhm.
Um, Junebug was with Rob whenever I had seen him or whatever. So I met him. But it was a couple of people I spoke to, but I wasn't physically around them. No.
and everybody I talked to has not seen this man with no babies.
Wait,
I
who
just
were
don't.
babies?
They saying the man love babies. Robert
Oh, you talking about young
Sylvester,
girls. Oh.
he love babies. He love babies. That's what they got out. He love babies. He's a monster. Anybody that steal from me, I cuss their ass out too. Okay, I cuss people out on this YouTube when they come at me the wrong way. So this man
Oh,
getting
you
these
can
women,
hear me? I'm sorry.
yeah, you popping the hell out that gun.
Oh,
Thinking
I
about
am.
Angelo.
Stop. I knew she was finna say no.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm
See,
yeah,
sorry.
she
you
being
know.
fast. That's how she got them dudes popping
Hmm,
that gun.
hmm.
Oh wow,
Mm-hmm.
what they was thinking
Popping the
about
gun.
then. I don't know. But I'm gonna say this. I never slept with nobody in this. When I came on your page the last time, and I had to come to your page, I'm gonna tell you why. Because I hadn't even been on YouTube because I said I was not getting back on here. But when I heard Dawn was doing the thing, I was like, oh well, I gotta see this. So naturally, I had to come over here, and I just had to come because I
And the
know
first
how
thing you
hard.
said, you came up. Yeah, cause you was really for Don. Anybody that's supposed to been trying to help my son, cause I said I was gonna fight for Robert like I fight for my kids, my boys. And anybody that I felt like they was showing something that they was fighting for, just like I told Choke No Joke, if you for 'em, if you ain't bullshitting, I ride with you. I ride to the end. But when I see some bullshit, I'm gonna call it out. I don't give a fuck if it's mama, brother, sister, cousin, Uncle Junebug, Lily, anybody. I've been saying that. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna call it out. I can't stand this.
No, but I respect it. I even respected, everything you were saying. I think the only thing that always bothered me was certain things he was telling you. I don't know if he was making up certain stuff, if you say he showed you receipts, because some of that stuff I knew for a fact that he said it just wasn't true. And I was like, why is he sitting here telling people stuff that's not true? And that's my whole thing. Like, if you're gonna be real about it, just be real about it or just shut up about it. For me, people say, oh, you done told a bunch of stories, but shit, I was confused, goddamn it. There's a difference between being confused, sticking your nose in
Well, you
something,
better sit down and
and
use your you a journalist. You better sit down and sort this shit out before you come
but
back on
see,
one of these
that's the
YouTube
problem. See,
channels.
that let me tell you, that was what the problem was. I allowed my emotions to get involved. So then I was just all over the place because I got people following me now. I got people trying to run me off the road. So I'm like going through all these different emotions. I'm like freaking out. Like,
Wait,
okay,
who is
But
trying to
you
kill
test your
you?
PTSD because I'm gonna put it like this. I am
Hey, that
diagnosed
ain't come from our
with
side. That
PTSD.
had to be coming from
And
them
so,
people
no,
over there. That wasn't us over here. We
I'm
don't do
just
that.
I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I was diagnosed with PTSD. Okay. And the reason why I have it because I ended up with COVID, and then I'm watching the news. There's so much going on at the news, and this is not helping. But I don't give a damn if you diagnosed with it. You're gonna feel like everybody and their mama trying to do something to you. You're gonna go into the store, you're gonna see people standing there looking strange, and you're gonna get the fuck up out of the store, grocery store, leaving your basket there. You're gonna feel like somebody following you. You're gonna make blocks around to see if these people actually following you, because I go through this almost every day. I feel
well,
like
it
somebody's
does. It
watching
does
me.
make you feel like that. But I'm gonna tell
Okay.
you where it came from. It came from because at first I was just getting gut feelings about stuff. I was
Are
like,
you were feeling like Alice was following you?
you know what? Screw y'all. I see that in the chat.
But wait. I just
Alice
want
is
to
so
add some
guilty.
clarity.
Alice
Let me
so
add some
guilty.
clarity before you get started, Cash.
Okay.
Hmm.
What environment, when you was having these feelings, what environment were you around? Were you around the Tails camp when you was having these feelings, or were you around the other side when you was having these feelings?
Oh man, it was coming from everywhere. If you want me to be honest, because
Just said PTSD. She
I'm gonna
can't
say
put it
no,
all
no, no,
on
no,
her
no, no,
back.
no, no. Hold up. Let me explain. I'm gonna explain it. It was happening everywhere. I'm gonna tell you why. Because first of all,
Okay,
when I
good
was in
night, baby.
Chicago, look, she like good night. In Chicago, I was followed like in real time. But I'm gonna say this: the people who was following me in Chicago, I don't feel like it was to hurt me. I feel like it was more like, okay, go check this bitch out and see like what she really on. Is she with the ops? Is she with whatever? I feel like that was what the energy was in Chicago. But the incidents that I had that was crazy was not in Chicago. It was outside of Chicago. And at first, I just kept saying, damn, I feel like somebody following me. And my people was telling me like, nah, I think you just paranoid. I think you just tripping. You just tripping. So I'm like, all right. But I kept getting that gut feeling until an incident happened where literally dude was following me, trying to run me off the road, and then he ended up getting led into a little trap. And
Who is
then when
dude?
I don't know who the dude was. It was just a guy. It was a big cocky ass dude. I mean, honestly, it looked like he could have been a cop. He could have been a PI or whatever. Because he definitely wasn't a cop, I don't think, but he looked like one. And all I know is, when he got the gun pulled on him or whatever, he was like, "Oh, it ain't no problem. I promise I was only following her because they told me to. I was only following her because they paid me to." When I heard that man say that, it was so triggering for me because for months I had been saying, damn, I feel like somebody following me, and everybody had just been trying to make me feel like I was being super paranoid about what was going on. So it was like that was my confirmation. Okay, I'm not tripping. Like, and it was just so much other stuff. That's just like with the hacking of my phone, cloning my phone, whatever you want to call it. Of course, they was online saying, "Oh, she crazy. Nobody can't do that." Yeah, okay, sure. You really
You
think I
saying
was
they, and we already know you talking about Angelo because that's who the one was talking about it.
whatever, whoever it was,
You
whoever
know
I'm not
that
saying that person
Angelo.
name.
I ain't lying on him. It's in
Hey,
his
look,
word, and I
we
play
just
it.
gonna say that
You know
ain't none of this come from Mr. Kelly on
it
Kelly's
sure in
side.
the hell didn't. It sure in the hell didn't. Cause I
No,
ain't
I
trying
don't
to
I
hurt
don't believe it
nobody.
was from him. I don't
Ain't
believe it was
nobody,
from
no,
him.
none of Robert's people that's trying to get him out of jail. We fighting to get somebody out of jail. We ain't trying to act a fool and hurt somebody, put somebody life out of whack,
To
and
be
then
honest,
for us to go to jail. What the
yeah, to
hell?
be honest, I don't think that's what that was. I don't think at all. Like now, I'm gonna say this: in the moment that it happened, because that was when me and Don first fell out. I did think, oh my God, like maybe this is coming from there. But I don't think that's what it was. I think it was somebody who knew what we was going through, who just wanted me to think it was coming from there. So, they was just doing little stuff. I just really think they wanted to back me into that corner of thinking like he was doing a lot of stuff to me, to be honest. But I don't think it actually came from him.
Everybody's okay in this situation. Everybody. And I'm just trying to figure out what this man, he's a monster. Nobody lost an eyeball, neck, finger, toe.
Well, hold up, leave it to Don. Now Don trying to insinuate the man a murderer. I'm like, now what are we doing? Why is you doing that?
That's a lie too. That's a whole damn lie.
No, I know it's not true, but I was just like, why would you go this far? Like, why would you say that?
I guess he going to jail and going crazy. I think his wife in his head cussing him out about their money. She need money. They had to downgrade, and he trying to show he's a man.
You know?
He probably done lied to her and told her hell all this shit, knowing that to make her feel good and shit. And the hell he got to go. You gotta go to jail.
Wait a minute. Ain't nobody chased me to the Poking Beans. That's funny though. You must have been in Miami before. So my son chasing me from kissing me to Miami.
You better keep your ass out of Florida for a while. Let everything cool down with the wife and stuff. Shit, they already got
to Atlanta these days. You got to be.
They got to deal with them text messages and stuff. So.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's their business. I ain't got nothing to do with them people and their business and what they got going on. I should have never stuck my nose in this business to begin with. That was the first problem.
Yeah, you was on the wrong side.
Well,
what you mean? I was all over the place.
I'll put it like this: when women's lonely and stuff, and then they, if somebody talk to them, they have somebody to talk to, and they talking to these men, and they promising them the world, and they sound like a man. Angelo come on here to act like he the damn greatest damn man of the all, the father of the damn year, the husband of the damn year, your damn daughter and your damn wife, the bush ass out. She said you can't have sex. She's tired of you. She said, Azriel, get me out of here. She kept saying, oh my God, I can't take this damn job. I'm tired of this raccoon in this damn house. I'm tired of Angelo with his no good ass. He ain't good in bed. He give me a headache. Don't be like me, marry somebody you don't want to be with for the rest of your life. Get somebody that's gonna do you right. Oh Lord, I wish Robert could hire me and get me the fuck away from Angelo. That's exactly what we're going down them texts. So he's shamed now. So for now, he finna try to come out and straighten out these damn real text message that his wife said, because he won't look all like he's a weak link. So you was gonna deal with a weak link,
Oh Jesus Christ! I don't know.
She said he took her through shit, and so she went through so much shit with this man that she was willing to lie, get Robert in trouble, and put her daughter in a man's life so she could get the fuck away from her husband. And that's a freaking shame.
Who is your moderator? Zoe should be a stand-up comedian.
They did have a raccoon in there, D. You better read them down.
No, look at the last thing she put. This is a comedian. She is a comedian. But
I know she sure the hell was.
No, ma'am. Shit. No, it was none of that going on. I
felt. So you saying, but you I was telling the truth when I put on there when you talking about. I knew she was finna talk about me when she had my picture up there just a bit. But I was telling the truth. I said, Barbara ain't got shit to do with this. I said, this is a Angelo and Cash Joan beef, and I played y'all video. I played what you said to the Toxic Diamond, and when your heart was melting because that man was talking about your twin and shit, and I knew it. And I played what he was saying all the way down to he said, I got to take a message.
He was battling over Cash.
Every man we've been waiting on Cash talked to from Angelo. We've been waiting on them damn receipts. I've been waiting.
Don't tell them, Jesus. Don't.
Every man that you talked to, Cash, he was on. He was like, yeah.
We said, yeah. She was sitting up there trying to whisper in my ear, and I told her I would come. I ain't never been there where she tried to.
He was like Block. He called out Block. He was like Block. He was like DJ. He was like Deboski. He was like Don Russell.
Everybody I ever had a call with.
You sure did.
Yeah, you had him whip. I'm just saying. I don't know what you doing.
I didn't do nothing to that man. Like he said, didn't he say I was
Oh,
delusional and I had problems, right? So I made,
Yeah, he said you
stuff up in my
delusional
mind.
had problems. He said it.
mhm.
Said it. I knew it. I knew Daddy Pappy wasn't about shit.
Daddy
I
Pappy.
knew
God,
it.
she said
I
daddy.
knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I don't care what nobody say. I can read when a man come on there and have to brag about himself and talking about what he got and other men ain't got and what kind of damn pappy and damn husband he is. I knew damn
Damn
well.
it.
I said
I
shit
just
because
met.
ain't
Oh
no a man
shit.
that's all that ain't
I
gonna have
can't
to
be
get
on
on.
here talking to Cass. He about to come after me next.
No, he
Oh
not.
shit.
Oh my God, no. I
Shit
don't
about
think
to
he
get
gonna
real.
come out. I don't think like
Oh
didn't
no,
Oh,
he said
he
Ramadan just
he
outside.
already said he got all of us. He
it
said
was just
especially
Ramadan.
you. He said
He's suing
especially you.
everybody.
He said he
Suing.
gonna.
Ramadan been over
Oh,
since
he said
Friday. We just had our celebration.
he got you. He said write your damn books, put on all your shit. He said I got you. And yeah, you said it
Somebody
because I got it
somebody
came out
call
of my.
Jennifer for me. I'm gonna need Jennifer for my lawyer because he gonna come after me.
Oh Lord, some damn birthday. I swear to God.
Well,
Whew.
I'ma say this. I I
Mm,
had
mm,
decided
mm.
that I wasn't doing my book and stuff, even though
No,
everybody
all
swear
right,
I wanted
don't
money.
sneak and write no book, and then it be like Daddy Little Freak, and we don't know who the hell wrote it.
No, no, no. If I do put out anything, which I go back and forth because this, let me tell you something. I know people hate me. They don't like me because they don't understand, like, and they feel like I just was a part of some huge setup. But honest to God, I really wasn't. Like, I was so conflicted. I was so confused. It was like I was close, but I was still on the outside at the same time. So it's like I would think I know certain things, but then I don't. And then I was just like, okay, I don't want to go out here saying something and telling a story from an angle and then it's flawed. Because to me, like,
So your book is gonna be I was the middle guy, and I'm the victim.
no, no, I wouldn't say that because I did put myself in a situation. I'm big on taking accountability. I'm real big on that. So, you know what
That's
I'm
what
saying?
I
I
was.
have to be
I got
honest.
a question. Why R. Kelly ain't kidnap you then? He out here kidnapping people. Why ain't kidnap you?
I'm gonna tell you
Mm-hmm.
this. I'm gonna say this. When it
Mm-hmm.
come down to him, and this is why it's so funny when Dawn was like,
Mhm.
she came around, she was this. I told Rob don't fuck with her because she's all over the place. First of all, let me tell y'all something. So Don never did no background check on me initially. Don he really didn't know who I was. I think just because he knew that I had, been talking to Julius and stuff before, so he felt like Julius knew me for a while. I think he just felt like, oh, okay, cool. And then he
But
heard something like
who told Don you was in communication with Julius?
Julius. Julius did. Julius did. And I remember Don. I ended up on a three-way call with both of them. This is how I initially talked to Don, even though Don likes to tell a different story. And I just know Don was like, well, wait a minute, because he's like, who are you and where did you come from? And this and that. Like Don had all these questions. And he was like, hold on, my phone going dead. Like, let me go get my charger. And so Julius hung up the phone. He was like, I don't want you talking to him. Like, because I really don't know about this dude. Like, that was Julius' whole thing was just like, this dude has not been around long enough. So I just don't know what his real
But why
intentions
would he
are.
three-way y'all if he felt like Don wasn't trustworthy?
I
And
think
how did you
because
ended up getting
I'm
the
going to tell you
number,
why.
getting Don's number?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how. Because I think that because remember I told you I went to Julius asking who is Don. So I think when he heard me say that name and he didn't know where I got it from, I think it kind of freaked him out. Like, well, who is in here telling her who's in the studio with us, or who, you know what I'm saying, who's whatever. So he
So
he put him on the phone.
who told the savages about Don? So somebody in the camp running their fucking mouth.
Oh yeah, it was other people that was in there that was talking to Asante or
Oh, so it was
talking to
so
different
it was.
people.
Mm. Oh, so Ashanti McGee was around when Don was around.
No, but she still had communications because she was the one who left and went and told her parents or whatever allegedly. So I guess she must have still been talking to maybe a bouncer. It had to be somebody. I don't know who she was talking
So
to.
who she was dating in this? Because they said it wasn't Robert. She was dating one of those other people, one of his
And
people.
see, maybe that might have been who was telling her. I'm not sure. I don't know
Mm,
too much about her.
dirty bastards. Everybody's running they down. That's why Robert did what he did. I wouldn't blame him. And if people get cussed out, I'll cuss their ass out too. Because people was
Yeah,
dirty.
so it was some dude in there that was like, telling her stuff. Because I remember when they asked me once, like, oh, was you the girl who was in the studio on your laptop last night? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how would y'all know who's in his studio on the laptop? And no, that wasn't me. Like, I'm looking
Okay.
like,
Okay, I thought you was in the studio with us. Cause I was gonna ask you who was in the studio with y'all when you was on your laptop.
it wasn't me. But when they
Oh.
asked that, it was just like, okay, so they got somebody, who's there because how would you know who's in the man's studio at night?
Mm.
So, that's what I'm saying. It obviously was a lot of people doing a lot of different things that he had around him.
Well, I'm still waiting on receipts and proof. Hell, I'm waiting on Angelo recording, Tim, yours, every damn body. Cause we
Shoot,
got
don't
I
test
want.
Tim. I heard Tim got a whole big old hard
Well,
drive.
come
Tim
on,
recorded
greasy one. Come on, greasy one. Hell, we know he got it. Hell, he records
everything.
his own
Greasy.
damn daughter. He records his own damn daughter, so we don't give a fuck about putting it out. So I know he don't give a damn about putting nothing else out. He trying to do movies and shit. This shit gonna fail. Cause when you do shit dirty and you think your damn harvest gonna grow in rotten soil, it's not. Your damn green light 1, 2, 3 damn documentary and reality show is gonna fail. Your damn singing career gonna fail. This shit gonna fail. All that shit drill did the damn dance and twerk studio twerking and shit. Hell, people too old to be twerking and shit like that. Hell, this it's thought it failed. Shit, everybody doing shit to try to hurt this man to get something going. It's gonna fail. Point
And
blank
you know
period.
what? Let me answer this question too while I'm up here. Cause everybody kept on just I don't know, like for some reason people really think like actually I'm not gonna say that. Don't worry about it. I ain't gonna say it. But what are you talking about, Zoe? What question about R. Kelly?
Oh, don't say you because you got this you fine and everything. You don't try to throw your curves on these men and stuff.
Let me tell y'all
But
something.
yeah,
Y'all keep
I
saying
noticed you though. I noticed the only people you was involved with in the camp was the men. Have you did you get involved with who else was in the camp?
I
Um
talked to Cash Howard before.
okay,
I
yeah,
wasn't involved with her. And I remember Trevion Cuddy, I think she used to be his PR or something,
So
she
when
tried to
y'all talk, to each other, what y'all call each other? Was
Cash,
you like, hey Cash, hi Cash, how you doing Cash? It
pretty
was like
much.
that Cash.
Yep,
uh,
pretty much. But I didn't talk to her for like a lengthy amount of time. We talked for maybe like an hour or so once, and that was it. And that was when I first kind of started talking to Dawn them, and I was just asking her like, well, what am I getting myself into? Like, is this shit really going on or is it not? And she said what she said, and that was that.
I think if you wouldn't have met Angelo Clary, you would have burnt on out. You would have been like, "This ain't worth my time. Fuck it. It's too much going
now my
on."
question, all right Cash,
Did you stick
when you
around
was
for
around from
Angelo?
your analysis, right? Out
Yeah.
of the people in R. Kelly's camp, how many of them was actually for R. Kelly?
Ooh. Well, now, let me say this. I would say
Don't try to sugarcoat it.
none of them.
Just
No,
how
I
many?
was gonna say I would say none of them.
Hmm.
I would say none of them. And the only reason I say that, and this is just people that I seen, so because he know a lot of people, but I would say none of them because it seems like even if they was cool with him and stuff like that, I don't know. It just seemed like everybody had their own agenda. Whether it was, shit, I get to go tour, shit, I get to go do this and this and that, or shit, if I'm around him, that could help me with, my career doing this, or that could help me with my career doing that, or you know what I'm saying? Like I could be wrong, but to me, I just always feel like it's really hard to tell who really for you when there's something people have to benefit from you. It's real hard to tell.
And they
Um,
soured on everybody's damn stomach. That's what they get. You don't use people.
but you know what? I'm gonna say this too. I think they used each other because he had a way about him too. I don't think he trusted nobody that was around him, and I think he felt like everybody was around him for a reason.
I
So
wouldn't trust nobody either. Hell, all these lynchers and all these you dealing with people in the hood, and you ain't got nobody that got shit. Everybody wants your shit.
but that's his
Well,
choice though. Those was the type of people that he chose to put around himself.
because that's how he felt like I was in the bottom. I slept on the
They call
ground.
that shit
I
survivor's
hustled,
remorse.
and he tried to be it. He tried to show them that I have sympathy for you guys, but I would have had my nose up big as shit. Now I see why these celebrities act like they act. And I was in the music industry, and I see why I know a lot of shit go down. Like I said, I know how the groupies do. I know they will screw the man in the circle so they can get to the big fish. They will be half naked. Some won't have no pants and t-shirt. Come and
And
spend all their day, spend their
ain't you right?
paycheck, spend their
Ain't you
damn
right?
paycheck to get into VIP, to get close to them, slapping their fish around and kissing on each other and being freaky in front of these men. All they gonna do is get their little tails wet up, and them men's gonna go home to their women and their wives and shit like that. I know how it works.
And you know
These
what? You're
men,
exactly right.
them men don't run behind them women. I work with Lil Troy and all these people. I never seen them men. They sit there drinking with their cigars, knowing these wenches gonna do them, and they come up. I done watched plenty of them after the birthday parties, slurping on men. Didn't give a damn who was in the circle, just slurping on them. I
I've
know
been
all this
waiting
stuff.
to interject, but she just keep going
I'm
with
just
it. She on
saying,
a
I
roll.
know it. I know how this shit go. So you
Well,
can't
and
get
that's what
nothing
people
over
said
me.
I did. So let me make that clear. I did not, because that's what I was about to say earlier. I seen in your chat when I last came in here that night when they said, "Oh, my coochie was stank." Excuse my French, but they was like, "Oh, I bet her coochie stank. She fucked everybody in this." Listen, y'all, please stop. Stop the cap. I did not sleep with none of these men. Not a nan one. Not even Angelo. None of them.
I would have thought you would have addressed your coochie stinking first. I would have been like, first of all, my coochie don't stink, y'all.
It don't.
Secondly,
It don't.
Well, people
But
shouldn't be talking about nobody's young. Cause can't
they
nobody
was
tell
dragging me.
nobody,
They was
can't
dragging me.
nobody. Well, people. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you about Robert's supporters. That's why I said people shouldn't get mad
They
when they
hate me.
feel like somebody's hurting Robert. They mad. They mad. I mean, they're gonna be mad. They're gonna say anything. Like I will say anything. I don't give a shit. Like I'm country. I don't give a fuck. But I know how to handle business. Like I told people, don't play me crazy. I do have three personalities. I don't know
so
which
what?
one you want, but at the same time, I ain't said you. I ain't said you were giving you using your charm to
No,
get
it
what you
wasn't you.
want.
It was the chat. It was the chat.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying why I know how. I know Robert is he's a R&B singer. I mean, one of the greatest, right? And
One,
these these
he the goat.
women, these women, they said something about him, even like his music. They people fantasize with his music. They fantasize being with him. So I'm like, somebody show me where
Cash,
this man done snatched a woman.
cash.
everybody everybody done ran to him. Like, so I'm
So,
just not I'm just saying.
so the question still stands. So, how did Mr. Kelly treat you when you came across him? Did he try to kidnap you? Why he
Oh,
ain't
I'm
trying to
gonna say
kidnap
this.
you?
Let me
Did he
say this.
make you pee in the bottle? Did you
He
see
was
anybody
very.
holding their pee?
Wait, hold on, hold on.
Did
Seriously.
anybody eat?
Wait, I wanna answer this seriously. He really was very, very nice to me until the incident that happened. When the incident happened, that's when, it started
What damn
becoming something else.
What
But
incident? Be clear. What incident?
Angelo told Azriel to tell Robert that Cass is working on their side and coming in there being dirty.
what happened was I
You didn't
ran
think I
my
know that,
mouth.
huh?
I
Right.
ran my mouth
Mhm.
about that call because I was pissed off and I was talking to somebody and I was like, I don't know what's up with this dude. And I was talking about Don and I was like, because I'm so confused. I don't know if he really for him, if he against him, but I'm not finna be involved with nobody that's finna be committing crimes because I didn't sign up for this. That's not what I'm on. So the person recorded me and sent the conversation to Don.
What person? What person?
And I'm not gonna put it.
Angelo?
No, of course not. I wasn't talking to nobody like no parents or nothing like that.
What
This was
person?
somebody who was connected to Don. I just didn't know that.
What
So when
person?
I'm not that, I'm not doing. I'm not putting any of that. But so
Mm.
I'm talking shit about Don
Yeah,
ass
that's
to
why
this
I'm saying
person,
I be wanting names because when you
Uh-huh.
don't tell me
and
no names, I can't believe I can't put the story together. All I'm just thinking about is a ghost. I'm thinking about Sharon Winbush. When I don't have no
oh
names,
well,
I think
yeah.
about Sharon Winbush. So I need names.
Well, we could think about Sharon Winbush with this one
Now,
because
who
I'm
was
not
it?
putting her in it. But she's
Oh,
somebody
it
who
was a
knows him.
she.
Yeah,
Oh, it
and
was
it's
a
somebody who knows him. It's somebody who knows Don. So I'm talking crap about Don and this incident to them. They go back and give this to Don. So of course Don is livid at this point because I'm talking hella shit. And I was pretty much saying I felt like he was against him and all kind of stuff. And so all I know is he tells um Rob, this is when he goes to Rob and tells Rob, don't fuck with me, don't whatever if she tried to this and that. But see, what he didn't know is me and, R. Kelly had already connected. So while he telling him this, I just know when I came back to my phone, I had missed calls from Rob and he had texted me like, I need to talk to you. And I was like, oh shit. Like, what the fuck is going on? Because I just had a feeling I knew. So yeah, after that situation took place, and then it was like, oh, so she doing what? Like this and that. That's when stuff would, it kind of changed. But prior to that, I would say he was nice.
I'll be mad too.
I mean, but he still talked to me after that. But you could tell at that point, it was like, okay, I got to keep my eye on this bitch. I don't trust this bitch. I don't like this bitch. But prior to that, like,
Lord,
that wasn't
toast.
the energy.
No wonder he stay in the studio. I'll stay in the studio too and sing my heart out and play ball hell till I get damn sleepy. It's just so Lord. Y'all know what? Go
So
ahead, Mr. J, and end this with your little sad happy birthday to everybody to these Tauruses and stuff. Robert Lord,
happy birthday to you.
I'm gonna be praying it's lightning and thunder, and I'm still up here running my mouth 4 o'clock in the damn morning. Oh Lord have mercy, Jesus.
Is what why I told him not to do the interview. I told him not to do the interview because I knew Daryl Johnson wasn't a real publicist. He wasn't a real crisis
Cause
manager.
you said Angelo told you that. I said, well, she did tell the truth on that one, y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't a real crisis manager. And like I said, originally with the Surviving the Last thing, like it was also supposed to be his own platform so that he could control his interview. Me working in media, I knew what they was gonna do to him. Like they don't give a fuck about you. They gonna say yeah, yeah, yeah just to get you up there, and then they gonna direct that interview how they want it to go. That's just like everything he said. Gayle King came back like he was lying or what he was saying wasn't true, and you know what I'm saying, just kept taking it in a negative direction. That's what they do. So to me, I was
Yeah,
just
she
like,
was. She was in his house, sitting there laughing and talking with him. She was hot. He had his Christmas tree up. He keeps the shit going for his throat, and he was just as nice to her and warm and loving to her. And she flipped the script on her with that damn wig on and shit. And hell, I know Asriel was telling the truth. I know Rob was telling the truth. These people are crying. That wasn't no nothing fake. He was crying. This man was pouring his heart out. Azriel didn't lie, so now we see that she wasn't lying.
It's
But
just
that
everybody mindset was already set that they was brainwashed. You know, this was going on, that was going on. Them people were so emotionally triggered by that damn documentary. I don't think it's nothing at that point right then that would have convinced them of anything different. Like I think it had to, some time had to go by. Because it seemed like now people are more open to hearing different things. But back then, hell, if you tried to say anything, it was like, you're lying. It's victim shaming. It's this. Like they wasn't having it.
you know, I know about victim, and there wasn't no victim shaming. There's people that was using their twats to try to get a man. Parents wanted their kids to marry somebody with money so they can get out of their situations and live through their kids, and that's what that was. You had
Okay.
parents lying, and the facts is the facts.
And I'm about to get off here because I know you said you finna close it. But I'm gonna say this. Everybody was upset because I apologized. This I gotta get out. Because I ain't coming back on YouTube because I said I wasn't doing this. So I gotta get this out. I apologize to those people. Not to say that they didn't have any fault in anything. That was not at all why I apologized. I apologized because, just like I said, at some point in time, all of these people trusted me. And, you know, the whole
You
time
manipulated
I was on
everybody.
my, right, I feel like I was on my own path. So for that, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, okay, I can't apologize. Because when he was like, my wife trusted you, this and that, he was right. That was true. So I did feel like they deserved an apology for that. But they did messed up crap theyself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's another side of that I'm like, you deserve certain things, but I could take accountability for my own stuff. Even with Kelly, I don't like Kelly Rogers at all, and I'm not ever gonna pretend like I do. She lied on me under oath. She sat there and lied to the feds on me. That could have put me in a situation if them people would have actually not been able to fact check stuff. And she
Well, they
lied on top.
still using y'all situation in this lawsuit, and Robert, they don't have
Are they?
it.
I haven't read anything about the lawsuit. They're using that in the
Well,
lawsuit.
they still going on. They ain't putting it out there because hell, they don't want nobody to know it because they don't want information put out there to debunk this stuff. In 30 minutes, everybody got PTSD talking to a person on the phone over this alleged gun bomb threat situation. It Martinez couldn't afford a hamburger because of Robert, so now everybody done flipped it.
Listen, and let me talk about her for a
And,
second. Even though she not relevant to shit because she's an irrelevant ass bitch. But I'ma say this. This is how we know
Ooh,
there's a lot. Yeah, because she
y'all
that
hear
was
this
that.
live? It's lightning. I tell
Oh, that's
y'all
what that
what.
was.
Yes, God telling me to go to bed over to get me some rest.
You know what? It's probably because I just said that bitch. He probably like, Cash, get your ass off of here. You ain't supposed to be on YouTube any
oh
damn way.
no, 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 no. We live for this. Do
He
tell.
probably was like, get your
Yeah,
ass off.
we want to know about we all these people
Oh yeah, it
hamburger,
is thundering. But
hamburger.
no, Lizette is a pathological liar. Now, I didn't read her little cheesy ass book because it wasn't worth my time, but I was notified that I was mentioned. So I went and got a Kindle version or whatever you call it, and I just pretty much searched my name. I think my name came up like 6 times in her book. Now, you got Kelly Rogers running around on TV and stuff saying that my cousin and me basically blackmailed them at a dinner at Applebee's. But then in Lizette's book, she says that we held the entire lobby up at gunpoint. So which one is it? And why the hell did we make it out of New York City without getting arrested if that took place? Because I mean, in that hotel lobby, it was Lifetime production the whole crew was in there. So how did we make it out without getting arrested if we held the whole lobby at gunpoint?
Yeah. I don't know why this stuff ain't said up in this lawsuit. I don't know what they gonna get. Like Judge DePen said, good luck, cause he ain't getting a damn from Robert. And this is all the reason why I feel like Don doing what he doing. He trying to, say the little change he got.
So Cash, you don't think that you owe Robert an apology since he did trust you for the time that he did trust you, and then he felt like he was being a flaw
I
since
did
the time.
apologize to him. I apologized to him in his face.
Hmm.
And he forgave. He forgive everybody, poor
I
thing.
told him that I was the one who wrote the book. I apologized to him, and he told me he already knew I was the one who wrote the
Is,
book, which shocked me. But, because I'm like,
do
well, why
you
did you let me get this close to you if you knew that I was the person who wrote the book?
do you think that that's the reason why people sought you up to get close to the camp because of the book?
Um, I don't know. Anything is possible, to be honest. I mean, I was moving very messy. It was one of me and a lot of other people. So it's possible.
So so did you before you wrote the book? Did you have any contact with Mr. Kelly?
No. Mm-mm. Not at all. I had not met him, had not talked to him, nothing like that. That's why when I did, I felt so bad. I was like, "Oh my god, like I got to tell this man like I did this because I can't talk to him and just act like, "Oh my god, I don't know who did that." Like that's not me
So where you get the idea from?
for the book.
Yeah.
Um
I'm sorry, I'm an artist myself, so I like to know what
honestly,
inspiration. What was your inspiration?
I don't know. It was really weird to be honest because honestly like I wasn't even gonna put it out. Like, my cousin and them, everybody was just like, oh shit, like if somebody wrote a book like about this whole situation, blah, blah, blah. And so, everybody know I'm a writer. So, and this is the true story. Cause I know before when I went on Toxic, I said like, oh my God, somebody told me this, but I just didn't really want to admit that I just did it back then, to be honest. But it wasn't ever supposed to be what it ended up being. It was just like, for me, I'm a writer. So if somebody gives me, like a topic or something that's going on, I could look at it and then I just freestyle it all the way around. And to be honest, I totally freestyled that. And so that's why when it ended up being so similar, everybody was like, okay, you didn't freestyle this. Like, who told you this? Or did you copy somebody else's thing? Or like, where did you get this information from? Like, that book landed me in the damn DA's office because they didn't believe that the book was fiction at all. And then when you had Latoya X coming out saying that that was her life, it was like, well, what the hell? Like, now where did she come from?
Well, you know what I think happened? I believe, like with everything else, I believe they use your book as an innuendo to you know have a story to tell. Cause it was too similar for all
It was
these
very
women to
similar.
come up with these same stories. That's almost like women read and think like a man, and they just felt like, oh yeah, we got the game now. We just started thinking like dudes and shit, and we listen to Steve Harvey, then everything is good and shit. Boss.
I'm
But
gonna say this.
I think they use your book as a tool and shit.
I'm gonna say
Most
this.
definitely a tool.
I don't know what was going on behind closed doors, but I feel like there was a lot of exaggeration. I feel like it was a lot of made up stories because it was some people who was angry. Because and the reason I say that is because they did it to me. When Kelly got upset, I think because that recording dropped where, Tim was saying what he was saying about Faith, the next thing you know, now I held them up at gunpoint. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, where the hell did that come from? Because that didn't happen.
But if you pay attention, they tried to make it like it was done. There was with you with a gun on his side. So
Well, see, I never heard that one. Who said that?
just if you put all the pieces together, if you're on the outside looking in, not knowing what's going on, and then you got Lifetime flashing Don Russell picture up,
Oh,
and
see, I
then
still haven't watched that. I haven't seen it. I
I
didn't
ain't
want to
watching
watch it.
anything, but I'm just saying. And then the mother, when she said what she said when she was talking about Don, and then she mentioned you, it was like they was trying to collide
Ah,
Don into the
okay.
situation. So it was basically trying to make Don be collided with Robert to do this enterprise. My poor
Yeah.
baby just been over. I'm
I don't know.
still down here, baby. You
I mean,
supposed to be
all
there.
I can say is God has the final say on everything. Whatever is done in the dark comes to the light, and I feel like that's why stuff is still coming out now. And whatever is meant to happen is gonna happen. But I don't know about everybody because all I could speak to is the people I was involved with. But I heard a lot of things. I didn't want to go to trial. I didn't want to go. Um, I heard things was shown there and stuff like that. I don't know. That's why I keep saying like I can't speak to all of it, but I just know that it was a lot of corruption involved. Oh my God, Ace, guess what, baby? Good morning. I've already said I've told different stories. Y'all be acting like y'all be coming with breaking news. Jeez. And this is what I be saying about them. Like,
Well, she said she confused here. I told her to get her paperwork together, put all her stuff from A to Z,
oh
and
no,
then
no,
she
no, no,
took.
no. I'm not confused anymore. I said I
Well, I'm
would.
just saying here, we'll help you get it together, honey, cause we be on it. I might have my memory might be a little short sometimes, but when I get to thinking about it, it comes back to me. I remember a lot of stuff. Lord have mercy, Jesus. This is a marathon. Look at here, six
Yeah, I
damn
can't do nothing
hours.
but ask questions and shit. You either believe it or you don't. It's so in
Yeah, pretty
between.
much.
I
But
couldn't
all
sit
I
up here
want
and
is
just
fact tale. I
right.
like fact tale. I'm waiting on damn tapes and videos and stuff. Everybody doing the splits
It's
with each
like wait. It's like
other. I'm
let's
waiting.
be honest. Don opened this door and shit. Don opened this door on cash.
Yeah, you
Ain't
sure
nobody
did.
was up here. It's
I would have
like,
been.
I'm gonna be honest. I was done. I was
we wouldn't even think
totally,
about you, Cash.
totally
Like
done.
seriously, we wouldn't think about you. We ain't even mention you. We was on the text messages and shit. But here come Don with his old bitch ass
And then you heard him. Oh, she
snitch
fucked
after the
Tim
fact.
Savage. She fucked Angelo Clary or whoever. I'm like, damn, this how we doing it? Okay. All right, Don.
Oh,
I'm
he
just
mentioned
saying.
you. He mentioned her in the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, shit was bad.
I said I didn't. I told you I came in on half of. I didn't want to watch it. I just want to hear a little bit so I can see. I know what was to what he told me and what we talked about, and I just want people to know. I'm just gonna point out the lie from the truth.
But all I'm saying is, why lie? Like telling somebody that I let you hear a recording of Rob talking about you. When the hell did that happen? I never. What the hell? Like, my whole thing is this. If the whole reason that I even spoke to Don was to get to him, the fuck I look like letting him hear a recording of R. Kelly talking about him. If anything, it probably would have been the other way around. Like, what the fuck? Like, make that shit make sense.
Yeah,
What?
what's the name of what title of Robert new album? Because I know he gonna have a like the 35 sections of this album. I just want to know what he gonna say about. I know Cash name gonna be mentioned in this damn thing. Don Russell, and I just can imagine.
Oh,
And
so wait,
Angelo,
hold on,
I
wait,
can
wait,
just
wait, wait.
imagine what he gonna be saying in these songs. What's the name of this
Don't
album,
make
y'all?
don't make Kels drop a diss track on you, Cash. Don't make
I
him
What
drop
haven't
a diss
said
track.
nothing
what's
about
gonna
him.
be the
What I
name of this
said?
album?
He come in there with a I admit part two, and your
Bitch
name
came
is
and got
missing,
in my
Cash.
motherfucking business because he talked about Jim Derogatis, right? So he'll probably be like, "Bitch got in my damn business every damn well." I don't know, but
Yeah, shit
Glenda.
can go
So
bad.
Glenda is a problem.
Who is
What you mean,
Glim?
Ace? Yes, she is. Oh my God, you mad at me, Glenda? Why you mad? Because I apologized to them? That's why you mad at me?
Was you the one that told those savages that Lady G is they
The handler.
got what's this girl name here? This child. What's her name? Shit, all these damn names. George.
You told the savages that she was the
She
handler.
a kid that you was the one that
Glenda?
told me.
Yeah, tell her you was a handler.
No, where did that come from?
We just asking.
Glenda
We asking
done
questions.
kidnapped a whole grown ass woman.
You ever ran
See, and
past
see,
Joey
this is
Cash?
what I be saying. Everybody be using my name and stuff, so I don't be knowing what be going on. Like if I
They
say
got
something, I
Glenda
don't have no
all
problem
on
saying that.
Lifetime. In the preacher wife and them
TV.
savages got Glenda name all up in that shit. Got Glenda like in slow mo,
No, I saw Glenda on the trailer because I saw the trailer.
but that ain't right. They don't use us and everybody else for no reason. This is a mess. Y'all
And
need we
no,
need a class action lawsuit on Lifetime. Yep, yep.
and no to answer your question about Joy because I heard you when you asked that.
Mm,
Mm.
mm, mm.
She
Let
was
them
supposed
let,
to be at some I think it was like a balloon release or something like that, but I didn't go. So
let, let Tim tell it. Everybody know where his daughter is. You know, we all just passing her around.
also Glenda is like real life mad. Like I didn't tell them that. Where did that come from?
No, they didn't. I was just asking a question.
I just think that everybody that Lifetime owe Glenda an apology. Them savages owe her an apology, and she came on here. I don't know how
Just
many
asking a
times
question, Cash.
wanted to speak to them savages, and why would they keep lying and saying that this lady done kidnapped a grown ass woman?
I'm gonna be honest. I think the Savages, I honestly think they want attention. I think that they want a show or something like that. Now, I can apologize to them for, if they felt like they trusted me, which I know they did get comfortable at one point, at least. I could apologize for that. But
Well,
when it
everybody
comes
did the
down to,
same damn thing. Everybody did the same thing. If
yeah,
they
pretty much,
use
pretty
you,
much.
you use them. Everybody use everybody, and they shit got accomplished by everybody using each other, not shit.
Pretty much, but I'm gonna say this because I have seen, after Lifetime went off, the new one that had came out. I know Tim went on his IG live, and the first thing he's talking about is, "Oh yeah, and I was just talking to the bitch because I was trying to get information from her, but you was fucking with the bitch. You had an intimate like. First of all, if you trying to get your daughter to communicate with you, because I'm not even gonna say get your daughter back home at this point because she's almost 30. But if you're trying to get your daughter to communicate with you, why are you coming out trying to use what happened with other people as a storyline for yourself? Because that's pretty much how I took that. Like, you talking about him potentially like sleeping with somebody and you're bringing me up and this stuff, which makes no sense. If you're trying to forget that and you and your wife trying to move past that, why are you bringing that up? And then you run around talking about you need 50 YouTubers to put you on their channel. To me, that's like you just rounding up views so that you could go take it to try to pitch it for a show or something. And then you coming back out here when the text messages come out. I thought that was corny. I think that's corny because this is not your fucking business. This has nothing to do with Joy. So you and your wife's focus should be on getting Joy to talk to you, not in going doing interviews about somebody else's family and text messages. I don't know. I just think that it sends the wrong damn message. Like, go sit your ass down somewhere. You claiming that you make 15 to 20K a month. Okay, so go buy some fucking flights. Go take your ass to Chicago or North Carolina, wherever the fuck you going, and go try to talk to your daughter. Sit your ass down, get your ass off a goddamn camera, and then maybe she wouldn't have a problem talking to you. And that's how I honestly feel. Like, as a parent, I would never sit here and fucking keep outing my daughter, bashing the nigga that she loves, like, and expecting her to have respect enough to talk to me. Now, there's nothing wrong with being concerned because I mean, I think it is fucked up that they have not had a relationship. But I don't feel like it's like, oh my God, it's all R. Kelly's fault that our daughter won't talk to us. No, you have to take some accountability for what you've done out here and what you
It's not
continue
his
to do.
fault at all, hell, because he ain't nowhere around the close her mouth and hold her fingers from a damn phone. All she has to do is just call him. Hell, he said he still got the same damn number. Shit. Hell, matter of fact, you can call him on damn Instagram if she don't have his damn number. Shit, call his ass on Instagram so he can shut his damn ass up. I'm tired of Joy, her mama, and all of them. Hell, I'm sick of them. Shit, just leave
It's
this
just
man
a bit
alone. Let
much.
him fight his damn case and get him so he can get out of here.
Well, and then I'm gonna say this: if you come out talking about Angelo and his wife and the text messages and all this stuff, and then you say out of your mouth, "Well, I think R. Kelly deserves what I think he said another trial or something like that." Well, that kind of confused me because if you're saying that this is the man that's brainwashing in current, like in real time, brainwashing your daughter, why would you like it? Just it doesn't make
Because
sense.
everybody know they did fucking wrong, and the damn guilt gonna eat their asses alive. Just like Ashanti McGee said, she didn't know it was gonna turn out like this. And she didn't know it was gonna get this damn serious. That's why she bagged her ass up out of there like a damn sneaky ass snail. Cause they didn't know this shit was gonna go that far. They
Well,
thought they were
honestly,
gonna
a
be
lot
able
of
to
them said that. A lot of them said that they
they
didn't
thought
want
they were
that.
gonna get lawsuits and money like they did with that damn Durham McDavid sneaky ass and backdoor Robert and get what the fuck they were gonna get, just like that damn Michael Mann that's his ass in prison. And thought everybody thought they were gonna get the shit, but they didn't know feds gonna step in when you got too many niggas and shit go wrong. Everybody greedy and selfish and sneaky, and it backfired on their ass. It backfired. Now this man fighting for his life. Lost all his money behind some bullshit. I'm not understanding it.
Well, it's all unfortunate. I did apologize to him, sir. Um, do I think that do I think that a lot of that stuff still needs to be cleared up like on a larger scale? I do.
It does. He needs
Um,
he deserved that. He
yeah, I feel
deserved it.
like it should be cleared up because whatever he faces, I just feel like it should be whatever he faces. It shouldn't have to be stuff that came from other people. But I just know this is I just feel like it's all demonic. It's all crazy. I done seen a lot of stuff in this. It's a lot of stuff that has happened that's not been on YouTube, and it's a lot. So to even want to deal with these people in any capacity, like it's just like ugh. So that's the reason why I said I was gonna put it out, and then I was just like, I don't know about this because I don't want to deal with they ass. All they gonna do is try to find something to sue for and come after you. Shit, they might try to chop up this goddamn live and say, oh, she said this. She's trying to defame me. Like they just extra as fuck. And what's funny to me is she said on that live, Kelly Rogers, I'm saying, when we spoke basically contradicting everything she said on national TV and in court. They kept trying to mute me because they didn't want to let me say what I was trying to say, but I still was able to say, like, basically, you lied. And then telling me, oh, all I'm asking is that you keep my family name out your mouth, my daughter trying to move on. And then what, less than 2 months after that, they on TV and back talking about it again? You wasn't trying to move
Yeah,
on.
they
You
in
wasn't
court
trying to move
suing
on. You just
too.
wanted me to shut up.
She said she didn't need the money, and they suing them $50 million.
And
They
what's
said
funny to
they.
me is, she's a preacher's wife or whatever. And I mean, no disrespect to her husband, because honestly, I don't think her husband even knows that she lied. He probably just know whatever the hell she told him. He wasn't there. But she's a piece of work. Like that showed me a different level of
That
evil.
man know what she said. Hell, he was sitting right by him. Both of them had on blue, had on their church Easter Sunday suit, right there
No, but I'm
talking
saying,
on
but
the
he wasn't
phone.
at Applebee's. So you know what I'm saying? Whatever story they came home and told him, that's what I'm saying.
Mm, mm,
He just
mm.
got whatever they said to go off of. Shit, if he heard the damn whatever, he'll probably be shocked. Like, damn, y'all lied about this? Then shit, if he would have heard her just on that damn platform, he would have been shocked. Like, well, you said they did do it. Now all of a sudden it's, oh well, maybe it wasn't a gun. You know it wasn't a gun. Hell, the conversation didn't even go the way you said it went. What the hell I look like telling you, oh, if you don't stop going on the show, I'm gonna put out pictures. That's stupid as fuck. Like, and then I'm gonna do this right after a goddamn gun or bomb, whatever the fuck threat was called in. What sense would that make? I'm asking to get arrested.
Oh, so the feds didn't call you because you was able to shut down the Rogers and everybody else. So that's why you seeing they didn't call you up nowhere.
Honestly, they never even questioned me about the situation with Kelly. Never. Not even once.
Okay. Well,
I was
of
never even
course,
questioned about that.
of course not. They want to make lemonade out of lemon. So go ahead, Mr. J. I know I done said this 100 times here. I've been up, fell asleep on y'all ass. I don't need some nose ass people. It's 4:30 in the morning. People still up trying to be nosy, see what the hell people talk about. Ooh,
Right.
y'all
Mm.
just know I'm done this time, y'all, cause hell, I can't take no more shit. I better fell off this chair.
But thank you, Cass, for answering all my questions. I
Yeah.
greatly
Yeah, even though
appreciate
you
it.
chewed me up and turned them
And
around.
thanking everybody for not acting. See, y'all thought I was gonna act a fool on
Oh
here
no,
today.
I'll just be trying to get an understanding, a clear understanding.
That's all
It's
we want
just too
over here.
much. It's too much to get a clear understanding in a YouTube session. That's the God honest truth. It's just too much.
You see how long we've been on here.
Oh
Hell, this is
no, I got a clear understanding on the important facts of how you came in or how you
Oh,
came about.
well,
that's
yeah.
all we
Because
want.
that's the door that Don opened up.
Yeah, trying to throw that man in it because he was hating on him from the jump. He wanted Julius out the picture too. Honestly, he wanted to be the only one next to him. He wanted everybody gone.
Yeah,
Everybody.
he said everybody was demons and stealing. Now
But
he's saying nobody, not nobody stealing. I don't understand, Don. I got the information.
And let me say this.
I got
I
the
really
information.
can't stand the way that he's making it like this man was so broke and he was his savior that rode in on this horse. First of all, Don was complaining. I remember one Christmas about being so broke couldn't get Christmas stuff because R. Kelly hadn't gave him his money. He was on the phone bitching and going crazy and this and that. Oh fuck this. We ain't doing shit. Fuck this nigga. I'm not helping him. Blah blah blah. Next thing you know, he gave him a little bit of money and Don was back happy and smiling and whatever else. So for him to sit around here walking around like he has so much money and he was doing this for him, that is a lie too. That's a lie. That is a lie. So stop it. He's a liar. I mean, man, let me shut up. Let me get off of here. I said I was not
Yeah,
getting back on YouTube,
well,
so
Robert, get your retirement, baby. Go about your business. Hell, I wouldn't even want to be rich around these days. Hell, just get your retirement and go on through the sunset with whoever you gonna marry, and in the hell with the rest of these folks. Shit. Mm,
Angelo
mm.
probably heard me say that, so Angelo probably heard me say that.
Yeah, so you told Angelo. So that's why Angelo got it from. You told Angelo. Angelo came out and said, yeah, you sit up here happy as a warlock. Okay. Okay, now we found out who said what to who and why how Angelo. So now we see why how Angelo get our information that
No,
he did.
hold on. Let me say this. I was not going back giving Angelo no information. Now, every now and then, when I be running my mouth, just running my mouth, I would run my mouth like, I don't understand this shit. I don't understand that shit. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing about R. Kelly, but definitely about Don. Yeah. Especially when me and Don fell out, we wasn't talking no more. I was like, this don't make no sense to me. Like, I was wondering, okay, do Don work for the feds? I was really wondering because, I mean, he called me one day. Oh, you talk to them people? I said, no. Why? Oh, don't. I just finished having lunch with them. We left laughing, this and that. Don met up with them people on multiple occasions. So you want to sit here lying on me, talking about I'm an FBI informant who was placed in the camp.
Well, he met with him. I mean, I knew when they took his phone and stuff. I know that's why I said like the conversation that we have. I know they was tapped. They couldn't say that anything was said out the way. All the information would have helped Robert. So that's why I was like, let them put the information out there because it's gonna help Robert. So
Well, I just don't like the fact that he's trying to make me seem like somebody who was working for the feds, undercover, placed in there to cause chaos, because that's exactly what he said on that interview. Don't try to deflect from what the hell you was probably
well,
doing.
if he was working for the feds, he'll be out like Richard Arline and everybody else that was a part of this case. He
I
wouldn't
mean,
be.
not necessarily. We still have to wait and see what happens. I mean, he honestly ain't get the kind of time that somebody would have got for something like this.
Well, hell,
And
Richard
he still ain't
Arline.
gone yet.
Well, shit.
He still
Well,
ain't
we'll
gone
see.
yet. We don't know if this is a whole act. We don't know what is going on. Because what I can say is, I remember when that man told me that he felt like his phone was tapped. And it wasn't until he said that he started saying all of that messed up stuff on the phone about R. Kelly to me. And I was looking like, don't be saying this stuff on the phone with me. Because it didn't make no sense to me why all of a sudden you would start saying that after you felt like the phone had a problem. I don't know, man. It's just a lot of stuff I experienced that didn't make sense to me. So God bless him. That's why your ass breathing hard like that, because you's a motherfucking habitual liar. I don't give a fuck how many times you try to go around here saying I did this and I'm an informant. You can lie on me all you want to. And your mama could keep running around doing fucking Santeria and voodoo on every motherfucking body. But obviously that shit ain't working too well because your ass still gotta go sit, allegedly. So that's where I'm
Well,
gonna
why
leave
y'all
that.
putting the mamas in? This what they who do it nobody.
Because oh honey, yes. Do you know how many recorded conversations of her and Mike exist? She's sitting there laughing, telling him that, oh, they put something on me and all of this. And Don sent me a whole list of people that they put shit on that they sent to the man. I know so much shit and like that nigga better leave me alone. That's my whole thing. Like, I don't be out here bothering you. I let you sit out here and act like you the shit when you know you ain't have shit from shit going on. Like, bruh, stop it. You lie too much. But talk about me. I don't got the gift of gab like you, but I know what I know.
All right,
And his mama know that too. He not
when I get all the facts and the receipts here, I come back and say, hey, this happened and this happened and this happened.
Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely
But
fine.
I'm just waiting on receipts, y'all.
But let me go because I was not supposed to be on here. I can't believe I got on here because I ain't been
Shit,
on.
hell, this is a fucking damn job. Hell, I done worked. It's 7 hours. I'm finna go. I'm finna hang up
Yes,
on
enjoy
everybody.
your birthday. Enjoy your
Hell,
birthday.
hell, I ain't gonna be able to enjoy because I'm gonna be asleep all damn day. Shit.
Well, my apologies. Good night to
No,
all
no
those who hate me.
problem. Good night. Y'all better write Robert a letter and apologize to him. Like, Lord, have mercy, Jesus.
I can't write no letter apologizing. Next thing you know, they might change my letter around to say something else. I'm good.
I was talking about write it to him. Hell, a card. This is cash. I'm so sorry. Well, he and then so he can there be inspiration so he can start writing his damn music about everybody. Mm.
Mm-mm. Well,
All right. Go on,
y'all
dream
be.
about. Go on. All right, thank you for coming. Go on,
I am
dream about.
not dreaming about that man. I know you was finna say
Don't
that.
dream about Angelo and them that gold tooth. He'll not teeth, the toothus. Go.
No, won't be none of that. But good night. Y'all be blessed. I know the rest of y'all hate me. Glenda, I don't know what they told you, honey, but I didn't say that. And that's all I
We
got
know.
to say.
I didn't say that they said that. I was just playing.
Oh, well, she
I
He,
got
was
out the
asking a
chat. She
question.
got out the chat when I said that, though. She was like, I'm
it's
gone.
late. She
So,
probably had to go to take her nap so she can go to work. That woman working more to see she
no,
got.
no. When somebody put in the chat that I was a liar, she put, yes, she is. So from the last time I spoke to Glenda, that's like a total 180. So that's why I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess. So that's why I said that.
Oh, oh.
But no, please don't have her do that voice again. She's sleepy. Let me go. But y'all have a good night. I hope I cleared up a little bit.
I'm gonna play it for you, Lewis. And when I wake up, she said she told what's the name, Toxic Diamond, to me. Yeah, and when he told me that he wanna, oh, I'm like, God damn, like shit, damn. Somebody was breathing up for somebody. Somebody that like shit. She was happy as a warlock. Boy, when she talk about that man, she be all smile. You can't even see her face, and you know she's smiling. You can tell she going. Her cheeks. She smiling now. That's why she had get her phone. When you mentioned Angelo, she see how she be smiling. I don't understand. Hell, she talking about Don Russell did hoodoo. Hell, Angelo put some hoodoo on your ass. Hell, you shit. She in love with. I'm finna get my ass off here, y'all. You fool, Lord. Yeah, see there. Yeah, free Robert all day long, po thing. Now you see what this man going through, and y'all sitting up here feeling like he done did so much stuff, but it is so much, yeah, just moist. Sure the hell is Louis feel. Hot ass. Just hot. Boy, I tell you the truth. All this here, this is a sex, money, this deceiving scandals. Don't nobody deserve this here but Robert Sylvester Kelly. He don't nobody deserve, don't nobody write no book, recording. Robert deserve all this to do this movie and make his money back. Don't nobody else deserve nothing but Robert Sylvester Kelly. And I'm finna end this by saying, once again, Don, you wrong, 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 wrong. And once I get this these recordings and stuff together, I will thank you, Mr. J. Y'all, I'm done. I ain't even gonna be able to celebrate my birthday. Blessings. Y'all have a good one. I did a whole damn job. A whole job. See y'all next go round. I guess I made up for my damn being in jail on YouTube. Be blessed, y'all. Have a good morning. Stay out of trouble. Go on, take a nap, y'all, because y'all got somebody got to get up in the morning. Somebody got to be up at 5 o'clock. You got 10 minutes to get a nap. Good night. Well, good morning.